Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. A bit surprised. He was always sensitive to changes in people's emotions, and he could tell Hitori had changed a lot recently. Before, she would barely speak up. Now, she had interrupted a conversation on her own. Minami found this interesting and, honestly, a little satisfying. It felt like watching a daughter finally grow up. But feelings alone weren't enough proof. Minami thought for a moment. Then, he decided to use the data scanner he had saved. The last time he used it was when Shinjo suddenly started acting hostile toward him, and he was confused about why. This ability had limited uses. He had about 5 left, so he had been holding onto them. Now seemed like a good time. Minami activated the data scanner on Hitori. A transparent screen appeared before him, displaying her current stats. Name, Gota Hitori. Appearance, 8, 9, Athletics, 4, Academics, 4 Specialties, Self-doubt level 3, 2, Social anxiety level 2, Studying level 1, Guitar level 3, 4. Current impression of user, deeply attracted, highly conscious of you, admiration, love. System analysis, she is utterly captivated by you. Every action you take, she cannot look away. She is completely in love. The normally timid Hitori is slowly changing herself for you. Are you truly going to ignore her feelings? Huh? Minami let out a small noise of surprise. This was unexpected. Both her base stats and the system's analysis had undergone massive changes. First, her academics had improved. She had gone from a 3 to a 4. Which, honestly, made sense. After all, Minami had been tutoring her for half a month. Even if she were a complete idiot, some progress was inevitable. Her guitar skill was also on the verge of reaching level 4. That wasn't surprising either. Hitori was diligent about practice. But the other changes. Her appearance stat was rising? Her self-doubt level was dropping? What was going on? Hitori still looked like Hitori. She hadn't magically developed bigger curves, longer legs, or a different figure. And yet her appearance stat was gradually increasing. Minami could guess the reason. She had always been pretty. But her extreme lack of confidence had suppressed her natural charm. Now that her self-esteem was improving, it was starting to reflect outwardly. People looked more attractive when they carried themselves with confidence. Still. Self-doubt level 3, 2? Minami tilted his head. His system always increased numbers, it never decreased them. Yet Hitori had somehow broken that rule. Then again, self-doubt was a psychological trait. If it was caused by her environment, it made sense that it could be lowered. Closing the data scanner, Minami shifted his gaze to Hitori. She was still nervous. But now, she was actually holding eye contact with him. Good progress, Hitori. If Hitori could lower her self-doubt, maybe I could lower my narcissism too? After all, if she could do it, surely he could. Right? At that moment a system notification appeared. Your trait narcissism has slightly increased. Current level, level 4, Minami completely ignored it. Stretching his arms, he turned toward Yamada Ryo. Hitori had changed a lot recently, and mostly in a positive way. But what about Ryo? Just the other night, she had randomly shown up at his apartment. Minami was curious. So he activated data scanner again. A new screen appeared. Name, Yamada Ryo. Appearance, 8, Athletics, 5, Academics, 6 Specialties, Narcissism level 4, Studying level 2, 3, Bass level 2, 3. Current impression of user, deep curiosity, strong attraction, possessiveness. System analysis, she is utterly fascinated by you. Everything about you interests her. You have captivated her so much that she wants to keep you for herself. In the past, she would have needed you to chase after her. But things have changed. Without realizing it, you have become the prey. Huh? Minami blinked. He reread the last sentence. You have become the prey. What do you mean, prey? Excuse me, system. I'm a guy. She's a girl. How am I the one being hunted? Do I not get a say in this? Minami turned to look at Ryo. She was nodding off, half asleep, head bobbing like she was fishing in a dream. He stared at her blankly. There was no way in hell this person was a hunter. Clearly, the system was broken. Shaking his head, Minami moved past the weird analysis and checked her stats. Her academics hadn't changed much. Her bass skill was nearing level 3, meaning she had been practicing. She was catching up to Hattori. Minami had considered checking Nijika's stats too. But he had wasted enough data scanner charges already. Ever since the personal simulation, he had been broke. His interactions with the girls had only given him 300 to 400 points over the past few days. Not even enough for a single simulation. The simulation was a scam. Minami sighed. Why had he wasted points on that again? Too late to regret it now. Just as he was about to put it out of his mind, the door suddenly swung open. A mature, elegant face peeked inside. "Nei-san?" Nijika stood up and greeted the person at the door. "Ah. So everyone's here, huh?" Iechi Sika scanned the room before locking eyes on Minami Shaoji. "Minami, I need to talk to you. Also, this one. And Pa." As she spoke, she dragged out Hirokakure from behind her, completely wasted, reeking of alcohol, and muttering nonsense no one could understand. Minami couldn't help but glance at her before instinctively asking, "What is it this time, manager?" "This time?" Iechi Sika raised an eyebrow at him. "You're acting like you've been busy these past few days with the school festival or something." "Strictly speaking. Yeah, pretty busy." Minami nodded without hesitation. His morning schedule alone was already packed. From 6:30 a.m. to noon, then the entire afternoon he had a strong feeling. Tomorrow was going to be a non-stop day. "That so? Well, if you're really that busy, then never mind." Sika didn't press him further. Seeing his reluctant expression, she simply explained, "This one and Pa are planning to visit the festival tomorrow, so we figured it'd be nice if someone could show us around." After all, Kasoka Band was performing at the festival. As they're seniors from Starry, of course, they couldn't miss it. "If it's just showing you around, that's no problem." Minami thought for a moment before nodding. Everyone was busy with preparations for the festival tomorrow. As long as he could guide a Starry group to the gym, his job was done. Not a big deal at all. "But before heading to our school, manager, you might want to keep an eye on her first." Minami pointed at Hirokakure, who was sprawled out like a puddle of human sludge. The Shuka High School was a well-known school in Tokyo. If she showed up wasted like this, the teachers would probably kick her out before the festival even started. "I'll make sure to keep an eye on her." Pa chuckled, politely covering her mouth with her hand. "Then we'll just call you tomorrow, Minami-kun." "Sounds good." Minami nodded without hesitation. That settled it. He was already busy enough, one more task wouldn't change much. After confirming the meeting details with Sika and the others, and finalizing the 6:30 a.m. meetup with Kita and the rest, Minami finally dragged his exhausted body home. At this point, all he could do was hope that tomorrow's festival would go smoothly without any unexpected chaos. However, somewhere in Tokyo, unbeknownst to Minami, a certain conversation was taking place. "Yuko, are you sure it's okay for us to come a day early?" A soft, hesitant voice. "Of course it's fine. We even remember where that brat's apartment is. Don't forget our real reason for coming here, Naomi." A more direct, energetic voice. "Ah. 1. To bring Minami some warm clothes for winter. And 2. To check up on how he's been doing, right? Not just that. We also need to keep a close eye on his private life." The voice suddenly took on a mischievous tone. "For example, whether or not he has a girlfriend. Hey. Let's stay out of sight tomorrow. Who knows? That brat might just surprise us." "I hope so." Naomi Shaoji's voice carried a trace of worry. Chapter 163, Minami Shaoji cannot be tempted by anyone. At precisely 5:50 a.m., Minami woke up. After a quick glance at the time, he yawned, got up, and went for a morning run. At this hour in autumn, Tokyo was still shrouded in darkness. Minami enjoyed the rare tranquility as he jogged along the streets. "Your stamina has improved. Current stat, 7, nice." Seeing the notification about his stamina increase, Minami nodded in satisfaction. He had been jogging consistently for the past 2 months. Although his stats didn't seem to show much improvement, he could feel the difference in his endurance compared to before. "Considering I always used to be the first to die in simulations. Either from exhaustion or just having a weak body. Now, I can actually outlast some of the simulation targets." That alone was proof his body had improved. As he gulped down some milk, Minami glanced at the clock. Almost time. After checking the time one last time, he grabbed his wallet and headed to Starry's venue to help out Kita and Ryo. But as he rushed towards Starry, Minami completely failed to notice in the shadows of the street corner, 2 figures were stealthily peeking out. Where's he going? A short-haired woman with a baby face narrowed her eyes at Minami's disappearing figure. Naomi, that's not the direction of Shuka High, right? And it's only 6:15 a.m. I'm not sure either. Beside her, a long-haired woman also seemed puzzled. You don't think he's heading to school with his girlfriend, do you? Shaoji Yuko voiced her suspicion first. No way. Our Minami is such a well-behaved, smart boy. Shaoji Naomi frowned anxiously. And it had only been a year. Yeah. It had only been a year. Last winter break, Minami hadn't mentioned anything about having a girlfriend. So how could he have one all of a sudden? To Naomi Shaoji, who had a rather conservative mindset, the thought of her little brother already dating left her with mixed feelings. On one hand, she was glad that he had managed to find someone in Tokyo. On the other hand, she worried that his quiet and reserved personality might one day be rejected by a flashy, pink-haired city girl. It's Tokyo. Yuko shrugged. Unlike Naomi, she had a more open-minded view. She loved watching Tokyo romance dramas. So, to her, if her little brother had actually managed to steal someone's heart, her only reaction was damn. This kid's got some skills. After a brief discussion, the two of them exchanged glances and quietly followed after Minami. Meanwhile wait, so Kita already called her friends, and they've already moved all the equipment? Minami raised an eyebrow at Hitori Gota. Why yeah, Kita-san asked some of her friends to help. They got everything moved super fast. I see. Minami glanced at Hitori, who was staring down at the floor, her bangs covering most of her face. If Kita had suddenly decided to call for help, wouldn't she have just told him not to come this early? Something felt off. Like it was intentional. But Minami didn't press further. Instead, he looked at Hitori and casually asked, well, since you're already out, want to walk to school together? Going back home now was pointless. Might as well head to school together. Hearing his suggestion, Hitori secretly thanked Kita in her heart. Kita-sama. I won't waste this opportunity. She pressed her hands together in silent gratitude and, without hesitation, nodded. Why yeah. Let's walk together. Minami. She mustered up her courage and called him by his first name, something she only dared to do when they were alone. In response, Minami chuckled, reaching out to pat her head. Alright. Let's go, Hitori. Leaving Starry together in the early morning, Hitori Gota stole occasional glances at Minami's side profile, listening to him casually crack jokes, and doing her best to keep up with his conversation. Just walking like this was already enough to make her happy. Minami noticed too. Today, Hitori seemed a little more proactive than usual. Still awkward and hesitant, but trying hard to engage with him. Her words were still a little shaky, but her tone was much clearer. As Minami Shaoji walked ahead, Hitori Gota timidly reached out and pinched the corner of his sleeve. If this had been in the past, Minami probably would have wondered if she was possessed or something. But now. So this is how much lowering her self-doubt actually changes things? He glanced at Hitori, whose face was flushed bright red. Though slightly surprised, Minami didn't call attention to it. This was a courage she had barely managed to summon, as fragile as a candle's flame. One small disturbance, and it might flicker out entirely. So, he decided to simply watch. To see if this tiny ember could grow brighter. Completely focused on Hitori, Minami failed to notice not far from them, hiding behind a utility pole, two pairs of eyes were staring intently at the scene unfolding before them. Minami actually. Shaoji Yuko murmured in disbelief. Her eyes locked onto the long-haired, pink-haired girl walking beside Minami, clinging shyly to his sleeve. Minami actually. Just like Naomi had suspected, had gotten himself a girlfriend? The distance was a bit far, and the girl's bangs were too long to clearly see her face. But as a fellow woman, Yuko could tell immediately the girl under those bangs was definitely not unattractive. And even though she was wearing an oversized pink tracksuit, it was still possible to make out the curves of her body. She didn't even need to think twice. Once she fully matured, this girl would be an undeniable beauty. The only issue was she was way too shy. Several times, Yuko saw Hitori hesitantly reach out towards Minami's hand only to flinch back like she'd been shocked. It was kind of adorable. So much so that Yuko found herself getting anxious on the girl's behalf. Damn, this kid's got game. As a woman herself, Shaoji Naomi couldn't take her eyes off the scene either. Especially seeing how soft and delicate this girl looked, like someone who could be easily bullied. It made her really want to protect her. She couldn't help but mutter, it's barely been a year, and he's already bagged himself a Tokyo girlfriend. If we give him a little more time. If we give him more time. Yuko shot her a wary glance. Hey. Maybe the brat will end up with 2, 3, 4, 5 girlfriends. Naomi smirked. That's impossible. Yuko frowned. Naomi, You really need to stop watching those ridiculous romance dramas. One girlfriend is already unrealistic enough, much less 3, 4, 5. As she spoke, even saying 1, 2, 3 made her normally strong-willed face flush with embarrassment. It was just too much for her conservative mindset to handle. Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously, sis. Naomi knew this was pure drama fantasy nonsense. She was just messing around. The two of them continued whispering to each other, before realizing Minami was getting farther away. Hurrying to keep up, they followed after him. 7:00 a.m., Shuka High School front gate. Due to the festival, the entrance was already bustling with activity. Student council members were setting up decorations. Others were checking their phones, coordinating deliveries. Groups of students were chatting with friends. Even this early in the morning, Shuka High was already loud. Since Hitori Gota was chosen to participate in her class's maid cafe, as soon as they arrived, she was immediately pulled away by her classmates. Before she left, she hurriedly handed Minami a handwritten amorous coupon. A little bonus for the students working as maids. After all, who would willingly dress up and cosplay and serve customers for free? Hitori. In a maid outfit. Minami glanced at the ticket, raising an eyebrow. Honestly, he had only ever seen her in her usual tracksuit. He was a little curious to see what she'd look like in a maid outfit. Probably pretty cute. Slipping the coupon into his wallet, Minami checked the time. 7:13 a.m. He still had nearly 50 minutes before he was supposed to help Shinjo-san move stage equipment. Technically, it's a bit early. But better to start setting things up sooner rather than later. Pocketing his phone, Minami made his way inside the school. Shuka High, club building, 3rd floor. The walk from the main building to the club rooms only took about 5 to 6 minutes. But you already moved all the stage equipment? Minami frowned at Akane. Yep. She blinked at his early arrival but quickly put on her usual bright, sunny smile. Seems like Rika, Hibiki, and Utsumi called in some extra help last night. They already moved everything to the gym. Huh? You also had friends move things ahead of schedule? Minami squinted at her. This situation felt way too familiar. Also? Akane tilted her head curiously. I was just thinking out loud. Minami brushed it off and got straight to the point. If you already had it handled, why didn't you tell me earlier? Akane playfully hummed, deep in fake thought. In reality, she was desperately trying to salvage the situation. Yes. She and Rika had planned this out perfectly. The idea was simple. She'd tell Minami to come at exactly 8:00 a.m., right when the festival started. Then, she'd reveal that the equipment was already moved. And from there, it would naturally lead into spending the day together, creating a sweet, romantic festival memory just for the two of them. Minami, like a clueless prey, was supposed to step right into her trap. But instead this stubborn man had arrived 40 minutes early. 40 minutes. There were still 40 whole minutes before the festival even began. Akane stole a glance at Minami. This man was impossible to predict. Couldn't he just follow her plan, become her boyfriend, and make things easier for both of them? Though frustrated, she maintained her perfect outward smile. You had already gone home yesterday, so I figured calling you late at night would be too sudden. I was planning to tell you today, but I didn't expect you to show up this early. Huh? Minami gave her a suspicious look. The excuse made sense, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Akane, just like Hitori this morning, was up to something. Actually, it wasn't just Akane. Minami had a strong feeling that Chisato and the others were scheming something too. There was no way this was just his imagination. Minami mentally braced himself. From this moment on, he would ignore every single attempt at temptation. It was the only way to survive. Resolving himself, he was just about to leave when by the way, Minami-kun suddenly chimed in. I haven't had breakfast yet. On the way here, I noticed that Class 1A's yakisoba stand is already open. My treat. Wanna grab something to eat? Sure. Chapter 164, 1, 2, 3 Girlfriends. No one can resist the temptation of a free breakfast, not even Minami Shaoji. Especially when he was already a little hungry after his morning run, having only downed a glass of milk and a rice ball. He wasn't like those anime or light novel protagonists who could survive on just a piece of bread and a jelly drink for the entire day. So, when Akane offered to treat him, he saw no reason to refuse. However, contrary to what she initially said, they didn't just stop at the second-year class's yakisoba stall. They went from one stall to another. And throughout it all, Akane didn't even blink as she paid for everything. Even Minami had to admit her financial power was something else. Sure, each stall wasn't charging much, typically around 500 to 600 yen per item, but after 5 or 6 stalls, the cost started to add up. Just his own food alone had already racked up over 3,000 yen. Combined with Akane's own spending, Their total was likely around 6,000 to 7,000 yen. For a normal high schooler, that was an insane amount of money. That much could easily get a good meal at a decent restaurant. Some hole-in-the-wall places in Japan served great set meals for just 1,000 to 2,000 yen. Yet Akane didn't seem to care at all, handing over her money without hesitation. Her wallet was like a bottomless pit. 10,000 yen bills just kept appearing. It was a stark contrast to a certain Yamada Ryo, who had been known to scavenge for wild vegetables on occasion, as mentioned in the manga. Both were rich girls from well-off families. Yet somehow, their financial habits were worlds apart. But what stood out the most, Akane kept ordering food from every stall, yet she never finished anything. Just like now. Minami, help me finish this. Akane wiped her slightly oily lips, making them appear even softer, then pushed her half-eaten yakisoba and grilled hot dog toward him. Again? Minami frowned. He had already helped her finish too much food. Even though he'd been a bit hungry earlier, at this rate, even he was starting to feel full. Aren't guys supposed to be able to handle this much? This much? Minami deliberately emphasized the words. Akane, by this much? Do you mean 2 sushi rolls, 1.5 rice balls, 10 takoyaki, plus a bowl and a half of yakisoba and 1.5 grilled soaked with marinara sauce and French onion dip hot dogs? Akane simply shrugged, feigning innocence. Can't help it. I was hungry too. Minami let out a sigh. But in the end he still picked up his chopsticks and began eating the leftovers. 1.5 out of 10, a plate of poorly plated, slightly overcooked instant yakisoba with a hint of beautiful girl scent. 1.3 out of 10, a hot dog previously bitten by a beautiful girl highly appealing to a certain audience. This damn simulator. Still as ridiculous as ever. Just because a beautiful girl had touched the food, the rating increased? What kind of logic was that? Who even liked eating someone else's leftovers? Minami shook his head, dismissing the absurdity. Calmly, he continued eating. His table manners were refined, his pace unhurried, a clear sign of good upbringing. And as he slowly worked through the food, Akane watched him intently. Her scarlet eyes locked onto his lips. Inside her mind, a tiny version of herself was practically dancing with joy. Yes. Another indirect kiss with Minami. By her count, Minami had already shared 5 indirect kisses with her today. 5. 5 whole times. That was incredible progress. Akane was over the moon. As the only girl who had shared indirect kisses with Minami, as the only girl who had ever stayed overnight at his place, even if so-called rivals existed, how could they possibly compete with this level of progress? At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Minami became her boyfriend. Akane's heart soared. Everything was going according to plan. Until just as she was basking in her joy, Minami suddenly spoke up. Just to avoid any misunderstandings, I want to clarify something. Simply eating someone's leftovers doesn't count as an indirect kiss. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Minami continued, if that were the case, then breathing the same air as everyone else would also count as indirect kissing. Don't you think? He saw through me? No. No matter what, I have to keep my composure. Akane's thin eyebrows twitched slightly, but she maintained a perfectly nonchalant smile. Oh, come on, Minami. Nobody actually thinks like that. Her tone was casual and confident, as if she had never even considered such a silly notion. But inside, damn you, Minami. Just wait. The moment you become my boyfriend, I'm kissing you 5 times a day. No, 5 is too few. 10 times. I'll make sure you only use my money. Eat only the food I cook. You'll lose all functionality without me. Shinjo. Akane gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking about it. But that was just a fantasy. She hadn't even fully won over the heart of the young man in front of her, yet here she was, already planning their married life. That was way too arrogant of her. With that thought, she leaned in closer to Minami. Meanwhile, maybe we should just drop this, Naomi. Shoji Yuko tugged on her younger sister's sleeve, lowering her voice. We should just go back to the hotel and wait. This is Minami's time to enjoy the school festival. We waited all the way until 8 a.m. just to leave now. If you wanna go, go ahead, Yuko-ne. You have the hotel room key anyway. Shoji. Naomi was not having it. They had followed Minami all the way to Shuka High School, waiting outside since 7 a.m. and now, right at the most crucial moment, her big sister suddenly wanted to retreat? No way. There's nothing all that interesting about a high school festival anyway. Standing outside the school gate, Shoji Yuko muttered under her breath. Much like Minami, she had striking looks. Her gentle eyes and flowing black hair gave her an air of intelligence and elegance, while her younger sister Naomi, with her short-cut hair and sharp, refined features, had an equally captivating charm. More than a few students from Shuka High had already taken notice, whispering among themselves, trying to guess which school these two beauties were from. Not that Yuko noticed, she was too busy continuing her argument. We already saw Minami's girlfriend. Wouldn't it be a little rude to go in and bother him now? That's right. From what she had observed, that long-haired pink girl clearly had feelings for Minami. Judging by how close they were, their relationship was basically confirmed. With that in mind, there wasn't much point in sticking around the school festival anymore. But unlike her elder sister's steady and composed mindset, Shaoji Naomi carried the family's infamous chaotic energy in her blood. She grinned mischievously. One girlfriend's been confirmed, sure. But what about his friends? Aren't you curious about how many people that kid has befriended in Tokyo? The moment those words left her mouth, Yuko hesitated. Of course, she couldn't say she wasn't curious. After all, Minami was the only boy in their family. They were counting on him to carry on the Shaoji name. Building connections and relationships was a life skill, one that couldn't be taken lightly. She fell into thought. But that hesitation was all Naomi needed. Without warning, she grabbed Yuko's wrist and dragged her straight into Shuka High. Finding the second-year classrooms wasn't difficult. With a quick glance at the school map, Naomi and Yuko easily navigated their way to the right floor. And soon enough they spotted him. Their younger brother, Minami. Then another one? Yuko's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Had she seen that correctly? Minami wasn't with the long-haired pink girl anymore. Now he was standing next to a different girl. A short-haired girl, her white dress shirt peeking out from under her loosely worn jacket, soft purple-pink hair framing her face. This. Gulp. Yuko swallowed dryly, staring at the scene in disbelief. She suddenly recalled Naomi's teasing from earlier: 1, 2, 3 girlfriends. Back then, she thought it was ridiculous, absolutely impossible. But now, this kid. Even Naomi was stunned, her scalp tingling. She hadn't expected Minami to be this capable. In just a year, he had already charmed 2 different girls. And this short-haired one, she was gorgeous. A perfectly balanced face that suited any standard of beauty, porcelain white skin, and a smirking, playful expression that made her all the more captivating. She was easily on par with the first girl they saw. Kinda impressive, huh? Naomi muttered under her breath. Don't say that. Yuko was just as shaken, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Maybe she's just a friend? The moment she spoke, she wanted to believe it herself. Right. There wasn't any rule saying girls and guys couldn't just be friends. They couldn't assume every girl Minami talked to was his girlfriend. That would be ridiculous. With that logic in mind, Yuko started rationalizing things. Look, Naomi, they're not acting as close as he was with the first girl. They haven't even. And just as she was about to finish that sentence, they saw it. The short-haired girl casually handed Minami the food she hadn't finished. Minami, after exchanging a few words with her, took the food and ate it. Indirect kiss. Yuko froze. Her already conservative mindset shattered. Her face turned as red as a boiled octopus, and she nearly stumbled on her feet. Indirectly sharing food, this was way more intimate than the last girl. There was no doubt about it. This purple-haired girl was definitely interested in their brother, too. Calm down, Yuko. It's really not that surprising. Surprisingly, Naomi was the one soothing her older sister this time. He looks good, gets top grades. It's normal for at least 1 or 2 girls to be interested. But what if there are more? Yuko's confidence was crumbling. Come on, Yuko. Be realistic. Naomi confidently patted her chest. Do you really think the world has that many amazing girls all falling for the same guy? At most, it's just these 2. That's already pushing it. It made sense. A high school boy, having even 1 or 2 girls interested in him was already a miracle. What was he, some kind of legendary figure? There was no way it could go beyond that. But still more importantly, we need to figure out who this girl is. Naomi turned to her older sister, her voice serious. And how do we do that? Yuko asked cautiously. Like this. They saw the short-haired girl stand up, saying her goodbyes to Minami. Naomi wasted no time. Grabbing Yuko by the wrist, she followed after her. Once they rounded a corner, out of Minami's sight, Naomi confidently stepped forward, blocking the girl's path. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. The girl blinked, pausing mid-step. Her crimson-red eyes studied the 2 dark-haired women in front of her. Can I help you? Shinjo-san tilted her head, curious. Chapter 165. Is there something you need? Shinjo-san stopped in her tracks, her crimson eyes curiously scanning the 2 dark-haired girls standing in front of her. For some reason they looked oddly familiar. Like she had seen them somewhere before. But when she tried to recall the details, her mind drew a blank. It was as if their faces were obscured by a hazy mist in her memory. Still, for reasons unknown, she felt an odd sense of familiarity with them. A subconscious kind of closeness. So naturally, Her tone softened a little as she asked again, "Is there something I can help you with?" "Ah, sorry about that." Under Akan's curious gaze, the short-haired girl with slightly round cheeks took the lead. "Excuse me, but do you happen to know a second-year student Shaoji Minami?" Hearing such an unexpected name, Akan raised an eyebrow. Her gaze instinctively flicked over their outfits. Neither of them wore Shukahai uniforms, which meant they were likely students from another school. Or possibly university students from nearby. She found it a bit surprising but still nodded. "Of course, I know Minami." With an almost smug expression, she added proudly, "In fact, I doubt there's a single student at Shukahai who doesn't know his name." That confidence, that slight pride in her voice, it wasn't just for show. When talking about Minami, even someone as skilled in deception as Akan couldn't fully hide her emotions. "He's our school's pride, after all. Last time, he ranked first place in the national mock exams." Yes. That was her Minami. The nation's top student. A true genius. Is that so? The two dark-haired girls exchanged subtle glances. The Shaoji family had a natural talent for reading emotions. Naomi and Yuko were no exceptions. And from just those few sentences, they immediately picked up on the subtle shift in Akan's tone. That hint of pride. That touch of fondness. And just like that, their alarms went off. This girl likes Minami. Which meant that was two girls now. The pink-haired one from earlier and this one. The situation was quickly getting out of control. But revealing their identities as Minami's sisters now would be a bad move. Naomi quickly made up her mind. They needed to hold back for now and probe for more information. Just how deep did this girl's feelings for Minami go? Seeing that it was time to strike, Shaoji Naomi spoke up, "My sister and I heard about this so-called top student in the national mock exams. Shaoji Minami, so we got a little curious. But when you think about it, being first in a national exam isn't exactly something to brag about, is it?" She paused, feigned a casual, uninterested tone and added, "After all, when competing with so many students, luck plays a major role. Maybe this Shaoji guy is just a decent student who happened to get lucky and snatched first place." "What?" For the first time, the perfect smile on Shinjo Akan's face stiffened. It was only for a split second, but a moment of rigidity nonetheless. However, almost immediately, she returned to her usual, warm expression, except her eyes narrowed slightly. She spoke with a slow, deliberate tone, "I simply can't agree with that. Sure, luck might play a tiny part in it. But make no mistake, Shaoji Minami is an elite among elites. He consistently dominates the top spot in every single test here at Shukahai." Akan emphasized the phrase "a tiny part," clearly not buying the luck excuse. To Naomi and Yuko it was obvious. This girl was blatantly biased. Naomi smirked. Just what kind of spell had her little brother cast on this stunningly beautiful girl? Still, she had a game to play. So she kept pushing. "If you ask me, I think it's just the media hyping him up too much. Minami isn't as amazing as people make him out to be. I mean, I heard he's from the countryside. Being from a poor background and still securing a place at Tokyo's prestigious Shukahai, doesn't that prove his excellence?" Akan fired back without hesitation. At this point, she didn't even understand why she was debating this, but one thing was clear: if someone dared to slander her Minami, she wouldn't sit idly by. She could say whatever she wanted about him, but hearing it from someone else? Unacceptable. Romanticizing hardship is meaningless. A modest upbringing means he has limited worldview and experience. Not necessarily. From what I know, Minami's knowledge is just as broad, if not broader, than any Tokyo native. Aside from his knowledge, what else does he even have to offer? The short-haired girl spoke with unwavering composure. And somehow she struck a nerve. There was something about her words. It felt like she really knew Minami. As if she had a deep understanding of him. Akan was momentarily caught off guard. But she wasn't about to lose. With a fiery determination, she blurted out, "His writing. Minami writes exceptional essays. His words are simple yet sincere. He even got published in Shuka's literary magazine." Without missing a beat, Naomi shrugged, "It's just basic reading and writing. Not exactly a skill you can make money off of." Her response was firm. She even threw in, "And honestly, don't you think it's a little unfair? The second-place student in your grade must feel so overshadowed." "They don't feel overshadowed at all." Akan finally snapped. "Oh? And why's that?" "Because I am the second-ranked student in our grade. And I know Minami better than you ever could." Akan was done holding back. Her face was flushed not just from frustration but from the sheer audacity of the girl standing before her. What the hell? Who was this woman? She showed up out of nowhere and immediately started bad-mouthing her Minami? Akan gritted her teeth. She had spent years perfecting her mask of calm and poise, yet somehow, this woman managed to completely tear it off within minutes. Her violet red eyes glared daggers at the two strangers. "Oh? Is that so?" Naomi raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected that. She only casually mentioned second place in passing, not knowing it was actually the girl standing before her. What a pleasant surprise. A beautiful girl. Incredibly smart. Extremely defensive over her brother. Naomi had to admit she was jealous. What kind of insane luck did that bastard Minami have? Naomi could practically hear her own teeth grinding in envy. But now was not the time for that. She had one last thing to confirm. Even if you're the same grade, that doesn't necessarily mean you understand him completely. It's not enough proof. Or, are you saying you're Shoji Minami's girlfriend? She locked eyes with Akon, waiting for her reaction. If this were some typical romance anime, the heroine would stutter, turn beet red, wave her hands frantically and deny it in a flustered panic. But Akon? One of the main heroines from SSSS. Gridman? She was built differently. Without the slightest hesitation, I am. Akon, who had already mentally confirmed herself as Minami's girlfriend, had absolutely no intention of hiding it. Sure, she hadn't technically confessed to him yet, but they already had indirect kisses. She had spent the night at his place. To her, it was only a matter of time before it was made official. Besides, it was strategically smart to declare it now. By asserting her claim, she could ward off any potential rivals. So she stood tall, brimming with confidence, and declared, "Now do you understand?" Having boldly admitted her relationship, she had nothing left to hide. Akon raised her chin slightly, a smug, victorious smirk tugging at her lips. As Minami's girlfriend, I know him better than the two of you ever could. Naomi said nothing. Seeing the silent reaction, Akon's confidence soared. Finally she had the upper hand. It was time to press her advantage. She stepped forward, towering over them with the air of an unstoppable force. That's right. Which is why I believe you two should apologize. She grinned, hands on her hips. Not just to me but to my boyfriend as well. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar voice called out from behind. Yuko Nizan? Naomi Nizan? To Akon, there was only one person in this world with such a clear, soothing voice. Shoji Minami. But what were those names he just called out? Yuko Nizan? Naomi Nizan? Wait. Wait, like a rusty, malfunctioning robot, Akon stiffly turned her head. And finally the pieces clicked together. Through fragmented memories from her dream simulator, she had heard of them before. Though she had never met them directly, she knew of them. Shoji Minami's sisters. Shoji Yuko. Shoji Naomi. Akon stood frozen, staring at them. And they stared right back. Yuko smiled politely. Naomi grinned mischievously. Gulp, all the color drained from Akon's face. Oh. My. God. She had just boasted about knowing Minami better than his own sisters. She had just declared herself as his girlfriend right in front of his family. I'm dead. Akon's brain shut down. Everything was over. Shinjo Akon's mind went completely blank. At this moment, only one thought echoed in her head, I'm doomed. She had rehearsed this moment countless times in her mind. Whenever she imagined meeting Minami's family, she had a plan. She had a strategy. She knew exactly what attitude to take, what kind of expression to wear, how to win them over. But now, everything was ruined. Just the way she had smugly declared herself as Minami's girlfriend, acting all proud and high and mighty, that alone was enough to make her want to crawl into a hole and disappear. Could this first impression be any worse? Was there any way to make it even more catastrophic? No. This was rock bottom. There was no recovering from this. If there were a magic potion that could turn back time, Shinjo Akon would chug it without hesitation. She would reverse time, go back to before she met Shoji Naomi and Shoji Yuko, and completely change her approach. She would show them what a true, proper girlfriend should be like. She would make them acknowledge her. She would earn their approval the right way. But now, it was too late. Everything was over. Inside Akon's head, the tiny mental version of herself was banging her forehead against the floor. Meanwhile, in the real world, the smug, arrogant aura from earlier had completely vanished. Now, she was just a timid, nervous girl. She hesitated, her voice trembling as she asked, Minami-kun. These two are your sisters? What's wrong, Shinjo-san? Minami looked at her curiously. This reaction was weird. Shinjo Akon was always so confident, so composed. She always had that playful smirk, like she was 2 steps ahead of everyone else. But right now, she looked small. She looked helpless. Her voice was shaky. She was even stammering. Minami found this strange. But he still nodded and introduced them. The one with long hair is my eldest sister, Shoji Yuko. The one with short hair is my second sister, Shoji Naomi. Why Yuko ne? Naomi ne? Gee, good morning. I'm Shinjo Akon. Akon's voice was small. She forced a smile, but it looked like she was on the verge of tears. She was already adorable. But now, with that flustered and almost crying expression, she looked even more precious. "Hello, Shinjo-san." Naomi and Yuko both smiled kindly at her. They never held anything against Akan's attitude from earlier. In fact, they actually liked her. Any girl who stood up for their brother like that? That was someone worth supporting. But of course, Akan didn't know that. So, for her this was the most humiliating moment of her life. Meanwhile, Minami watched their interaction with mild curiosity. He suddenly asked, "So, Yuko-ne, Naomi-ne, how come you two are here so early? Did you arrive in Tokyo yesterday?" However, before he could even finish his sentence, Yuko interrupted him. "Minami, you should go take care of your school festival. Your second sister and I would like to have a little chat with Akan." "Akan?" Minami immediately noticed the change. Just one conversation, and they were already calling her by her first name? Wasn't this a bit too fast? Even he still called her Shinjo. And yet his sisters were already acting like they were best friends? That was suspicious. But alright, I'll catch up with you guys later. Since his sisters wanted to talk to Akan, Minami didn't interfere. Minami wasn't dumb. He wasn't dense. He wasn't clueless. It took him 1 second to figure out his sisters probably saw him eating Akan's leftover food. And now, they were curious about their relationship. But unlike some clueless anime protagonists, Minami didn't overreact. He didn't panic. He didn't try to deny anything. "Because lying about my relationships serves no purpose." Minami sighed lightly. Romance wasn't a game. Hiding things was meaningless. So whether it was Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, Nishikage Chisato, Inoue Takina, or even Shinjo Akan, Minami would take all of his relationships seriously. Being dense? Being oblivious? Pretending nothing was happening? That was the worst thing a guy could do. Leading girls on and wasting their time is even worse than having a harem. Because at least, the second one is honest. Chapter 166, News Simulatable Target found. Although it was his two older sisters who had requested it, before leaving, Shaoji Minami still turned to Shinjo Akan and asked, "Akan, you don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Don't feel obligated to respond just because of me." His gaze flickered meaningfully toward Naomi. "Especially since my second sister loves watching trashy Korean dramas. She might say something completely inappropriate, so don't take anything she says to heart." "Hey. You little brat. I can hear you." "Exactly. That's why I'm saying it right in front of you." Minami's tone was indifferent. "Ugh. I'm your sister, you know." Naomi nearly blew a fuse. She was about to argue back, but ultimately, she had no comeback. There was nothing she could say. Within the Shaoji family hierarchy, their parents ranked the highest. Then came Minami and Yuko. And finally at the absolute bottom of the chain was Naomi. From every angle imaginable, she was at the very bottom of the food chain. Yeah. Hearing Naomi's frustrated protest, Minami half-heartedly responded, before flashing a charming smile and saying, "Alright, Naomi-ne. Promise me you won't say anything reckless later, okay?" "Ugh." Minami's clear, strikingly handsome features curved into a smile. It was a deadly attack. And just like that, the food chain's lowest-ranking sister blushed instantly. Watching Minami turn away and leave, Naomi's face was still red as she muttered, "Stupid brat. He disappears for a few months and suddenly acts all smug? Hasn't Minami always been like this?" Yuko, standing beside her, was also slightly red in the face. "And I don't know why, but in just a few months, it feels like he's more masculine than before. Tokyo sure is something. Really knows how to refine people." She pressed a cool hand to her warm cheeks and sighed softly. "No. I don't think this has anything to do with Tokyo. Your brother is just one of those absurdly attractive Ikemen that are rare even in a city as big as Tokyo." Akan silently thought to herself, but didn't voice it out loud. After all, seeing that even Minami's own sisters couldn't resist his irresistible smile, it made her feel a lot better about her own previous flustered reaction. So it really wasn't her fault last time. Even his own family can't handle it. With that realization, Akan quickly pulled herself together, returning to her usual collected and composed self. "Ahem." She cleared her throat, then lifted her cute, delicate face, taking the initiative. "So, what did you two want to talk to me about?" Yes. She had to take control of the conversation. Only by attacking first could she win. After all, she was Shaoji Minami's future wife. Wasn't this the perfect chance to get on good terms with his sisters? If she handled this well, she'd be able to establish a good relationship with them early on. As long as she was careful with her words, and didn't make a fool of herself like earlier, what seemed like a crisis could very well turn into a golden opportunity. When it came to social skills, Akane had absolute confidence. She was sure she could win over Minami's sisters, and get them to recognize her as their future sister-in-law. So she made the first move. Hearing her question, Naomi and Yuko exchanged glances. After a brief moment, Yuko, being the more composed one, took the lead. Actually, what we're most curious about is... She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Earlier, Shinjo-san, you said you like Minami. And that you're his girlfriend. Is that really true? Yes. That was the biggest question on their minds. After all, Naomi had only managed to get that statement out of her by half-tricking her. But was that actually how she really felt? Or had she simply slipped up? This was an important distinction. Which was why they were closely watching Akane's reaction. Under their scrutiny, Akane simply gave a relaxed smile. Then, without any hesitation, she nodded. Yes. I really do like Minami. She didn't use any of her usual social masks. Her expression was genuine. Her words carried no deception. However, that part was true, but I'm actually not his girlfriend yet. I'm sorry, Naomi nay, Yuko nay. I lied earlier. Akane lowered her head slightly, her mind rapidly calculating the best course of action. She decided it was better to retreat now than to cling to a lie. After all, there was no point in holding on to a fake title. If Minami's own sisters asked him about it, the truth would come out immediately. There was no need to dig her own grave. Instead, it was better to come clean herself. That way, she could improve their impression of her. So, you like Minami? But you're not in a relationship yet? Yuko murmured, seeming to understand Akane's stance. So basically, you have feelings for him, but you haven't confessed yet? That's right. Akane nodded. And that simple confirmation made Naomi's head ache. She quickly grabbed her sister, dragging her to the side, lowering her voice to a whisper. Nei-san, it looks like her feelings for Minami are real. But what about the pink-haired girl Bocchi? Oh, right. While Akane was undeniably a well-mannered and elegant girl, Naomi hadn't forgotten about the pink-haired girl they had seen earlier. That girl's shy, hesitant actions, the way she nervously clung to Minami's sleeve, those were all clear signs of romantic interest. And now, here was another girl confidently declaring her feelings for Minami. This was getting messy. Naomi, who had once proudly called herself a romance expert, was now realizing she had zero real-life experience. At best, she was a fraudulent strategist. Faced with this unexpected battlefield, even she had no idea what to do. You're asking me? Yuko frowned. She turned toward her younger sister, who despite talking big was completely useless in a real crisis. This brat always bragged about being charming, saying she was a natural romantic. But the moment something serious happened, she was absolutely hopeless. Moreover, at least her second sister had seen a few melodramatic romance dramas. But she, on the other hand, was someone who barely watched romance films at all. The two of them whispered back and forth, occasionally stealing glances at Shinjo Akane. This only made the smile on Akane's face appear even sweeter and more charming. Compared to the chaotic thoughts running through Shoji Naomi and Shoji Yuko's minds, Akane's own considerations were much simpler: leave a good impression on them. Proceed step by step. And eventually marry Minami Shoji into her family. Thus, an unspoken standoff formed between the two sides. After a while, Naomi and Yuko finally reached a silent agreement. Since they didn't fully understand the situation, it was best to hold back for now. It wouldn't do to cause unnecessary trouble for either Akane or Minami. After all, both of them, whether physically or emotionally, were completely inexperienced when it came to relationships. Faced with this kind of situation, it was natural to feel utterly clueless. Shinjo-san, I think we more or less understand the situation now. Yuko carefully chose her words and said, but when it comes to romance, Naomi and I don't really have much experience. So all we can say is we'll be cheering you on. Just call me Akane, Yuko ne. Akane blinked and let out a soft sigh. On the surface, she seemed slightly disappointed, but deep down she was screaming with joy. They're supporting me. Minami's sisters said they're supporting me. Even if it was just a polite remark, just having their verbal approval meant that she could do so much with this. For example, she could openly spend more time with Minami. She could ask them for information about him. She could learn more about his interests and preferences, and tailor her approach accordingly. Simply put, that one sentence alone meant that Naomi and Yuko already saw her in a positive light. Perfect? In a spot where they couldn't see her, Akane clenched her fist in excitement. Then, with her usual flawless smile, she spoke again. By the way, you two must have come for the school festival, right? If you don't mind, I can be your guide. Meanwhile, while Akane was busy improving her standing with Naomi and Yuko, Shoji Minami was standing there, rubbing his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the time displayed on his phone. 8:16 a.m. He let out a small sigh. It was still early in the morning, He had just woken up not long ago, so why did he already feel so exhausted? Gota Hitori, Shinjo-kan. And now, his two older sisters. Minami rubbed his temples and glanced around at the various booths and activities already set up and running. Haunted house, target shooting, cafes. It was clear that the students had put quite a lot of effort into this festival. As for the food, that was debatable. But at the very least everything looked well prepared. I get the feeling today is going to be a very, very long day. Letting out another sigh, Minami took a few steps forward, planning to find a quiet spot to take a short break. But just as he started moving, he suddenly froze in place. The reason? A high-pitched, childish voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Ah! It's the super handsome big brother from On-chan's phone. Immediately afterward, a small, soft, and warm sensation latched onto his leg. Huh? Minami looked down. There, clinging to his leg like a koala, was a little pink-haired girl. She had wrapped her tiny arms around his thigh, clinging tightly as if she had just found her long-lost treasure. Minami's expression flickered with confusion. But within moments he pieced together the situation. A lost child, huh? She had probably come to visit the festival with her parents only to get separated from them. Minami gently pried her off and crouched down to meet her gaze. His eyes carefully observed the little girl in front of him. Short, silky pink hair that shimmered under the morning light. Big, round blue eyes, sparkling with innocence. Delicate limbs, small and frail, with a little fabric purse slung over her shoulder. And yet she gave Minami an oddly familiar feeling. Wait a minute, why did she look so familiar? Minami narrowed his eyes. Pink hair. Blue eyes. And those distinctive little strands of hair that curled at the sides of her bob cut. If you combined all of these features together, you... Just as Minami was about to say something, the little girl suddenly lifted her head and beamed at him. You're really the super handsome big brother from On-chan's phone. Minami fell silent. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. Then, he looked at the little girl and asked, What's your name, little one? The pink-haired child straightened up, puffing out her tiny chest with pride. Futari. Gota Futari. Nice to meet you, super handsome big brother from On-chan's phone. Minami blinked. And then, it all clicked into place. Gota Hitori's little sister. So that's why she looked so familiar. Minami's memories from the simulator had included glimpses of Futari. But back then she was already a middle schooler. Cheerful, lively, full of energy, completely different from the tiny, innocent little girl standing before him now. Hug. Super handsome big brother, hug. Futari raised her little arms expectantly. Her bright blue eyes sparkled, filled with childlike excitement. What do you mean, super handsome big brother from On-chan's phone? Hug. Alright, alright. Minami chuckled and scooped her up in his arms. As soon as he did, Futari wrapped her small arms around his neck, holding on tightly. Then, with a most serious expression on her tiny face, she declared, It means exactly what it sounds like. I always see your pictures on On-chan's phone. Minami raised an eyebrow. You always see my pictures? Huh. On-chan looks at your photos for like, half an hour every day before she practices guitar. At home, I always see her staring at your pictures and smiling. Minami fell silent once again. He had no idea what to say. But one thing was clear, Gota Hitori was about to have a very hard time explaining this. At home, Futari had often wandered into her older sister's room, and every time, she would see her sister staring at a certain someone's picture on her phone. From Futari's perspective, it made no sense. Her sister never had any friends in school. So why was she sitting there, grinning at some picture of a mysterious guy? And now she had finally met him in person. So naturally, Futari was extremely excited. Super handsome big brother, do you know my On-chan? She asked eagerly, still clinging on to him. Of course. Your sister and I are good friends. Minami smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Also, you can just call me Minami, Futari. Little kids always came up with the strangest nicknames. Super handsome big brother? Even if it was true, he still had to correct it. But just as Minami was about to explain, a familiar notification suddenly rang in his ears. New simulatable target found, Gota Futari. Minami froze. Chapter 167, When Are You Marrying My Sister? Discovered simulatable object, Futari Gota, Minami Shaoji. Hearing the system notification in his ear, seeing the prompt pop up in front of him, Minami once again looked at the little girl in his arms, Futari Gota, who looked no older than 5 or 6, dressed in a white sailor-style dress. This simulator is seriously messed up. Minami shook his head. A kid this young? Seriously? You're really registering her as a simulatable target? Minami couldn't help but shake his head again. He had already found this simulator questionable before. It was weird enough when it categorized his two older sisters as simulatable targets, but now, even Futari Gota? What, does this simulator have some kind of special preference for sisters? Minami turned his gaze away, choosing to ignore the absurd notification. He was still young. He still wanted to breathe the fresh air of the outside world. He wasn't about to get himself thrown in jail at such a young age. After dismissing the simulator's ridiculous message, Minami focused on the real priority. He needed to get Futari Gota back to her parents as soon as possible. After all, a little girl no older than 5 or 6 should be wandering around alone. Minami figured her parents must be really worried by now. After a brief moment of thought, he stroked his chin and decided to carry Futari Gota straight to Hitori Gota's classroom. "Excuse me, is Gota-san here?" Holding Futari in his arms, Minami asked the girl at the reception desk, who was wearing a black and white maid uniform. "Ah. Minami-senpai." The maid-clad receptionist was quite familiar with Minami by now. After all, thanks to tutoring sessions, the school's celebrity student had been dropping by their class at least once every 2 weeks. She greeted him casually before responding, "Gota-san should be backstage changing right now. If you need to see her, I can call her out for you." "I'd appreciate that." Minami nodded, then stepped aside, making sure not to block the classroom entrance. After all, this was a business. He wasn't about to get in the way of their customers. 3 or 4 minutes later, a startled voice came from behind the door. Minami? Why are you with Futari?" Hitori Gota, dressed in white stockings and a black and white maid uniform, could not comprehend the scene before her. Because Minami wasn't alone. In his arms, her own little sister was staring at her curiously. "Futari got separated from your parents. I figured you might have a way to contact them, so I brought her here." Daddy and Mommy got lost." Futari happily nodded in agreement with Minami's explanation. But the very next second, whoosh! Hitori snatched her little sister away from Minami's arms at lightning speed. Futari. You didn't cause any trouble for Minami, did you?" Hitori lowered her voice. She was terrified that Futari had inconvenienced Minami. If her reckless little sister somehow lowered Minami's opinion of her, she would never forgive herself. But before Futari could even respond, Minami, who had already heard everything, chuckled and spoke up. "Not at all. Futari was very well behaved. She didn't cause any trouble for me." "Oh, really?" Hearing Minami's words, Hitori instinctively let out a sigh of relief. But in the very next second, "By the way, Minami, what exactly is your relationship with my sister?" Futari looked at her visibly nervous older sister, then glanced at Minami standing calmly beside her. Even though she was just a little kid, she could tell that the relationship between these two wasn't so simple. "Didn't I say before? Hitori and I are good friends." Minami replied casually, then turned to Hitori with a smile. "Right, Hitori? Oh. Why, yeah. That's right. Minami and I are good friends." Hitori frantically nodded, trying her best to match Minami's energy. But this time Futari shook her head. With a bright, innocent smile, she outright denied their claim. "That's a lie. My sister doesn't have any friends at school." "Ugh." Hitori's jaw dropped. She yanked Futari behind her, her face twitching as she awkwardly turned to Minami. Kids just say whatever comes to mind, you know." "Minami, don't take it seriously." "No way." Futari peeked out from behind Hitori's skirt, speaking with full sincerity. "Every night, sister secretly looks at pictures of Minami on her phone. And while she looks at them she goes, hee and giggles like an idiot. I know all about it mmph. Minami." Minami narrowed his eyes, gazing at Hitori, who was now clamping her hand over Futari's mouth. Feeling Minami's gaze, Hitori's face twitched violently, forcing a pained smile that looked worse than crying. "See? She just makes things up all the time. Minami, you totally shouldn't believe anything my sister says. She's always spouting nonsense, seriously." "Okay. But before that." Hitori." Minami opened his mouth then hesitated, as if unsure how to phrase what he wanted to say. What is it?" "I think it's about time you let go." Futari isn't moving anymore." Futari? Futari. And so, that morning from within the maid cafe, a certain socially anxious girl let out a frantic, panicked scream. Later. I'm so sorry." Bowing deeply to the classmates who had helped her, Hitori stammered as she apologized. Not only had she not been able to help, she had actually caused trouble for both her classmates and Minami. At this point, Hitori was on the verge of tears. Why was nothing going her way today? In her original plan, she would put on a maid outfit, suppress her fear of serving customers, and when Minami eventually visited with his coupon, she would surprise him with a big, special moment. But now forget wearing a maid outfit. She was completely falling apart. Yes. For the first time, the socially anxious Hitori had meticulously planned out her entire school festival experience. First, Ikuyo would suggest carrying equipment together, allowing her to spend a warm morning with Minami. Then, she would give him a special maid cafe coupon, shocking him with her maid outfit. And finally, after her shift ended, she would casually invite him to explore the festival together. A perfect plan. But thanks to her suddenly appearing little sister, everything fell apart. Seriously, who the heck takes their little sister on a festival date with their crush? It's over. Everything is over. Hitori felt like crying. Why was everything so difficult for her? She had finally found someone she liked. She had finally taken action for the first time. But before she could even begin, it was already over. Fortunately, her classmates were very understanding. After hearing that Futari had gone missing, they kindly let her go find her parents first, saying she could return to maid cafe duty later. And even Minami he thoughtfully offered to accompany her while returning Futari. If not for this, Hitori definitely would have broken down crying on the spot. Minami, I want that one. Futari suddenly stretched out her hand, pointing to a takoyaki stall nearby. Futari, don't trouble Minami. Hitori whispered sternly, trying to act like a proper big sister. But clearly, her big sister authority held zero weight in Futari's eyes. Even after Hitori scolded her, Futari still turned toward Minami with a sweet, innocent voice. Na Minami ni Futari. I just told you don't trouble Minami, but before she could finish, it's fine, Hitori. Minami smiled, gently patting her head. It's just a little takoyaki. I can afford it. Ah. Why yes. Feeling the warmth of Minami's hand, Hitori's stern expression instantly softened. Her face turned bright red, and she nodded clumsily. Watching this unfold, Futari's curiosity skyrocketed. She memorized everything. As mentioned before, most of the food stalls at Shukahai's festival were run by students. And the takoyaki stand in front of them was no exception. Two female students were awkwardly flipping the takoyaki balls using bamboo skewers, struggling under the heat. They were obviously inexperienced. They tried flipping the takoyaki before the batter had even solidified, causing the semi-liquid mixture to spill everywhere. It was a complete mess. But Minami didn't mind. After all, this was a student-run stall. It was normal for their skills to be rough. He led Futari and Hitori Gota over, then greeted the two girls at the stall. Excuse me, one order of takoyaki, please. Minami-senpai? The two girls looked up at the sound of their names being called, and upon seeing Minami standing in front of them, they gasped in shock. Minami nodded calmly, completely unfazed by their reaction. How long will it take? The next batch should be ready in about 5 minutes, Minami-senpai. Minami nodded again. He was already used to these kinds of reactions. After all, he was not only ranked first in the second-year division, but also one of the most well-known seniors at Shukahai. In the eyes of many first-year students, he was practically at the top of the school hierarchy. Even Futari Gota, who was still holding on to her sister's hand, could sense it. When Minami approached, the way the two girls at the stall spoke immediately became more respectful. And this was something Futari had never seen happen with her own sister. Because usually, when they went out, even buying an ice pop would turn into a disaster, since Hitori Gota would give Futari the money and make her do it instead. It always made Hitori seem totally unreliable. Futari tilted her head, then looked up at Hitori and asked in her innocent voice, Minami is really famous? I never told you, did I? Hitori seriously raised a finger. Minami is incredibly famous. Almost everyone at Shukahai knows him. Really? Futari's eyes sparkled, her voice filled with wonder. Then, how did you manage to meet someone so amazing, sister? The moment those words left Futari's mouth, Hitori's mouth hung open. She had no idea how to respond. How did she meet him? How was she supposed to explain that? She clearly remembered the scene of her first encounter with Minami. It was because of her severe inferiority complex that she misunderstood him, thinking he might bully her. That misunderstanding eventually led to a whole series of events afterward, but honestly, that wasn't exactly some sweet and romantic memory. If anything, it was an embarrassing black mark in her life, one she could never erase. So when her younger sister asked this question, Gota Hitori had no idea how to answer. Just as she was stuck in a dilemma, Minami smiled and spoke up, the first time I met Hitori, huh? To be honest, it's a nostalgic memory. It was in the courtyard, right? I saw her carrying a guitar on her back. I was interested in guitars at the time, so I went over and started a conversation. We kept talking, and that's how we got to know each other. He spoke so smoothly and naturally that Hitori was momentarily stunned. How should she put it? Something felt slightly off, yet at the same time, Minami wasn't exactly lying either. Is that how it was, On-chan? Futari Gota tilted her head and looked at her sister. Ah. You more or less. Hitori responded in a small voice. Wow, that sounds so interesting. Well. Futari, when you grow up, you'll have interesting experiences too. Faced with her little sister's pure gaze, Hitori answered with slight guilt. Really? Why yeah. Really? Then I have another question for On-chan. What is it? When are you planning to marry Minami? PFFT. Cough. That single sentence made Hitori choke on air. Her soft pink lips trembled. Am married? What are you talking about, Futari? Marriage? Where did that come from? Wasn't this too sudden? Huh? You're not getting married? Minami doesn't think so either? Futari looked dissatisfied as she turned to Minami. Minami simply smiled, reached out to pat her head, then crouched down to look into her innocent, wide eyes. Marrying Hitori, huh? Now that I think about it, that doesn't sound too bad. When the time comes, how about you be our bridesmaid? Okay. Futari cheered excitedly. Minami? What are you saying? Hitori was so flustered that she couldn't even form proper sentences. Her entire face turned red as she scrambled to respond. Oh. Futari, look. Your sister doesn't seem very willing. Looks like our wedding isn't happening anytime soon. Minami sighed dramatically, his face filled with exaggerated regret. No. Minami, I'll make sure to convince On-chan properly. Futari declared with a serious expression. Seeing her little sister's determined attitude, Hitori became even more embarrassed and panicked. She squeezed her eyes shut and let out a long, defeated whine. You two are just ganging up on me. Chapter 168, Gota parents are worried. Gota Naoki and Gota Michio were extremely anxious. Just moments ago, while they were leisurely strolling through the school festival, they suddenly realized that their second daughter had gone missing. Of course, part of the reason was the sheer number of visitors at the open festival. But the real issue was that they had been too relaxed and let their guard down. Just as they were about to head to the school's broadcast station and Lost Child Center for help, their eldest daughter, Gota Hitori, called them. Apparently, Futari was with her. Hearing this, Naoki and Michio finally felt relieved. After briefly discussing a meeting spot over the phone, they hurried over to the agreed location. Area B. This should be the place, right? Holding a map of the Shuka Festival visitor guide, Gota Naoki and Gota Michio scanned their surroundings. However, the festival was packed with visitors. Even after wandering around for quite some time, they still couldn't spot Hitori anywhere. Just as they were about to call her again to confirm her location, a clear, youthful voice suddenly sounded beside them. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, are you Uncle Naoki and Aunt Michio? Huh? Hearing someone address them so suddenly, both Naoki and Michio instinctively turned around. A young man was standing behind them. He had slightly messy black hair, a refined yet calm expression, and strikingly clear black eyes that exuded a certain confidence unique to young people. However, unlike most youths, even though he hadn't said much, Naoki could sense a quiet, unwavering self-assurance from him. It was hard to describe, but there was an undeniable presence about him. But why was this refined-looking young man talking to them? And how did he know their names? Naoki was confused. He was certain he didn't know this young man from anywhere. So, he turned to his wife. Michio also shook her head, signaling that she didn't recognize him either. This only made Naoki even more puzzled. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, sorry, but who might you be? Ah, my apologies. I haven't introduced myself yet. The young man smiled politely. Uncle Naoki, Aunt Michio, nice to meet you. I'm Minami Shaoji, a friend of Hitori's. Minami Shaoji? And a friend of Hitori? Hearing his words, Naoki and Michio's expressions were filled with shock. The first part was fine. But the part about being Hitori's friend, that was something they found hard to believe. Their daughter's friend? The same daughter who was socially anxious, lacked confidence, stuttered when speaking, and couldn't even make eye contact with others, and yet, she somehow had a male friend? And not just any friend, but one who looked this well put together? That seemed impossible. Is there something wrong? Noticing their astonished reactions, Minami asked curiously. I mean, what's so shocking about being friends? Well. Naoki hesitated before carefully choosing his words. I'm Gota Naoki, but Minami-kun, are you sure you haven't mistaken us for someone else? I mean, could it be that there's another girl named Gota Hitori in your school? Maybe. You have the wrong person. Minami was speechless. Even if I mistook Hitori, Why would I get both of your names wrong too? Yeah. What were the odds that there were two Gota Hitoris, and both their parents had the exact same names? That was just ridiculous. But to Minami's surprise, after he clarified that he was, in fact, talking about their Hitori, Naoki, whose bangs covered part of his eyes, suddenly seemed to come to a realization. With an oddly serious expression, he muttered, then. Could it be that Minami-kun is one of those rental friends I've been hearing about online? That's it. It had to be a rental friend. Otherwise, how could their socially anxious, self-conscious daughter possibly have such a perfectly well-mannered male friend? It was completely unrealistic. Naoki and Michio exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Minami felt a headache coming. Futari was one thing, but he honestly hadn't expected this to be the impression Hitori's parents had of her. Hitori, just what kind of life have you been living at home? How did you manage to make your parents so convinced that you have zero social skills? He let out a helpless sigh. Still, he took out his phone and spoke calmly. I'm not a rental friend. If you still don't believe me, Uncle Naoki, Aunt Michio, I can call Hitori right now and let you confirm with her. He had only come to find them because Hitori couldn't locate them earlier. Now that he had found them, his job was basically done. Minami spoke naturally, his tone steady and sincere. There was no trace of hesitation or deception in his voice. That, in itself, made Naoki and Michio start believing him a little more. No need, Minami-kun. Feeling a little embarrassed, Naoki coughed lightly before saying, since you already know where Hitori is, could you just take us to her? Futari should be with her too, right? Yes, Hitori is watching over Futari. Minami nodded with a smile. As he led the way, he added, there are just too many people at the festival, so I was worried you might have trouble finding your way. That's why I came to get you. Ah, this way. Minami's voice was pleasant to listen to, and his speech was well-paced and composed. It was clear that he had a natural ability to command a conversation, a skill that, intentionally or not, highlighted his impeccable upbringing. Gota Naoki and Gota Michio were even more astonished. No matter how they tried to process it, no matter how they imagined it, a young man as exceptional as Minami Shaoji simply did not seem like someone their socially anxious, reclusive daughter could possibly befriend. Especially when halfway through their walk, Michio seemed to recall something. She tugged at her husband's hand and lowered her voice, Naoki, I think I've heard the name Minami Shaoji before. Truly, she was Gota Hitori's mother. Even though she was in her 30s, the way she leaned in and whispered into her husband's ear still carried a youthful, charming playfulness. Michio, you feel the same way? Naoki briefly shifted his gaze away from Minami's figure and murmured, actually, I also feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Wait a minute, a moment of realization struck. After some deep thought, he finally said, I remember now. Minami Shaoji. Isn't he the guy who ranked first in the last national mock exams? First place in the national mock exams? Michio's beautiful blue eyes widened as she turned to look at Minami's back in surprise. Yeah. Remember when Hitori first entered Shuka High? There was a public announcement on the bulletin board. Congratulations to second-year Minami Shaoji for ranking first in the national mock exams. As they recalled this, the couple exchanged glances. And then they couldn't help but both turn their heads back toward Minami. Their expressions were beyond astonishment. They were completely dumbfounded. Because they had never imagined that their daughter could have a friend this outstanding. Just as they were still whispering amongst themselves, Minami suddenly stopped walking and turned around. We're here, Uncle Naoki, Aunt Michio. Only then did they realize at some point, Minami had led them away from the crowded sports field and toward a quieter, tree-lined area on campus. And sitting on a bench nearby were Gota Hitori and Gota Futari. Papa. Mama. The moment she saw her parents, Futari immediately abandoned her sister and ran straight toward Michio with open arms. Honestly. Michio sighed fondly as she picked up her youngest daughter. Futari, remember to thank Big Brother Minami, okay? Futari nodded enthusiastically before turning to Minami with a bright, innocent smile. Thank you, Minami. Her soft, childlike voice was utterly adorable. Minami chuckled and simply nodded in response. Meanwhile, Hitori, still dressed in her maid outfit, pouted as she scolded her parents. Papa, Mama, seriously. Why did you come so early? And how could you lose Futari? Of course, she had every right to complain. She had plans today and all of them had been completely ruined by Futari's sudden appearance. That little troublemaker never let anyone have peace. All of her carefully crafted strategies, all of her mental preparations for the perfect date, all gone. Just preparing for this had taken so much courage as a socially anxious person. And now? All for nothing. Hitori was about to keep complaining when Naoki and Michio suddenly dragged her aside. Eh? Hitori blinked, utterly confused. Hitori, Answer me, are you and Minami-kun really friends? Why yeah, we are. Everything was happening so suddenly that Hitori could only answer in a daze. Not a rental friend? What? How could he possibly be a rental friend? Minami has helped me so many times, he's my real friend. The moment she heard the phrase rental friend, her sleepy, confused brain immediately snapped awake. She reacted as if she had just been personally insulted. And besides, do I look like the kind of person who would pay for friends? How could you even think that? Yeah. Wasn't that just humiliating? Why would she ever do something as pathetic as rent a friend? That was just too sad. She was furious. Absolutely indignant. But in the face of her passionate argument, her parents said nothing. They simply stared at her in silence. And in that oppressive quiet, Hitori's strong stance slowly crumbled. Her lips parted slightly and then she dropped her gaze. Okay. Fine. Yes, she was the type of person who might get desperate enough to rent a friend. But Minami is really my friend. If you don't believe me, just ask him. She didn't care what they thought about her, but this she was sure of. And she would defend it with everything she had. Gota Naoki and Gota Michio clearly sensed the conviction in their daughter's words. And for the first time, they asked in utter disbelief, Hitori, just how did you manage to befriend someone this exceptional? Because at home, Hitori had only ever talked to her imaginary friend, her guitar, Gita. To suddenly have this kind of person as a real friend, it was just incomprehensible. Well. Hitori fumbled for an answer. It's just that. Minami. He's really interested in guitars. So we started talking. And eventually, we became friends. She didn't have Minami's gift for smooth talking. So she could only repeat the same thing he had told Futari earlier. But the moment she said it, Michio's face instantly softened. And beside her, Naoki covered his face with his hands. And burst into tears. Wah! My daughter. My eldest daughter. She actually made a friend all on her own. Was this really worth such a dramatic reaction? Hitori asked hesitantly. Of course it was. Ah. Okay, sorry. Hitori lowered her head. Meanwhile, Naoki turned to his wife with tears still streaming down his face. Michio, see? Letting Hitori get into rock was the right decision. It must have been rock music that helped her make such a great friend. Woo. By the end, he was sobbing again. Honestly, his reaction was a bit much. But could you blame him? For years, he and Michio had worried endlessly about Hitori's future. What if she never learned how to socialize? What if she could never function in society? They never stopped trying. If she wanted to play rock, they let her practice 6 hours a day without a word of protest. If she struggled to make friends, they spent so much effort getting her into Shuka High, hoping it would help. They even put up talismans to ward off bad energy and sprinkled salt in the corners of her room. They had tried everything. And now their daughter had actually, truly, on her own, made a male friend. For Naoki and Michio, this was nothing short of a historic milestone in human progress. In his overwhelming excitement, Naoki suddenly turned to Minami, grabbed his hands tightly, and declared, Please. You must continue being Hitori's friend. This is my lifelong request. I'm even fine if you call me Dad. Just please. Huh? Minami was utterly baffled. What the hell is this middle-aged man suddenly talking about? Chapter 169, Making Gota Hitori a Bride. Gota Naoki was clearly in a state of excitement. After all, the fact that his daughter had made a male friend was something almost unimaginable to him. Since childhood, Gota Hitori had barely spoken, let alone made friends with boys. So, it was only natural that he got a bit carried away. However, compared to Naoki's excitement, Gota Michio remained much calmer. She first smiled and gently signaled for her husband to be quiet. Then, with a warm expression, she took Minami Shaoji's hand and said, Minami-kun, knowing that Hitori has a friend like you truly puts our minds at ease. As my husband mentioned, we hope that you will continue to stay by her side as a friend. Michio's serene smile carried a natural grace. Having a male friend like Minami-kun makes both Naoki and me feel reassured. As expected from the woman who had given birth to a beauty like Gota Hitori, her smile was exceptionally lovely. Hearing her words, Minami simply shook his head and replied earnestly, That's too kind of you. I don't deserve such praise. Being able to stay friends with Hitori is my honor. Girls like her are far too rare these days. His demeanor was both refined and natural. Despite only wearing his high school uniform, he exuded an air of elegance. Most importantly, his words were filled with genuine sincerity. There was not a trace of pretense or jest in his tone. This caused Gota Naoki and Gota Michio's eyes to light up with admiration. What a polite young man. And he genuinely seemed to care about their daughter. Not bad. Not bad at all. However, while her parents were pleased, Gota Hitori's face had already turned completely red. Mom. What are you even saying to Minami? I'm just stating the truth, Hitori. Michio turned to her flustered daughter, gently touching her own cheek as she sighed. I've always been worried that you might fall victim to some ill-intentioned man in the future. Ugh. Hitori's face turned even redder, but she muttered back in defiance, that's not going to happen. And what makes you so sure? Gota Michio sighed helplessly and shared her thoughts. Just think about it, Hitori. What if one day you meet a terrible man, someone who constantly asks you for money to play pachinko, wastes all your savings, and even bullies you into giving him more for his expenses? And if you refuse, he might start hitting you or yelling at you. Hitori, would you be able to stand up to him? Hitori opened her mouth, instinctively picturing the scene. And eventually, it won't stop at pachinko. He might even sell your beloved guitar for money. Michio's expression was full of concern as she continued, by the time that happens, you'll realize just how rare it is to have a friend like Minami-kun. Her mother's words were gutting. The worst part? Hitori couldn't even come up with a rebuttal. Because the more she thought about it, the more she realized she really was the kind of person who would just silently endure it. Fighting back? Yeah, that's not happening. But then Michio-san, I think you're being a little unfair. Minami Shaoji spoke up in Hitori's defense. Sure, there are people like that in this world. But Hitori is already trying her best to change. Judging her future based on how she is right now isn't fair at all. That's right. Minami had seen at firsthand Hitori had worked so hard, step by step, to become who she was today. He knew how much effort she had put in to overcome her social anxiety and insecurity. You couldn't just assume that someone's current personality would define them forever. Maybe in the future, Hitori would still be shy and reserved. But when the moment came where she needed to say no, she would absolutely stand her ground without hesitation. Just like her online persona Guitar Hero. Someday, she would become her own hero. I'm not just saying this because I'm her friend. I genuinely believe in her. Minami's voice was steady, without a single trace of insincerity. Minami. Hitori's eyes widened slightly. As someone who had always been insecure and pessimistic, she never imagined that Minami would have this much faith in her. Her eyes turned red at the corners. She made up her mind. Then, under her parents' shocked gazes, she reached out and firmly grabbed Minami's hand. With a determined nod, she declared, Dad, Mom. Just like Minami said, don't worry. I'll keep working hard and doing my best. Gota Naoki and Gota Michio were at a complete loss for words. They had never expected to hear words like working hard and doing my best from their daughter. And even more shocking, the same daughter who used to be afraid of making eye contact with strangers had just held hands with a boy in front of them. Their brains stalled for a moment. But being mature adults, they quickly composed themselves. Their eyes landed on their daughter's face, now flushed red with embarrassment. Then, they looked at her hand, the one that had just grabbed Minami's, before quickly letting go. This wasn't normal. Something was definitely off. Realizing that their daughter's relationship with Minami might not be just friendship, Michio exchanged a look with Naoki. Her meaning was simple. Could it be that Hitori actually likes Minami-kun? As someone who had been married to Michio for over a decade, Naoki immediately understood her message. He gave her a small nod of agreement. Yeah, she had just held his hand. And they had never seen their socially anxious daughter act this way around a boy before. They made eye contact. And as husband and wife, they came to a silent agreement. Minami-kun. Michio spoke up, still wearing her usual gentle smile. Is there something you need, Michio-san? Minami asked, his expression calm. It's nothing much. Michio continued with a warm smile. Hitori told me that you were the one who found Futari for us. And for that, I'd like to properly thank you. So, Minami-kun, would you be free sometime soon? We'd love to have you over for dinner. Dinner? Minami shook his head. Hitori and I are friends. Helping out is just a given. There's no need for such formalities. It was true. As Futari's big brother figure, it was only natural for him to make sure she didn't get lost. He wasn't about to just stand by and do nothing. No, we insist. Michio clasped her hands together and smiled. Then it's settled. Next weekend, Minami-kun, you'll come to our house for dinner. How about it? Seeing how insistent she was, and given that she was his friend's mother, Minami thought about it for a moment. Then, he nodded. Since you've invited me so warmly, I'd be honored to join you. It wasn't a big deal. It's not like he was being invited over as a future son-in-law. It was just dinner. However, next to him, Hitori looked as if she had just been struck by lightning. Minami is coming over for dinner? The surprise came at her like a whirlwind. She had zero time to process it. Dinner. Sure, it was at her house. But Minami was willingly setting aside his weekend to come over. In a way, wasn't this a golden opportunity? Her mind started racing. She sneaked a glance at Minami's face, her expression now a mix of nervousness and anticipation. As expected, Gota Naoki and Gota Michio, who had raised Hitori for over a decade, noticed her change in expression immediately. They exchanged glances. And at that moment, they confirmed their suspicions. Our daughter definitely likes Minami-kun. Thinking this, the two parents smiled. And then they started making small talk with Minami. Minami, being as socially adept as ever, engaged them effortlessly. His way with words was impeccable, keeping the conversation both pleasant and engaging. Eventually, it was time for Minami and Hitori to leave. After all, Hitori still had to go back to work at the maid and butler cafe. And as for Minami, even though he had no immediate obligations, something told him that the Shuka festival was far from over. As the two of them left, Naoki and Michio waved them off with smiles. And once they were out of sight, Naoki turned to his wife, eyes gleaming with excitement. I wasn't imagining things, right? Hitori really does like Minami-kun, doesn't she? Michio nodded. I think so. As a woman, she understood her daughter's feelings better than anyone. That same daughter who had been shy and withdrawn since kindergarten had finally found someone she liked. I never expected Hitori to have such good taste. Gota Michio sighed in admiration. Honestly, despite her daughter's shyness, low self-esteem, and average academic performance, not to mention a whole list of other flaws, her judgment in people was surprisingly on point. She had managed to set her sights on someone as outstanding as Minami Shaoji in an instant. First place in the national mock exams. If he could maintain that level of performance, getting into Tokyo University's medical school would practically be a given. And after chatting with Minami earlier, she had learned that he came all the way from Akita Prefecture to study in Tokyo. That only made her even more satisfied. Ahem, well, looking at it from another angle, Michio, your taste isn't bad either. Gota Naoki, hearing his wife praise Minami so much, couldn't help but feel a slight sense of male rivalry. Clearing his throat, he made his remark. Michio shot her husband a glance, then let out a small sigh. Naoki, have you forgotten? Her voice was calm. Back when you were obsessed with your rock band, because you could never make it big. I almost broke up with you? Ugh. Naoki flinched as if struck by lightning. That was a painful memory he could never forget. He had once thrown himself completely into rock music, pouring everything into his band. But the band never popped off, it never made any money. And so, Michio had ultimatumed him with the words, if you don't find a real job soon, we're breaking up. This forced him to give up rock music and find a job. But even so, Naoki, you're still just a window seat employer to this day. Gota Michio spoke again, her serene smile unwavering. Gota Naoki let out a defeated cry, completely crushed. In Japan, a window seat employee refers to a worker who is sidelined in the workplace. These employees are not trusted by their superiors, yet instead of being fired outright, they are assigned to remote, insignificant spots like by the window or in storage rooms far away from actual work. With just two casual remarks, Michio effortlessly shot down her husband's fleeting moment of pride. Having settled that, both Michio and Naoki turned their attention back to Minami and Hitori, watching their figures gradually disappear into the distance. From just this first meeting alone, their impression of Minami Shaoji was exceptional. But, of course, to truly understand a person, a single encounter wasn't enough. There was still a lot they didn't know about Minami. And if possible, as Hitori's parents, they wanted to learn more about him. After all, their daughter had clearly fallen for him. And judging by how deep she seemed to have fallen, they needed to make sure they understood just who this boy really was. This was one of the biggest reasons why they invited Minami over for dinner. In the end, whether he's outstanding or not doesn't really matter. Michio gently shook her head. As long as Hitori can be happy in the future, that's all that matters. Yeah. Naoki nodded in agreement. Even if Minami wasn't exceptionally talented, as long as he could make Hitori happy, that was more than enough for them as parents. Lying in Naoki's arms, little Futari listened to her parents' conversation. Her bright blue eyes flickered with curiosity as she watched Minami's distant figure. Then, she suddenly asked, is the handsome big brother going to come to our house to play? That's right, Futari. Naoki chuckled and teased, so next time that handsome big brother comes over, you have to help your unreliable big sister and make sure he stays, okay? Okay. Futari clenched her tiny fists with determination. She lifted her small face and declared seriously, I'll do my best to make Big Sis become the handsome big brother's bride. Chapter 170, Why Are Beautiful Girls So Beautiful? Gota Hitori followed Minami Shaoji all the way back to the main building. Right now, she was truly content. She had met his parents. She had learned that Minami trusted her, that he had been watching her efforts all along. For Hitori, that alone was enough. Having Minami's belief in her, his trust, that was already more than she could ask for. However, there was still one small regret lingering in her heart. After all this running around, she still hadn't had the chance to properly show off her maid outfit to Minami. The whole reason she had even worn this outfit was for him. Yet, even now, she hadn't heard a single word of feedback from him. That was a bit of a letdown. But oh well. Considering how great today had turned out, she figured she couldn't ask for more. As they walked, Hitori peeked at Minami through the strands of her overly long bangs. Other than that, she did nothing else. Because sometimes just watching Minami, without saying a word, was enough to fill her with happiness beyond reason. The two continued walking. Until finally the boy she had been staring at spoke up. "Looks like we're just about here." Hitori snapped out of her daze, suddenly realizing at some point, they had already arrived back at the main building. Minami's classroom was on the first floor, while hers was further ahead, to the right. That was fast. She muttered in her mind. That hallway, the one so many Shuka High students complained about for being too long somehow, to her, it felt way too short today. She wanted to walk with him a little longer. She wanted to keep walking by his side. Just a bit more. Even if they did nothing, even if they said nothing, just being next to him was enough. Hitori lowered her gaze. That tiny thought settled in her heart. But well then, I'll head back first, Minami. She couldn't bring herself to say something so selfish. Hitori never wanted to trouble him. Because deep down, she knew if she asked, if she just said it, Minami would probably say yes. But she didn't want to bother him. So she turned, ready to leave. However, wait a second, Hitori. Eh? Minami's voice stopped her in her tracks. She turned back, her voice soft and unsure. Is there something else, Minami? Ah. It's nothing big. The black-haired boy smiled. I just wanted to say your maid outfit is really cute, Hitori. See you later. With that, he waved casually and headed upstairs, leaving behind a completely frozen Gota Hitori. A few moments later she suddenly whipped out her phone and sent a message. Meanwhile at the Maid and Butler Cafe, a certain redhead finally had a moment to breathe. Just as she sat down to rest, her phone buzzed. A line message? Kita Ikuyo, who had just seen off a group of customers, blinked in curiosity. She checked the screen and saw an extremely obvious notification waiting for her. She clicked on it and then, probably dead, Kita-chan. I've made my decision, you've decided? Kita stared at the out-of-nowhere message in confusion. She was just about to ask what exactly Hitori had decided when another message popped up. Probably dead, I've decided that I'm going to wear this maid outfit for the rest of my life, huh? Kita froze. Eek. Gotta stay positive, wait, Gota-san, what are you even saying? Also, the maid outfit was made using our class funds. It belongs to the class, you know, probably dead, I'll buy it. If I buy it, it's fine, right? I can't live without it anymore. No. Kita's jaw dropped. This was a massive problem. No matter how you looked at it, wearing a maid outfit for life was just not possible. And the craziest part? Kita clearly remembered when their classmates had forced Hitori into the maid outfit. She had been super reluctant, looking like she was about to pass out. What the hell had happened? What could have possibly flipped her thinking so drastically? Kita wasn't dumb. In fact, she quickly realized the most logical explanation. The only thing that could make Hitori change like this was Minami Shaoji. Kita groaned, scratching her head. Yeah. That had to be it. Minami must have complimented Hitori's maid outfit. And now, she suddenly wanted to keep wearing it forever. Kita felt a headache coming on. Minami overdose is a real disease, huh? Clearly Hitori's case was already terminal. Meanwhile Kita was having a crisis over her bandmate. Minami, on the other hand, was completely at ease. He had spent the morning exploring the festival with Akon. He had helped Hitori with Futari's situation. Everything's going smoothly. He stretched lazily. Breakfast? Already covered, thanks to Akon. Now, he was just relaxing in the back room of his class booth, casually flipping through a light novel, waiting for his next shift at the chocolate banana stand. But at that very moment somewhere else. TL note, Tsuchiya Tayo and Shaozeki Shouta helped Minami with sewing the words Class 2-2 Chocolate Banana Shop onto a banner. Chap 153, is Minami inside resting? That guy is seriously way too enviable. At the front counter, Tsuchiya Tayo was preparing chocolate bananas, melting chocolate from the market, drizzling it over peeled bananas skewered on bamboo sticks, then finishing it with colorful sprinkles. As he worked, he grumbled to Shaozeki Shouta beside him. That guy, he's handsome, has top grades, and is even athletic. Fine, whatever. But on top of that, he's also close with Shinjo-san? The image of Shinjo-kan helping Minami with sewing for the school festival earlier flashed through his mind. Tsuchiya was practically seeing red with jealousy. That was Shinjo-kan they were talking about. The second-ranked student in their grade. Cute and charming. Outgoing and cheerful. A perfect girl in every way. And yet, she had willingly helped Minami without the slightest complaint. How could he not be jealous? His molars were practically grinding into dust. Yeah, no kidding. Shaozuki shot aside. I used to think of Shinjo-san as my dream girl, you know. His voice dripped with sourness like he had just taken a bite of the most bitter lemon imaginable. Life is so unfair. Why was there never a girl like that interested in him? In romance manga, weren't kind and gentle guys supposed to be super popular? But in real life just being kind was utterly useless. A socially withdrawn guy who never actively communicated with girls had zero chance of capturing anyone's heart. The two exchanged glances, both letting out deep sighs before continuing their work. Complaining wouldn't change reality. Just then a lively and energetic voice rang out from the side. Oh? Chocolate bananas? Takina, come here, come here. They look pretty good. Huh? Both Shaozuki and Tsuchiya instinctively looked up only to freeze in place. Standing before them a blonde girl with side-tied hair, held in place by a black headband, her golden curls bouncing ever so slightly with her movements. She radiated an infectious, sunlit charm, a smile so bright and full of life that just looking at her washed away all worries. And beside her a girl with long, jet black hair, a serious and composed expression on her face. She wore an orange blouse with frilled cuffs, paired with a simple blue denim skirt. Unlike the blonde girl, she wore no accessories. But perhaps because of that she exuded an unmistakable elegance like a refined young lady from a noble family. These two girls, one lively and warm, the other cool and composed. One as radiant as a summer sunrise, the other as tranquil as an autumn spring. They were like perfect opposites, mirror images of one another. And most importantly, these girls are insanely cute. Tsuchiya muttered under his breath. If they were talking about sheer beauty, these two were every bit as stunning as Shinjo-kan. Eh? You think I'm cute? Hee hee, thanks for the compliment. The blonde girl cheerfully laughed, eyes twinkling in amusement. She then turned to her black-haired companion and nudged her. Takina. They're complimenting you too. You should thank them. The black-haired girl, clearly put on the spot, let out a soft sigh. She then gave Tsuchiya and Shaozuki a slight bow. Thank you. Her voice was calm and polite, yet her eyes, deep as wisteria blossoms, quietly urged her companion, let's focus on why we're here, Chisato. Right. The main reason we came. Tsuchiya blinked in confusion. Main reason? Ahaha. So, about that. The blonde girl, Chisato, laughed as she looked around, her fiery red eyes scanning the area before finally speaking. This should be Minami Shaoji's class, right? Could one of you let him know that Chisato and Takina are here? His girlfriends came to see him. She finished her sentence with a playful smirk. But the moment those words landed, Tsuchiya and Shaozuki's eyes went wide in sheer disbelief. We. Girlfriends. Minami's. The sheer amount of information packed into that one statement was too much, so overwhelming that the two boys felt like they were about to short-circuit. Hold on. One Shinjo-kan was already unbelievable enough. But now these two gorgeous girls were also involved with Minami? And they were openly calling themselves his girlfriends? Tsuchiya and Shaozuki desperately wanted to believe this was just a prank, that this carefree blonde was just messing with them. But the serious-looking black-haired girl beside her wasn't denying it. Her only reaction was a slight flush on her pale cheeks. Tayo. Shaozuki whispered in horror. Is the gap between men really this vast? You're asking me? Tsuchiya was already trapped in his own existential crisis. He had originally thought the only thing separating him from Minami was Shinjo-kan. But now looking at these two girls it was clear. Comparing yourself to others really will drive you insane. Tsuchiya let out a deep, weary sigh before finally turning back to Chisato. Please wait a moment. We'll go get Minami. Thanks, that'd be great. Chisato cheerfully nodded, flashing another bright smile. As the two boys stepped inside the break room, they called out, Minami. Chisato-san and Takina-san are here to see you. Hearing those names, Minami sighed. Setting down his light novel, he rubbed his temples. Chisato and Takina? Man. Just when I thought I finally caught a break. He had barely just finished dealing with Shinjo-kan and Gota Hitori. And now, here came Nishikigi Chisato and Inoue Takina. Why did these girls all seem to be taking turns? He had barely sat down for 10 minutes since waking up at 5:30 a.m. Minami let out a long, helpless sigh. But still, since Chisato and Takina had come all this way to see him, he couldn't just ignore them. So, he simply nodded. Alright. Wait, that's it? Tsutaya and Shaozuki exchanged dumbfounded glances. Their eyes were practically glowing with envy, yet Minami looked like he was being forced into something. Minami. Tsutaya couldn't take it anymore, his voice trembling as he gritted his teeth. Do you have any idea how rare beautiful girls are in this world? Huh? What brought this on? Because there are two waiting for you outside. Tsutaya clenched his fists in frustration. With girls like that, shouldn't you be dropping to your knees and proposing on the spot? Do you have any idea how lucky you are? Minami, did you save the world in a past life or something? Shaozuki shouted, his expression twisted in frustration, his face contorting as he let out a sound that could only be described as sour grapes complaining about lemons smut simply because he couldn't have them. Both Tsutaya Tayo and Shaozuki Shouta were clearly spiraling into madness. And, thanks to their bonding experience over the sewing project last time, they had developed a pretty decent relationship with Minami. So now, they had no reservations about grabbing him and going on a long-winded rant about just how amazing beautiful girls were, analyzing everything from their facial features, charm, and even body proportions. After all that analysis, they arrived at one conclusion. Minami Shaoji needed to get out of the break room right now and propose to the two girls immediately. Listening to their absurd discussion, Minami could only stare at them in exasperation. These two idiots. They hadn't even dated anyone before, and yet, here they were, acting like experts, telling him what to do. Still, it wasn't right to keep Nishikigi Chisato and Inoue Takina waiting outside for too long. With that thought, Minami let out a sigh, then pulled back the curtain and stepped outside. Chapter 171, The Two Must Find Happiness Together. There's a saying, one hears the voice before seeing the person. The moment Minami Shaoji stepped out of the backstage break room, he immediately understood the meaning behind it. Minami-kun. Minami, chef. Two voices. One was as bright and passionate as the scorching sun, impossible to ignore. The other was calm and steady, like the gentle flow of a clear stream, bringing a sense of quiet peace. Chisato, Inoue-san. Minami nodded, smiling as he greeted them, while casually glancing behind them. Aside from the two, none of the other members of Raiko were present. Minami asked, is it just the two of you today? The manager, Kurami, and Miyuki-san are busy at the cafe. They won't be able to come see you today, Minami, chef. Inoue Takina lifted her fair-skinned face, her words naturally carrying a respectful tone as she explained to Minami. It was the weekend, Raiko's busiest time. Although Miyuki and the others wanted to come, they simply couldn't leave the cafe unattended. Minami, chef. Hearing Inoue Takina's serious tone, Minami found it amusing. Takina was still as rigid as ever. But considering how long they had known each other, her insistence on using honorifics was starting to feel unnatural. So, he took the initiative and said, Takina, we're the same age, and I never officially accepted Raiko's invitation to be their chef. You don't need to be so formal when talking to me. That won't do. Takina's fair, well-defined face remained serious. Minami, chef is still Minami, chef. Even though she couldn't verify whether the memories in her mind were real or false, Takina's respect for Minami was completely genuine. Not only did he save Chisato's life, curing her congenital heart disease, he also helped Raiko secure funding from the Tokyo Red Cross, and would even stop by from time to time, using his exceptional cooking skills to attract customers. Thanks to Minami's help, Raiko was in a much better position than before. They no longer had to stretch their funds to the limit, nor live in constant anxiety over their cafe and orphanage's financial state. Takina had always been a traditional girl, and she had always wanted to repay Minami's kindness. Kindness, coupled with the fragmented memories in her mind, memories of a happy life spent with Minami and Chisato. That was why, when Chisato casually declared that she was Minami's girlfriend, Takina didn't refute it. She simply accepted it. And so, at the very least, she wanted to show him proper respect. She continued addressing him as Minami, chef, which made Minami shake his head with a chuckle. I really can't get used to being called Minami, chef all the time. Minami thought for a moment, then made a suggestion. How about this? I'll call you Takina. And you can call me Minami-kun or just Minami. Like Chisato does. You can pick whichever feels more natural to you. Takina furrowed her elegant brows slightly, looking troubled. I don't think I can do that. Addressing someone directly by their given name felt too informal. Other than Kurami and Miyuki-san, who I've known since childhood, I don't address anyone like that. She hesitated, her silky black hair falling gently around her face. Hearing this, Minami smirked teasingly and reached out, taking her hand in his. So, I'm not considered one of your companions? His voice was steady and warm, his gaze clear. But. Minami, chef. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Takina's usually cold and composed expression instantly melted into a soft, flustered pink. Minami-kun, or just Minami? Minami repeated with a gentle smile. But. Minami-kun, or Minami? Ugh. Takina lowered her gaze, finally murmuring in a barely audible voice, Minami-kun. For some reason, just standing in front of Minami made her feel like all her usual strength and composure had been stripped away. She felt powerless, as if all the energy in her body had been drained. Yet, she didn't try to pull her hand away from his. But what she didn't expect was that Minami wasn't done yet. Still smiling, he raised a single finger. Say it again. Huh? Minami-kun. Again. Minami-kun. With people passing by in the corridor, Takina felt embarrassed and instinctively tried to pull her hand back. But Minami didn't let go. Once more, after teasing Inoue Takina back and forth over a dozen times, making her face flush completely red, Minami Shaoji finally let go, satisfied. For some reason, looking at a serious and well-behaved girl like Takina always gave him an inexplicable urge to mess with her a little. Hey Minami-kun, don't just flirt with Takina. Look. There's also a bright and cheerful beauty standing right here. Putting aside whether it's appropriate for a cheerful beauty to call herself that. Chisato-san, do you even realize what you're saying? Minami glanced at Nishikage Chisato, who was squinting with a mischievous grin. What do you mean by flirt? All he did was get Takina to change the way she addressed him. How was that flirting in any way? Era, this customer sure is something. You've been teasing the girls at our shop all morning, you know. Minami Shaoji. Yep. This was definitely Chisato. A girl who could shamelessly say things that would make most girls stutter in embarrassment. Oh well. Minami shook his head, deciding not to take her teasing too seriously. Instead, his gaze shifted to the cloth bag she was holding. What's that? Curious, Minami asked. This. Chisato lifted the bag proudly, let out a playful Humphrey through her nose, then explained, this is a special homemade breakfast bento that Takina and I prepared just for Minami-kun. After all, knowing your personality, you probably haven't had the time to eat yet, have you? She spoke while untying the bag, revealing a sturdy, single-layered bento box. With a triumphant look, she pulled the lid off. Inside was an assortment of classic bento dishes: hamburger steak, fried chicken, mini sausages, vegetable salad, cherry tomatoes, a colorful variety, all neatly arranged and visually appealing. So? How is it? Chisato flipped her hair confidently, flashing a brilliant smile. Takina and I woke up early just to make this, and based on the time. Minami-kun, you should be hungry by now, right? I should be hungry now. Hearing Chisato's words, Minami instinctively placed a hand on his stomach. He had just eaten 2 sushi rolls, a rice ball and a half, 10 takoyaki, a bowl and a half of yakisoba, and a hot dog and a half, all courtesy of Shinjo-san. Hungry? Minami's expression stiffened. Just looking at the overly generous portions of Chisato and Takina's bento was already making him feel full. But the real problem was there was no way he could refuse. The effort and care they had put into this bento was obvious. The rich variety of dishes, the precise arrangement, even from just a glance, he could tell how much time and effort went into making it. 2.1 points, well-seasoned, visually appealing fried chicken, 1.9 points, slightly excessive dressing, but overall a solid vegetable salad, considering that Chisato used to only be capable of making 1.1 point omelette rice. For her to improve this much in such a short time, Minami subtly glanced at the hands Chisato had been hiding behind her back. On her once smooth, unblemished hands were several cute, cartoon-themed band-aids. Minami sighed. So that's how it was. He rubbed his stomach, weighing his current stomach capacity, then let out a deep sigh. He really shouldn't have eaten so much earlier. He should have saved some room. Shaoji-kun, what's wrong? Why the sigh? Chisato tilted her head. I'm sighing because I'm overjoyed. Minami replied casually, taking the chopsticks from Chisato's hands before digging in. His pace was noticeably faster than usual. Gone was his usual calm and composed dining manner. Within just 1 or 2 minutes, half the bento was already gone. Wow, as expected of a guy watching Minami devour the food, both Chisato and Takina looked surprised. You're eating so fast. Minami Shaoji. If he didn't eat fast enough, that damn fullness would catch up to him, making even the most delicious food hard to swallow. Within just 5 to 6 minutes, he had somehow forced himself to finish the entire bento. That's amazing. So this is a guy's appetite? He actually finished the whole thing in just 5.5 minutes? Chisato gawked at the now completely empty lunchbox. She genuinely hadn't expected him to clear the entire meal so quickly. Not a single crumb remained. However, compared to her shocked Takina, standing beside her, simply looked concerned. Shaoji-kun. Were you really that hungry? It was fine. Minami remained seated on the bench, struggling to get up. No choice, he was stuffed. After already eating so much earlier, adding an entire bento on top of that, Minami found himself absent-mindedly rubbing his stomach through his shirt, his expression a mix of satisfaction and regret, more of the latter. Still, considering how much thought and effort Chisato and Takina had put into it, there was no way he could show any signs of discomfort. As Minami braced himself, he smiled and offered a compliment. "It's actually pretty good. What really surprised me was how quickly both of your cooking skills improved, Takina, Chisato. But just one serving might not be enough after all." In reality, Minami was already stuffed. But telling a harmless lie here shouldn't cause any problems. At least, that's what he thought until he heard Chisato's triumphant chuckle. "Just as I predicted." "Predicted?" "Yep." Chisato grinned as if she had seen right through him. "Actually, Tatie. Surprise. This lunchbox may look like a single-layer bento, but it's actually a double-layered one. There's a hidden compartment underneath." Without hesitation, she unclipped the wooden bento box, revealing an identical second layer beneath. "I knew it. A teenage boy wouldn't be satisfied with just one serving, so I prepared a two-layer bento in advance." Placing both hands on her hips, Chisato tilted her head back at an almost ridiculous angle, practically towering over Mount Everest with pride. "Come on, Minami. Praise me." Minami glanced at the additional bento, then back at Chisato, who was beaming with pride. "A surprise, huh?" "Yeah. This was definitely a surprise." Instinctively, he placed a hand on his stomach. For a brief moment, he had the urge to strangle his past self from a few minutes ago. Using the excuse that "I'll save this for lunch later," Minami somehow managed to escape the nightmare of eating 3 breakfasts in one sitting. But to be honest, with how full he felt right now, there was no guarantee he'd even be hungry by the afternoon. Shaking his head in exasperation, he turned toward the empty seats beside him. Chisato and Takina had gone to the restroom, which meant he had a short window to let his stomach settle. Perfect? Thinking that, Minami closed his eyes and decided to rest for a moment. Meanwhile, in the Shukai girls' restroom, Takina hesitated as she watched Chisato washing her hands. Then, gathering her courage, she spoke up. Chisato. "I'm sorry." "Huh? What are you apologizing for all of a sudden?" Chisato tilted her head curiously. "Even though you're the one who cares about Minami the most. Earlier, Takina trailed off as the memory of Minami holding her hand flashed through her mind. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had always known just how much Chisato loved Minami. But their interaction just now, it felt like she had shut Chisato out. "Huh? What are you even talking about, Takina?" Crossing her arms, Chisato gave her an incredulous look. "Why would I ever be mad about something like that?" "Huh?" Takina blinked in surprise. "Listen." Without hesitation, Chisato reached out and clasped Takina's hands in hers, smiling playfully. "Getting jealous over something like this? Not happening. And didn't I tell you before, Takina? What? True happiness is when the two of us attain it together." Their fingers intertwined as their eyes met. Chisato's crimson irises burned like autumn leaves in the wind, passionate, unwavering. Takina's violet gaze was calm, serene like wisteria flowers swaying in a quiet breeze. "I want to be with you, with Minami, forever and ever. We're one and the same. No one can separate us." Her words were something no outsider would ever understand. But the radiant, infectious smile on her face left no room for doubt. Jealousy? That wasn't even a question. If anything, she was happy. Because in this happy ending of hers, she never once considered leaving Takina behind. Chapter 172, Just how much do you want us to like you? Makeup. Done. Mental preparation. All set. Underwear that Minami-kun can't see. Already wearing. Cough cough cough? Huh? Just as Inoue Takina was about to respond, she immediately realized something was off and started coughing violently. He. Looks like you actually remembered what I said before and put it on, huh? Nishikage Chisato blinked playfully. If you're going to say that. What about you, Chisato? Takina's face burned red as she counterattacked directly. Of course, I'm completely prepared. Chisato confidently placed her hands on her hips, completely unfazed. In fact, I even brought a 0.01 condom just in case. Wanna see? Stop. That's enough. Takina's entire face turned red as she frantically looked around. Thankfully, there were hardly any people in the restroom. The occasional visitor would just come and go, barely paying attention to them. What's there to be embarrassed about? Doesn't Takina like Minami-kun just as much as I do? Chisato pouted, clearly dissatisfied with being interrupted. Liking Minami-kun is one thing. But. Takina's voice started off firm, but soon got smaller and smaller as she turned her head away. But that kind of thing is only for after marriage. Eh? Chisato let out a disappointed whine. Being upset about it won't change anything. We must maintain the purity of our relationship. Takina spoke seriously, her expression determined. But in those memories, Takina was the one who enjoyed it the most out of the three of us. Chisato pouted cutely. Ugh. Takina turned beet red. That was just in the memories. It doesn't count in real life. She protested loudly, but her voice was clearly lacking confidence. Hee, I actually think honest Takina is even cuter. Chisato giggled, deciding to end the teasing here. She glanced at the time. They had been in the restroom for about 5 or 6 minutes now. If they stayed any longer, Minami might start wondering what was taking so long. With that, the two girls put away their idle chatter and returned to Minami Shaoji's classroom. By now, the crowd at Shukahai's cultural festival had reached its peak. Compared to the early morning, the entire festival had transformed. Some classrooms were fully decorated, hanging lanterns, waving signs, and filled with endless streams of visitors. Even in small classroom spaces, the event was bustling like a festival street market. Students from Shukahai, along with outside visitors, moved about in excitement. Outside Minami's classroom, a long line had formed. It seemed the chocolate bananas were getting good reviews, and many people queued up to buy them. Minami-kun. Chisato beamed brightly, waving cheerfully at Minami Shaoji. Her striking golden white hair stood out in the crowd, drawing plenty of attention. And standing beside her with a cool and elegant aura was Inoue Takina, exuding a presence like a solitary orchid in a deep valley. The moment the two of them appeared, many eyes turned in their direction. But neither Chisato nor Takina paid any attention to the curious gazes. They simply jogged up to Minami Shaoji. Takina glanced at Minami's busy classmates, then hesitated before asking, "Me Minami-kun. Are you okay?" She still wasn't used to this form of address, and it sounded a little stiff coming from her. What do you mean by okay? By now, Minami had already spent 5 or 6 minutes digesting his food. Though he still felt extremely full, at least standing and walking wasn't an issue anymore. Hearing Takina's words, he tilted his head slightly. I mean, the class activity, it looks like you're pretty busy. Chisato pointed toward the long queue at the chocolate banana stand, clarifying Takina's concern. Ah. That? Minami immediately understood. There's no problem at all. It's not my turn to work yet. My shift is from 1:00 p.m. to 2:00 p.m. just 1 hour. Since this was a class project, he couldn't just skip his shift. But for now he was still free. Is that so? Hearing his words, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief. As they left the rest area, Chisato was the first to speak. So, where should we go next? Up to you two. Minami yawned, stretching slightly. Having lived through his previous life as a full-fledged working adult, he had little interest in student-organized festivals. Still, since Chisato and Takina wanted to explore Shuka Festival, he wasn't going to turn them down. Then I wanna eat something delicious. Chisato's energy was in full swing. This lively, party-like atmosphere suited her perfectly. The only issue was, Minami had already eaten way too much this morning. Not only had he tried nearly every food stall, but he had also eaten the bento both girls had made. So, he immediately declined, saying he wouldn't buy anything for himself, but they were welcome to enjoy whatever they wanted. The three of them strolled through the festival, stopping at various booths. Or rather, Chisato excitedly explored while Minami and Takina followed behind, watching her goof around. Minami, still uncomfortably full, wasn't in the mood for much activity. Meanwhile, Takina, with her naturally composed demeanor, wasn't the type to jump into festival games either. So, the two of them simply observed as Chisato happily munched on cotton candy, admired masks, and enjoyed a candied apple. Then oh? Chisato suddenly halted, her eyes sparkling as if she had found something truly exciting. Following her gaze, Minami looked ahead and spotted the stall that had caught her attention. It was a shooting game booth. Various prizes were displayed on the shelves behind the counter, and a few couples stood at the front, trying their luck with air rifles. Minami and the girls stopped to watch a particular couple. The boyfriend had already fired nearly 10 shots, spending about 600 yen, yet he still hadn't hit anything. The tall young man sighed, lowering the air rifle in embarrassment. Let's try again another time, Yumi. I swear, this gun must be rigged. It's impossible to aim properly. What? But Shouta, aren't you normally really good at these shooting games? You're just not focusing on me enough, that's why you keep missing. No, it's not that. There's a huge difference between FPS games and real-life shooting. I don't want to hear it. You clearly don't love me anymore. Wait. Fine. Boss, give me 10 more shots. The boyfriend, now completely panicked, hurriedly purchased another set of rubber bullets from the booth owner. Minami had to wonder, was it because Chisato came from Lycoris Recoil, a gunfight-themed anime, that she seemed particularly drawn to this game? Without hesitation, she grabbed both Minami and Takina by the wrists and dragged them to the stall, eagerly requesting an air rifle from the vendor. After loading the rubber bullets, she held the rifle in a stance uncannily similar to a Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle, squinting as she aimed. Even then, she didn't forget to check in with Takina. "Takina, is there anything you want?" "Ah. I don't really need anything." Takina glanced at the prizes on the shelf. They were mostly cheap dolls, hairpins, and other small trinkets. But she had zero interest in accessories like dolls or hairpins, so she frowned slightly and continued. "Chisato, maybe we should just skip this. Other people have spent so many shots without hitting anything, it's obvious the guns are rigged." "Huh? Other people are other people. I'm me. I'm the one and only unrivaled, unmatched, enemy annihilating, ultimate sniper, Chisato the Great." For some reason, Chisato always seemed to have unshakable confidence in herself. Unrivaled, ultimate sniper. Hearing that exceptionally dramatic nickname, Minami finally shifted his attention away from the struggling couple. Fortunately, Takina stepped in to explain before he had to ask. "It's like this. Chisato is ridiculously good at FPS shooting games. No matter which one, she's always among the top players. Because of that, people gave her this nickname." "I see." Minami nodded. It didn't surprise him at all that Chisato excelled at FPS games. After all, her reaction speed level 5 inches ability wasn't just for show. According to the system's description, her reaction time was fast enough that she could dodge bullets at close range. And FPS games? Those were entirely dependent on reaction speed. So, if Chisato was a top-tier FPS player, it really wasn't surprising in the slightest. "Minami, is there anything you want?" "No matter what it is, Chisato-sama will win it for you." Seeing her best friend and partner in crime hyping her up so much, Chisato was now even more determined to impress Minami. "In that case, I'll take that panda plushie." Not wanting to ruin her enthusiasm, Minami casually pointed at a prize on the shelf. "Got it." Grinning, Chisato firmly gripped the rifle, took aim and fired. Bang. She completely missed. "Huh?" Minami blinked in surprise. Based on what he remembered from Lycoris Recoil, Chisato was never bad at shooting. Even when using low-accuracy non-lethal bullets, she could still hit her targets with precision. But here she missed entirely. Though, compared to Minami's surprise, Chisato seemed completely unfazed. Without hesitation, she loaded a second bullet, narrowed her eyes, and focused. The first shot was just to get a feel for the gun. The second shot is the real deal. She locked onto the standing panda plushie and pulled the trigger. Bang. As Minami Shaoji watched, just as Chisato had said, the rubber plug hit the panda plushie dead on, knocking it over effortlessly. At the same time, he overheard a couple's conversation nearby. "Shouta. Look, even other people can do it, why can't you? This just proves your feelings aren't strong enough, doesn't it? Wait. Boss. Give me 5 more shots." That was the panicked voice of the boyfriend. Even as Shaoji walked away, he had no idea whether that guy Shouta had managed to win the prize his girlfriend wanted or not. The three of them continued strolling through the Shuka festival. And just as Aijichi Najiko had said, this festival was far more diverse than a typical high school cultural festival. Not only were there various food stalls, but even accessory booths selling all sorts of trinkets and decorations. Clearly, these booths were targeted at female customers. And sure enough, most of the visitors browsing the stalls were women, or women dragging along their boyfriends. Chisato was having a blast shopping around, and of course she wouldn't miss out on this area. She eagerly pulled Takina along, checking out this and glancing at that. Meanwhile, Shaoji wasn't particularly interested in this kind of shopping. But seeing how enthusiastic Chisato and Takina were, he decided to take a break, casually scanning the surrounding decorations. Sparkling bracelets. Cute phone cases. Small, rhinestone-studded rings. They didn't seem expensive, but each one was delicately crafted and charming. It was clear that the students running these booths had put in a lot of effort. As Shaoji's gaze wandered, he suddenly let out a soft huh. Among the racks, he noticed a cute little orange cat-shaped hair clip tucked away in a less noticeable corner. It wasn't expensive, but it was adorably crafted, a tiny orange cat with its mouth curled into a playful smirk, looking almost like it was grinning mischievously. "Excuse me, could you take that one down for me?" Shaoji called out to the shop owner. As he took the cat hair clip in his hand, he examined its small, charming design and felt a sense of satisfaction. This would make a great gift. Should be no problem. "That's so nice, right?" Then Chisato's voice suddenly rang out next to him. Minami turned his head only to realize that, at some point, Chisato had snuck back over to him with her usual cheerful smile. If you're buying that for Takina, I bet she'd be really happy, right? For Takina? Yeah. Think about it, Takina's so cute, but she never wears any accessories, right? Isn't that such a waste? If you give this to her, she'll definitely become even cuter. Chisato glanced enviously at the cat hair clip in Minami's hand, grinning brightly. Takina had never been interested in accessories. She simply didn't care about dressing herself up. But if it was something Minami gave her, no matter how uninterested she was, she'd definitely appreciate it and accept it gratefully. However, I wasn't talking about Takina, I meant you. Minami glanced at Chisato. If I'm only getting something for Takina, then what about you? That's right. Takina's gift was decided. But what about hers? What was she supposed to do? Me. Clearly Chisato hadn't expected him to ask her that. She blinked, momentarily stunned. You always care too much about Takina's opinion. Minami Shaoji looked down at the cat-shaped hairpin in his hand, shaking his head as he continued. Caring about someone you love isn't a bad thing. But if you get so caught up in someone else's feelings that you start neglecting your own, you'll only lose yourself. That's all there is to it. Then, he raised his head and asked, Chisato, don't you want this hairpin too? For once, Chisato, who was always so bright and cheerful, fell silent at Minami's question. But only for a moment. I mean, I do want it. But compared to me, Takina probably needs it more. A gentle smile bloomed on Chisato's lively, expressive face. Her thoughts were always simple. Takina's happiness was her happiness, nothing more, nothing less. But Minami clearly wasn't satisfied with that answer. Instead, he turned to the student running the stall and asked, do you have any more of these orange cat hairpins? Ah. Sorry, Minami-senpai. These hairpins have been pretty popular. This is actually our last one. The student running the booth apologized, clearly feeling bad. Minami remained silent for a moment. It's fine, Minami. It's just a hairpin. I don't mind at all. Chisato returned to her usual, carefree smile. And she wasn't lying, she would never get upset at Minami or Takina over something as small as a gift. To her, those two were the most important people in her life. Compared to them, a simple present like this meant nothing. At most, she might feel a little jealous, but that wasn't a big deal. She spoke casually, brushing it off. But Minami didn't respond. He simply paid for the hairpin, turned around, and quietly walked off toward another booth. Chisato rested her cheek against her hand, watching him go. Her golden red eyes were filled with warmth. This guy, seriously. She had already told him it was fine. Even without a gift, she wouldn't be upset. So why was he still being so stubborn? Chisato didn't understand. But there was one thing she did know. At this moment more than 1 second ago she liked Minami even more. Seriously, how did we lose you while walking around, Chisato? After finishing their stroll through the accessories booths, Takina had finally rejoined Minami. Now, she was directing a small complaint at Chisato. You were the one leading me around, and then you suddenly disappeared. By the time she turned back, Chisato was nowhere to be seen. Instead, standing beside her was Minami Shaoji. Fortunately, their phones still worked perfectly fine, otherwise, trying to find Chisato in this massive sea of people at the Shuka festival would have been like looking for a needle in a haystack. As Takina grumbled about that, Minami, standing beside her, suddenly extended his hand, holding out a small paper bag. Here, Takina. This is for you. A gift. Takina blinked, visibly surprised. She instinctively peeked inside the bag and there it was a cute, orange cat hair clip, resting quietly at the bottom. That's so nice, Takina gets a present from Minami-kun. Chisato, who had somehow reappeared, grinned playfully as she glanced at the orange cat clip. She truly envied Takina for receiving a gift from Minami. But just as she had said before, that feeling was only admiration. Nothing more. Because, to Chisato, simply seeing Takina happy was more than enough. As long as Takina was smiling, that was all that mattered. Chisato thought to herself quietly. But what are you thinking about? Minami's voice suddenly cut in. Chisato turned to him, confused. This one's for you. Right in front of her, Minami pulled out another paper bag. This is. Chisato instinctively took it and peeked inside the brown paper bag. A black cat hair clip rested quietly. Unlike the smiling orange cat, this one had a calm, aloof expression, a cool and lazy kind of charm. I couldn't find another orange cat clip. As Chisato stared, momentarily caught off guard, Minami continued speaking. So I found a similar one instead. Oh, right. His voice paused for a moment. Then, with his black eyes meeting Chisato's gaze, he added, just to clear up any misunderstandings, the orange cat clip was chosen by Chisato for Takina. and the black cat clip was chosen by Takina for Chisato. As soon as he said that, both Chisato and Takina were stunned. They turned to each other, eyes wide, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Minami simply sighed, exasperated. When he had been picking out the black cat clip, Takina had explicitly said, "I just want Chisato to be happy." She had wanted him to give the clip to Chisato. And when he had been picking out the orange cat clip, Chisato had told him the exact same thing. She had wanted Takina to receive it. Without knowing what the other was doing, both of them had made the exact same choice. Each one sacrificing their own chance for the sake of the other. And yet, by sheer coincidence, the smiling orange cat and the cool black cat had ended up perfectly representing their personalities. These two girls always had each other in their hearts. In every way, they were inseparable. At that moment, Minami finally understood. Why, in the simulation, the route where he married both of them had been so easy to unlock. Because from the very beginning these two had always been deeply connected. One couldn't exist without the other. They were both willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of each other. However, I understand wanting the other person to be happy. Minami spoke calmly. But at the same time, you shouldn't ignore your own happiness either. Chisato and Takina fell silent for a long moment. Then without any hesitation, Chisato threw herself into Minami's chest, rubbing her face against him. Takina, a bit more reserved, simply wrapped her arms around him gently. "Ah. Seriously. This man is too sinful. How much more do you want us to love you? Do you want us to hand over our whole hearts to you? Geez. Chisato and Takina thought to themselves as they savored this fleeting, tiny moment of happiness. Chapter 173, That blue-haired woman has arrived. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue had temporarily left. The reason was simple. Apparently, Mizuki Nakahara and Kurumi had ditched work at Raiko and snuck into the Shuka festival behind Mika's back. And knowing how unreliable Mizuki was as an adult, plus Kurumi's legendary laziness, there was no telling what kind of trouble they might cause. So, to prevent them from embarrassing themselves in public, Chisato and Takina had no choice but to go track them down. After parting ways with them, Minami Shaoji glanced down at his phone. It was already 12:56 p.m. Almost my shift time. He put his phone away, thinking to himself. As mentioned before, Minami's class was running a chocolate banana stall. His shift was scheduled from 1:00 p.m. to 2:00 p.m. With only 4 minutes left before his shift, Minami didn't waste time standing around and started heading back to his class. By noon, the food stalls were seeing an increase in customers. By the time Minami arrived, the two classmates from the previous shift had already almost finished cleaning up. Perfect timing. After exchanging a few brief words with them, Minami, along with a girl named Yuko Morishita, took over their shift. Yuko Morishita looked nervous. Really nervous. From the moment she first laid eyes on Minami, her heart sank. I'm doomed. Unlike Minami, who was at the top of the school's social food chain, Yuko had always been practically invisible in class. If she didn't have braided hair, she might as well have had the word background character written all over her face. And now, she had to work with Minami for a full hour. 1 whole hour. What if he finds me annoying? What if I just get in his way? She had heard the rumors about Minami. How he barely interacted with their classmates. How he was cold and distant. How his perfect grades made him seem almost unapproachable. Just standing next to him gave her an overwhelming sense of pressure. And if she accidentally offended him? Would I get bullied? She didn't even want to imagine it. The more she thought about it, the more her body tensed up, and she didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Honestly, if Minami wasn't standing right next to her, she might have already started crying. Lost in her spiraling thoughts, Yuko timidly spoke up. Minami-senpai. Huh? Minami-senpai? Minami raised an eyebrow, turning toward her. What's up with this girl? They were in the same grade, why was she calling him senpai? I'm so sorry. I meant Minami-kun. Realizing her mistake from his reaction, Yuko panicked and immediately bowed her head in apology, terrified of upsetting him. Your name is Yuko Morishita, right? Sensing her fear, Minami sighed and reassured her. You don't need to feel pressured. Making chocolate bananas isn't difficult. Just focus on the chocolate, I'll take care of the rest. Oh, okay. Minami's tone wasn't as intimidating as she had expected. That alone shocked Yuko. She had always heard that Minami was hard to approach. But now that she was actually talking to him, he's surprisingly normal. Morishita. Yuko clumsily broke apart pieces of chocolate with her gloved hands, dropping them into the pot to melt. All the while, she kept sneaking glances at Minami Shaoji beside her. At that moment, Minami was effortlessly multitasking. One hand peeled bananas and carefully skewered them onto bamboo sticks, while the other hand monitored the chocolate melting in the pot. Compared to Morishita, Yuko, who was constantly on edge, afraid the chocolate would burn, Minami's movements were smooth and precise, almost mesmerizing to watch. Under Yuko's curious gaze, he added fresh cream into the melted chocolate, then skillfully whisked it until smooth. Then, picking up a banana, he drizzled the rich chocolate over it before lightly sprinkling colorful sugar strands. A perfectly crafted chocolate banana was done. His actions were seamless, without the slightest hesitation, even more refined than a professional working at a chocolate banana stand. Morishita Yuko could only stare in amazement. That was until Minami suddenly spoke. Morishita-san. Ah. Huh? What is it, Minami-kun? Hearing his voice, Yuko snapped out of her daze, carefully responding. It's nothing serious. Minami handed a freshly made chocolate banana to a customer, who took a bite and immediately marveled at the flavor. Then, Minami glanced at her and asked, but, are you sure you're okay? Okay. Yuko grew even more confused. Your chocolate is burning. Minami pointed at her pot, where the chocolate had already turned black and was dangerously close to drying out completely. Yuko screamed in horror, frantically lifting the pot off the heat. Seeing her reaction, Minami could only sigh internally. Why did it feel like Morishita Yuko was actually a liability in this chocolate banana operation? And, as expected, since she had to go wash the now completely burned mixing pot, her chocolate banana station was practically out of service. As a result, all the customers ended up flocking to Minami's side. Fortunately, with cooking level 4, happiness, Minami handled the sudden rush with ease. Even with the increase in customers, he remained calm and composed, quickly making one chocolate banana after another. Even Morishita Yuko was impressed by his speed. If it had been her, she probably would have made a complete mess by now. Chocolate everywhere, total chaos. But more than just impressed, I'm so sorry, Minami-kun. Having finally finished cleaning, Yuko hurriedly bowed in apology. If he hadn't stepped in to save the stall, things would have been a disaster. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Minami waved it off like it was nothing, already moving on to preparing another batch of chocolate. Seeing him go right back to work, Yuko quickly followed suit. But soon enough, as she busied herself, she began to notice something strange. Something really strange. People. So many people. Yuko stared in shock at the ever-growing line forming at Minami's station. Wait. What's going on here? They were working the same stall. They were making the same product. So then why did Minami's line have so many people? That's right. Same stall. Same chocolate bananas. But Minami's side had a line stretching out the door while her side had barely any customers at all. Morishita Yuko couldn't comprehend it. She was making the exact same thing. So why was there such a huge difference? She stood frozen, watching as Minami smoothly and effortlessly churned out chocolate bananas, all while handling the cash transactions. 3 white chocolate bananas 1,500 yen. 2 dark chocolate bananas 1,000 yen. By the time she snapped back to reality, Minami had already put her in charge of handling the money. Because, frankly, he didn't have enough hands and handling money with sticky fingers was far from ideal. Since Yuko's side was practically empty, she might as well be useful somewhere. Yuko, now stuck in her new cashier role, had a completely blank expression. Who am I? Where am I? She had never imagined a simple school festival could sell this much. In just 30 to 40 minutes she had watched their supplies rapidly dwindle. The bananas, the chocolate, the toppings all disappearing at an alarming rate. Sure, the Shuka festival was famous, and the crowd was huge. But still this pace was ridiculous. Earlier, before Minami took over, their classmates had only sold about a third of the stock. But as soon as Minami stepped in they were now almost completely sold out. This guy wasn't just a top student. He was insanely capable at everything. Was he actually just an all-rounder genius? Seeing Minami Shaoji effortlessly prepare chocolate bananas while casually answering customers' curious questions, Yuko Morishita was utterly stunned. How is he this good at everything? And more importantly, are his chocolate bananas really that good? Because for some reason, customers kept coming back for a second round. Doesn't chocolate get tiring after a while? She couldn't wrap her head around it. Sensing her thoughts, Minami didn't even bother explaining. Instead, he casually handed her a freshly made chocolate banana. Try it. Huh? Is that okay? Yuko hesitated, looking at the banana that was supposed to be sold. It's fine. We've already hit our sales target for the day. Minami waved it off like it was nothing. After all, the cost of ingredients wasn't high. And since they were almost sold out, they had already made a good profit. So letting a classmate have one? No big deal. Then. I won't hold back. Since Minami had personally offered, refusing felt awkward. So, after a moment of hesitation, Yuko took a bite and immediately, her eyes widened behind her glasses. Now she understood. She finally realized why Minami's chocolate bananas were so popular. Because compared to her own clumsy attempt at melting chocolate which had a slightly burnt taste from poor temperature control, Minami's chocolate had a rich, deep aroma. It was sweet, but not overly so. The flavor had been perfectly drawn out during the melting process. The contrast between the warm chocolate shell and the cool, refreshing banana created a perfect balance. There was no sense of overwhelming sweetness, only pure enjoyment. And to think the ingredients he used were just ordinary store-bought chocolate and cheap bananas. Yet somehow, Minami had turned them into something exceptional. But more than that, beyond the flawless taste, there was something else. Something that no one else could replicate. It was that feeling of happiness you get when eating something truly delicious. That tiny moment of joy melted away all the stress she had felt. It even soothed her nerves, making her less anxious about working beside Minami. Yuko exhaled deeply. This is really good. Now, she completely understood why customers kept coming back. Because it was just that delicious. As she sat there, silently marveling at Minami's skills, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. For someone rumored to be hard to get along with, he sure was different from what she expected. He had never once complained about working with her, even though she had only slowed him down this entire time. Instead, he had helped her whenever she struggled. Maybe Minami-kun is actually a really patient and kind person. Just as she was lost in thought, a calm yet lazy voice suddenly rang out. Minami, 5 chocolate bananas. The voice was so distinct that Yuko instinctively looked up toward Minami and then her jaw dropped. She is so cute. Standing in front of their stall was a breathtakingly beautiful short-haired girl with blue hair. Compared to her own dull, awkward presence, this girl effortlessly embodied the words cool and stylish. She wore a black knitted V-neck sweater over a white-collared shirt, a round pendant necklace rested elegantly at her chest, paired with a navy blue, slightly vintage-style midi skirt only revealing a small portion of her legs, clad in black stockings. And then, there was her face. Perfectly symmetrical features. A naturally elegant, laid-back expression. Her entire aura was refined, cool, and mysterious. Just looking at her, Yuko couldn't tear her gaze away. She might be the most beautiful customer we've had all day. Curious about how Minami would respond to such an exceptional beauty, Yuko turned to watch his reaction, and in that moment Minami lifted his head, looked at the blue-haired girl and flatly said, 5 chocolate bananas, 5,000 yen. Cough. 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 Yuko choked. What kind of daylight robbery is this? Wasn't it supposed to be 500 yen per banana? Minami just doubled the price on the spot. Chapter 174, like a battlefield they finally meet. A single chocolate banana was priced at 500 yen. Yet Minami Shaoji had doubled the price out of nowhere. That wasn't just random inflation, this was daylight robbery. Witnessing Minami's blatant price gouging, Yuko Morishita, who just moments ago had thought, Minami-kun is so kind and gentle, was now re-evaluating the man before her. But after carefully observing him, she still couldn't hold back and gently tugged his sleeve. Minami-kun. No matter what, isn't his a bit too much? How could anyone possibly buy? I'll buy them. Huh? The calm, immediate response from the customer froze Yuko in place. Wait. Someone is actually paying 5,000 yen for 5 chocolate bananas? Who in the world would be this much of a sucker? And just as she was thinking this, Minami let out a small sigh and spoke. Ryo, didn't I tell you not to come and make trouble? Oh. So this was someone Minami knew. No wonder he had joked about the price like that. I'm just here to buy chocolate bananas, I'm not making trouble, Minami. Then why are you buying 5? Kesoku Band only has 4 people. Even if you're trying to treat me, I'm not eating one. Minami's voice was flat and direct. What are you talking about? The blue-haired girl blinked her amber eyes and replied matter-of-factly, obviously, I'm eating 2 myself. Minami. Fine. He didn't particularly want one anyway. But still, this woman really didn't have the word polite in her vocabulary, huh? Her straightforwardness was on another level. Minami simply shook his head at her response. Meanwhile, Yamada Ryo didn't seem to notice or care. Instead, after firmly making her point, she puffed up her chest slightly, then turned to Yuko, frowning. So, what's your relationship with Minami? And why were you saying he was being unfair? 1,000 yen per banana is pretty cheap, actually. Also, just so you know, the only person allowed to call Minami out is me. From the moment she arrived, she had already noticed the quiet girl standing beside Minami. And now that she had the chance, of course she was going to ask. Ah. Sorry. This idiot was just joking. Please don't take anything she says seriously. Before Ryo could even finish her interrogation, a golden-haired girl suddenly grabbed her by the collar and dragged her away with an apologetic smile. Ryo let out a series of incomprehensible noises as she was pulled away. Yuko stared at the chaotic scene in front of her. She opened her mouth but she had no idea what to say. Mainly because she never expected the normally quiet and distant Minami Shaoji to have such gorgeous acquaintances. Not just the blue-haired girl but also the golden-haired one with the side ponytail was adorably stunning. Bright, crimson eyes that radiated energy and warmth. A bouncy twin ponytail that swayed with each movement, paired with a big ribbon at her chest adding to her irresistible charm. Even as a fellow girl, Yuko couldn't help but admire her for a moment. Then, shaking herself out of it, she cautiously turned to Minami. About the payment. Just charge it as 2,500 yen. Minami replied casually. She can give me the money later. Besides, my shift is almost over anyway. Huh? Yuko blinked in shock. Minami tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Ah. Nothing. It's just. This shift ended so fast. Without thinking, Yuko Morishita voiced her thoughts aloud. She had expected that working alongside Minami Shaoji for an hour would be absolute torture, yet somehow, the time had flown by in an instant. There was a strange sense of comfort when working with him, to the point where she even felt a little reluctant for it to be over. Of course, she didn't say that aloud. Instead, she silently counted out 7,500 yen from the cash register and handed it to Minami. He took the change and placed the 5 chocolate bananas into a paper bag. After checking the time, he swapped shifts with a classmate who had just arrived. Not that there was much left to do. The bananas were almost gone. The chocolate was nearly finished. At this point, all his replacement had to do was clean up the stall. And Minami wanted no part in that. With his shift officially over, he walked straight toward Yamato Ryo and Ijichi Nijuka, who were waiting on the sidelines. Just the two of you? Minami handed the change and a bag of chocolate bananas to Ryo before casually asking Nijuka. Yeah. Kita-chan and Bachi-chan are still busy. Also, this is delicious. Nijuka's bright red eyes sparkled as she took a bite of the banana. No matter when I eat Minami's cooking, it's always so good. Minami's banana. Tastes amazing. Ryo licked the chocolate off her lips and gave a slow, approving nod. But don't say it like that. Minami lightly knocked her on the head. What the hell did she mean by his banana? Just the wording alone was completely wrong. But of course, Ryo didn't care. She simply rubbed her head, finished off the last of her 2 bananas in a matter of seconds, then turned her gaze toward the remaining ones in the bag Bachi and Kita's share. And then the paper bag was swiftly snatched away by Nijuka. Nope. Nijuka's voice was firm. Eh? But I paid for them. Doesn't matter. No means no. Blocked by Nijuka, Ryo simply turned her amber eyes to Minami and stared. But before she could say anything, don't look at me. Minami shut her down immediately. We're sold out. No more bananas, no more chocolate. You were just lucky you bought the last batch. Hearing that, Ryo smacked her lips a few times, as if still savoring the flavor. Then, after tilting her head in thought, she spoke again. Then if you want more, go buy the ingredients yourself. Minami cut her off before she could finish. Ryo fell silent. She simply stared at Minami for a long moment. Then, finally, all right. She agreed. Minami was already used to this kind of exchange with her. But today Nijuka suddenly blinked her bright red eyes and looked at Ryo with a hint of realization. Among the Kesoka band members, she had known Ryo the longest. And as the one who understood her best, she immediately noticed something different. Ryo had always been this blunt, this lazy, this carefree. But she had never spoken to anyone with this kind of tone before. This was almost like flirting. The old Yamato Ryo never asked for things like this. The old Yamato Ryo never softened her gaze like that. She had always been a prideful, distant person, someone who exuded an almost untouchable air. But now Ryo has really changed. Yes. Nijuka could see it clearly. Ever since Minami entered their lives, Ryo had visibly changed. Before, she never relied on others. Before, she never acted like this, never used such an obvious I'm totally spoiled kind of tone. Even her usual indifferent, half-lidded gaze softened whenever she looked at Minami. And it wasn't just Ryo. Bachi had changed too. She used to be terrified of people. She used to be too afraid to make eye contact. But now she was trying. She was fighting her crippling anxiety. She was slowly learning to look people in the eye. And that was because of Minami. Nijuka had no idea if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Love was complicated. And all she could do was watch over them. As a friend. Anyway, we still haven't seen Bachi-chan and Kita-chan's maid outfits. I'm really curious. Nijuka suddenly spoke up with a bright smile. Ryo perked up in interest. Aside from eating, drinking, and lazing around, her favorite pastime was teasing her bandmates. Seeing them flustered was one of the greatest joys in her life. Want to go check it out? Minami, on the other hand, was unmoved. I'll take you there. They should still be on shift. Since Bocce had taken time to bring Futari back to her parents, her shift should have been extended to make up for it. And Kido was always hovering around Bocce, so she probably stayed behind too. The three of them quickly made their decision and headed toward Class 1 to 2. Down the stairs. Turn right. And straight to the first-year maid cafe. Welcome to Class 1 to 2's maid and butler cafe. We Minami-senpai? Two welcoming maids struck a cute pose at the entrance but immediately broke character upon seeing Minami. Their eyes widened in shock. Their voices even stretched out from disbelief. Because of all people, Minami Shaoji had walked into their cafe? Wasn't he already here earlier? Wasn't he looking for Bocce before? They looked utterly confused. Meanwhile, Nijuka simply glanced at Minami, looking a bit envious. Wow, Minami-kun, you're really famous at Shukai. If only Kasoka Band had this kind of popularity. Then maybe their first concert wouldn't have had so few attendees. It's nothing. Minami just waved it off, completely unfazed. You guys go chat with Bocce. I'll be Snap. Minami, what are you talking about? You're coming in with us. Crap. His plan to sneak away unnoticed failed. Minami glanced down at his wrist, which was now firmly in Ryo's grip. This was bad. Considering the timing, Akon was probably done talking to his sisters. Chisato and Takina were probably done dealing with Mizuki and Kurami. In other words, all of them were heading his way. If he stayed here, things were going to get messy. And just as Minami expected, Nijuka, who had been deep in thought, suddenly snapped to realization. Monster of the human heart. Oh. Now that you mention it, Minami-kun. I did see it on the schedule. Yeah. Since it's a tokusatsu stage play, I need to go meet with the other event planner to discuss the details. I won't be able to stay with you guys for now. That was the truth. It was already past 1 p.m., and the performance was scheduled to start at 3 p.m. in the gymnasium. Preparation had to start early. There wasn't a single lie in his words. He just conveniently left out the part about Shinju Akon. And with such a reasonable excuse, even someone as strong-willed and free-spirited as Yamada Ryo simply rubbed her chin and gave a slight nod. Got it. She let go of his wrist. Then, in her usual calm, lazy tone, she added, if that's the case, go take care of it. I'll call you later. She didn't try to stop him. And Minami, finally free, let out a tiny sigh of relief. Good. Very good. Now, all he had to do was go find Akon. The tokusatsu rehearsal was about to start. Huh? Minami-kun? Your sisters and I were just about to go find you. What are you doing here? And who's that next to you? A soft, surprised voice called out. From the corner ahead, Shinju Akon appeared, curiously eyeing the scene before her. And before Minami could even process her arrival, another cheerful, playful voice chimed in from behind. Minami-kun. Who are these ladies with you? Yeah. At this point, Minami didn't even need to turn around. Just from the voice alone, he already knew. 100% guaranteed Chisato and Takina had finished dealing with Mizuki and Kurami and had come looking for him. HHH. Yeah. Minami's headache officially began. Because with these three forces suddenly converging, the situation had now become officially troublesome. Chapter 175, Did Yamada just confess in public? Class 1 to 2, Maid and Butler Cafe. The omelette rice had already been served, but Shaoji Yuko and Shaoji Naomi had no intention of eating. Their expressions were strange. Their eyebrows twitched. Their mouths subtly tightened. They would scratch their chins from time to time. They looked incredibly uneasy. And to be honest, they had every reason to be. On one side of the table sat Minami and the rest of the Shaoji faction. On the other side, the Kasoka band members. Next, representing Raiko Cafe, were Chisato and Takina. And lastly, sitting calmly, with a soft smile, completely unfazed by the situation, was Shinju Akon. Gulp. Both Shaoji sisters took a sip of water to calm their nerves. Especially Naomi. She couldn't even joke about Minami's love life anymore. Because holy crap, that 1 2 3 4 girlfriends thing she had been mocking earlier? It was real. She thought she was exaggerating. She thought it was impossible for Minami to have that many admirers. But now, if she counted all the girls here. Gulp. Naomi took another sip and did a quick calculation. Excluding Minami and the two of them, there were 7 girls. 7. What the hell? Naomi elbowed Yuko and whispered, Yuko, what do we do? How should I know? Naomi snapped back. 7, Yuko. 7. Even drama series wouldn't dare to pull this off. A love triangle was already dramatic enough. At least with a triangle, audiences could still visually process the relationships. But this was starting to look like an electrical circuit diagram. Naomi felt a headache coming on. After some quick deliberation, the Shaoji sisters stood up to introduce themselves. Then, Yuko spoke. Since sitting here in silence feels a bit awkward, why don't we all introduce ourselves? There were too many people. If they didn't go around introducing themselves, things were going to get confusing. In that case, I'll go first. Placing down her water glass, Shinjo-kan made the first move. I'm Shinjo-kan, a second-year student at Shuka High. As you can see, Minami and I are working together on the Monster of the Human Heart stage play. There was no hesitation. She had already decided long ago Minami was going to be her boyfriend. Since that was the case, she would charge forward, no matter what. No matter how many obstacles stood in her way. No matter how many detours she had to take. In the end, victory was hers. She was brimming with confidence, unfazed, and completely at ease. Her smile exuded the composure of a champion. And naturally her declaration caught Chizato's attention. Pink-purple hair. Chisato stared at Shinjo-kan's face, her eyebrows twitching slightly. She recognized her. It was just the other day. That dream. In that dream this pink-purple-haired girl had taken her place and was living a happy life with Minami. At first, Chisato brushed it off as just a dream. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized it wasn't impossible. After all the fragments of memories she had with Minami and Takina had already proven to be real. And now the moment she laid eyes on Shinjo-kan. She was sure? The memories in her head had been correct all along. This girl was the same one from her dream. But Chisato had already prepared herself. There was no panic. No shock. Instead she was completely calm. As soon as Akan sat down, Chisato immediately stood up and, with a presence no weaker than Akan's, declared, I'm Chisato Nishikigi. And this is my best friend and partner, Inoue Takina. Then, she flashed a brilliant smile at the Shaoji sisters. Minami-kun works part-time at the same cafe as us. Yuko-san, Naomi-san, it's nice to meet you. Standing beside her, Inoue Takina also stood up, her sleek black hair swaying slightly. She politely nodded to the Shaoji sisters. Nice to meet you both. These two. Akan lightly tapped her finger against the table, narrowing her eyes. If she were competing against ordinary girls, she wouldn't feel any pressure at all. But these two weren't ordinary. Chisato, with her radiant, infectious energy. Takina, with her graceful, refined composure. This is gonna be tough. For the first time, Akan wasn't the obvious favorite. She muttered under her breath, strategizing how to break through. Meanwhile, the Shaoji sisters turned to Minami. Minami. Works at the same cafe? Yeah. Minami, who had been silent all this time, simply nodded. Strictly speaking, he was only a part-timer there occasionally, but technically, it still counted. Takina and Chisato weren't lying. Seeing Minami confirm it, the Shaoji sisters had nothing more to say. However, that phrase, works at the same cafe. Something about it didn't sit right with them. The Shaoji sisters weren't foolish enough to believe things so easily. They weren't idiots as fellow women. It was painfully obvious that Chisato and Takina's feelings for Minami went far beyond a simple work relationship. After a brief silence, Yuko finally spoke then. What about the others over there? Her gaze now shifted toward the four girls from Kasoka Band. I'm Nodoka Ijichi, a second year at Shimokitazawa High. As you can see, Minami-san is our band's support member. As the de facto leader of Kasoka Band, Nodoka naturally took the lead in introducing herself. Then, her fiery red eyes shifted. This red-haired girl here is Kita Ikuyo, our lead vocalist. Next her gaze turned toward Ryo Yamada, who had just finished her omelette rice and was wiping her mouth. Just as Nodoka was about to introduce her, Yamada Ryo. Without waiting, Yamada Ryo stood up on her own. Compared to Akan, Shinjo, Chisato, and Takina, she was the only one who, instead of introducing herself normally, she swept her gaze across the entire room until her amber-colored eyes finally settled on Akan, Chisato, and Takina. I don't really care about Minami and his sisters. What I care about is the three of you. What exactly is your relationship with Minami? Blunt. No hesitation. No sugarcoating. Yamada Ryo's words cut straight to the point. Our relationship with Minami. Clearly, neither Akan, Chisato, nor Takina had expected Yamada to be this direct. However, before we answer that question, I'm a little curious since you're so straightforward, Ryo-san, may I ask what is your relationship with Minami? Instead of being caught off guard, Akan Shinjo quickly adjusted her stance and reversed the question back at Yamada. Hearing this, Yamada tilted her head slightly in a cute yet thoughtful manner. Then, She calmly turned toward Minami, blinking once. Minami. What do you think our relationship is? And just like that. With one single question, Yamada had completely shifted the focus onto Minami himself. Now not just Yamada but Akane, Chisato, and Takina as well, all of them were now staring at Minami. Unbelievable. Minami had been silent the entire time, merely observing. Yet somehow, Yamada Ryo had managed to drag him right into the fire. This was a complete trap. A death question. Like something out of a telltale game, this action will have consequences. With a small sigh, Minami took a moment to think before answering. We're friends. Eh? Yamada's voice immediately carried a tone of discontent. However, whether you like it or not, it's true. Besides, Ryo, have you ever confessed to me before? Minami's tone remained calm, his expression unbothered. And he was right. Their relationship was close, but Yamada had never actually confessed to him. So technically, calling her a friend wasn't wrong. However, friendship came in many forms. Was she a pure friend? Or was it more than friends, but not yet lovers? That part Minami left open for them to interpret however they wanted. His answer was simple. And yet after hearing it, Yamada Ryo nodded thoughtfully. You're right, Minami. I haven't confessed yet. Well then, she paused. Then, in one smooth motion, Yamada Ryo looked directly into Minami's eyes and without hesitation, I like you, Minami Shaoji. Ah. The entire room fell into chaos. Nobody saw this coming. What was supposed to be a simple question somehow ended with Yamada dropping a direct confession. This woman was terrifyingly good at playing the game. Chapter 176, A Love Triangle. Or a Battlefield? This woman. Her scheming is terrifying. Had she really planned everything this far ahead? As Minami glanced at the calm and indifferent blue-haired girl, he noticed Shinjo Akane's eyes widened in shock. Nishikage Chisato's elegant eyebrows arched in surprise. Inoue Takina, usually composed, looked visibly shaken. It wasn't until now that Akane realized Yamada Ryo had planned this whole situation. First, she blindsided them with an unexpected question, what is your relationship with Minami? This caught everyone off guard. Then, when Akane countered with her own question, then what about you, Ryo-san? What's your relationship with him? Ryo seamlessly redirected the spotlight onto Minami. This was brilliant. Akane understood Minami's personality well. Minami never exaggerated or lied when answering questions, especially in public. If he were officially dating someone, he would have admitted it outright. And that's exactly what Yamada had anticipated. She knew that Minami would give an honest answer. She waited for him to say it, and the moment he did, she struck without hesitation. What a trap. Akane clenched her fists, feeling frustrated for underestimating this girl. She had assumed Yamada Ryo was a laid-back, careless airhead. But in reality she was a cunning strategist. Beside her, Chisato and Takina were having similar thoughts. At first glance, Yamada-san seemed like the type to be lazy and unbothered. But this level of tactical foresight was unexpected. This was a dangerous opponent. Even the Shaoji sisters, Yuko and Naomi, were completely out of their depth. Coming from a humble background in Akita Prefecture, they had only ever seen high school confessions happen behind the school building or maybe under some legendary love tree. But confessing in front of this many people? That required an unimaginable level of courage. They sat there, stunned. And then, there was Kita Ikuyo. She had just watched her beloved senpai confess to someone else. The impact had completely shattered this normally cheerful, sunny girl. Now, she sat there, muttering incoherently, a broken mess. However, among all the chaos, two people saw the truth. Minami Shaoji and Nijuka Ijichi. They immediately realized Yamada Ryo hadn't actually planned anything. This wasn't a trap. She hadn't calculated or schemed. She just said it. She was completely serious. As expected of someone who lived freely, acting purely on her own emotions. Yamada Ryo wasn't the type to overthink consequences. If she felt like saying something, she just said it. That was the entirety of her thought process. Minami and Nijuka made eye contact. Both of them exchanged a look of helpless understanding. This woman. She had a talent for causing absolute chaos. Of course, in this case, the chaos was a heart-stopping surprise. Or rather, a complete and utter shock. And now that she had spoken her feelings out loud. Of course, Minami Shaoji couldn't just pretend he hadn't heard that. Even if this was just another one of Yamada Ryo's impulsive, free-spirited remarks, it still carried weight. He thought about how to phrase his response and was just about to speak when Yamada-san. A clear, confident voice cut through the air, interrupting him. Shinjo Akane. You may have beaten me to it, but I had already decided I will not back down. She lifted her head and, without hesitation, declared, I like Minami-kun too. Originally, this wasn't part of her plan. She had wanted to solidify their bond first, waiting until she had at least a 90% chance of success before making her move. But falling behind even once meant she could never catch up. Shinjo-kan refused to stand still while Yamada-ryo took the lead. So even if she was forced into this situation, she had no choice but to confess now. Her voice was steady, her gaze firm. At this point, Yuko and Naomi Shaoji were past the point of shock. They had long suspected that Shinjo-kan liked Minami. But suspicions were just that, suspicions. Now, she had outright admitted it. The two sisters exchanged glances. So this is what Tokyo girls are like. Elegant, refined, polite yet absolutely ruthless in love. Their hearts filled with admiration and just a little fear. Tokyo. What a terrifying place. And just as they were trying to process everything, what are you all talking about? Nishikagi Chizato's lively voice broke through the tension. Her spirited expression lifted into a confident smile. You've all been talking amongst yourselves. But have you even considered me and Takina? Her hand slid into her pockets. Inside, her fingers brushed against the black cat hairpin. She thought back to when Minami had given her and Takina the courage to face their happiness. She had already made up her mind. She would never give up on Minami. So Takina and I have never once abandoned our plans with Minami-kun. We love Minami-kun too. In fact, we've already made plans for marriage. Her scarlet eyes burned brightly as they locked onto Yamada-ryo and Shinjo-kan. You two want to move forward? Then we'll take 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps ahead. No matter what it takes, we will cross the finish line first. Minami belongs to us. She and Takina would seize their own happy ending. Everyone who had already declared their feelings refused to back down. The air grew heavy with tension. Even the maids who had planned to check in on the guests didn't dare open their mouths. The very atmosphere of the cafe had shifted. Meanwhile, how was Hitori Gota doing? One word, confused. Absolutely, completely, utterly confused. Still dressed in her maid outfit, she hadn't even had time to introduce herself before Yamada-san stole the entire spotlight. She watched in stunned silence as the mood transformed before her eyes. Huh? What's happening? Why is everyone suddenly confessing? This isn't right, is it? As the first simulation target, Hitori had memories of everyone at the table. She knew Nishikagi Chizato and Inoue Takina. She even remembered Shinjo-kan. But Ryo-san? Since when did Ryo-san fall for Minami? Her mind couldn't keep up. Why was someone who hadn't even appeared in her memories suddenly confessing to Minami? And worse, why was everyone else suddenly joining in? This wasn't part of the script. Just this morning, after she had walked her little sister, Futari, back to their parents, she had been so excited that Minami was coming over to her house. She thought she had a real chance. But now what the hell happened? How did things spiral this quickly? Why is everyone confessing all at once? The breakneck speed of everything left her paralyzed. A metaphor for Hitori's struggle, it was like warming up for a run. At first, everyone was just walking forward, stretching and preparing. Then, out of nowhere, the entire group sprinted ahead at full speed. And she alone was still stuck at the starting line. She had barely taken 3 hesitant steps forward only to stumble back 2, afraid she was moving too fast. The tension in the air was suffocating. What do I do? Should I confess too? Should I just go along with everyone else? Never in her life had she experienced something like this. She felt lost, helpless, and completely alone. She looked to Kita Ikuyo for help, Kita-san. But when she turned to her best friend for support, Kita was already gone. Not physically, but mentally. Ever since Yamada-ryo's unexpected confession, Kita had entered a state of complete shutdown. If this were an anime, she would be drawn in grayscale. A single breeze could blow her away like dust. Hitori's last hope for salvation was already lost. This was it. This was the end. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. She had never felt this alone, this powerless, this completely abandoned. And then, just as Hitori's world crumbled around her, a new voice cut through the madness. I swear. You guys, Minami finally spoke. He turned to Shinjo-kan, Yamada-ryo, Nishikagi Chizato, and Inoue Takina. Then without a second of hesitation he reached out and bonked each of them on the head. Thud. 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 Ow! All 4 girls yelped in surprise, reacting in their own unique ways. And just like that, the suffocating tension evaporated in an instant. The entire room exhaled. What the hell, Minami-kun? The first to complain was Chizato, rubbing her head. We were just about to settle this. Settle what? Minami shot her a look. Do you even realize where we are, Chizato? Chizato blinked, then finally looked around. Because she had been so caught up in the moment, She had completely forgotten they were in the middle of a school festival. Inside a maid cafe. And now a whole crowd of students was staring at them. Oh. For once, even the bold and fearless Nishikage Chisato felt embarrassed. She quickly shut her mouth and sat back down. Minami sighed and turned to Akane. And you, stop getting caught up in the moment. Don't overthink this. Then, his gaze shifted to Ryo. And Ryo. Stop pretending you're some kind of mastermind. You're just an idiot who speaks her mind without thinking. Huh? Akane turned to Yamada, studying her face. Ryo's expression was unreadable. But from Akane's perspective she still couldn't tell if Minami was right or not. But the next second, Yamada Ryo's words left Shinjo Akane speechless. Scheming. Mind? What scheming? She blinked her amber eyes in confusion and looked at Minami Shaoji. Shinjo Akane. Wait. Was this girl really just a complete idiot? She screamed internally. Her original plan had been to take things slow, build her relationship with Minami, and only confess when the time was right. After all, confessing now wasn't exactly the best move strategically. But she never expected all of her careful planning would be completely ruined by one simple, stupid, and unplanned confession from Yamada Ryo. She instinctively clutched her chest. No. Just thinking about how Yamada Ryo had wrecked her entire strategy made her feel like she was having a heart attack. Her earlier confidence deflated completely as she slumped back down into her seat. And Yamada-san? She was still standing. Until Ryo, sit down. Minami spoke calmly. Okay. Yamada Ryo nodded slightly and sat back down without a word. Watching this entire sequence of events unfold, Yuko and Naomi Shaoji were absolutely floored. Neither of them had expected that just moments ago, the air had been thick with tension, a full-on battlefield of confessions. And yet with just a few simple words from Minami, the entire storm had vanished without a trace. Was he seriously this skilled at handling situations like this? Was Tokyo really this brutal of a battleground? No wonder Minami had so many girls interested in him. It actually made sense now. The two sisters fell silent, their minds swirling with disbelief. And as for Hitori Goto? She let out a small breath. Crisis averted. As expected of Minami. Even a situation like this, he handled with ease. But as she relaxed, another thought crept into her mind. This time, things worked out. But what about next time? What if someone else made a move on Minami again? Would she still be lucky enough to keep up? The moment that thought settled in, the relief she had just felt vanished completely. Her chest tightened as anxiety took over once more. Chapter 177, Confessions. So, I want them all? Well then, Naomi and I will be leaving now. Standing at the entrance of Shuka High, Shaoji Yuko looked at Minami Shaoji and spoke in her usual soft tone. I've left her winter clothes with your landlord. Make sure to pick them up later, don't forget. Got it, Yuko-ne? Minami nodded before apologizing. Sorry, Yuko-ne, I should have been the one taking you two to the station. You'd better stay here and sort out your own mess, you brat. Unlike Yuko's calm demeanor, Shaoji Naomi was far more unrestrained. She easily hooked an arm around Minami's neck and shot a glance at the group of girls waiting for him nearby. Damn it. Such great girls. Normally, meeting just one would be like winning the lottery. But they all like my little brother? From every possible angle this was like a pig successfully digging up an entire garden of cabbage. Naomi shot a sharp look at Minami but didn't say anything more. And as if sensing Naomi's thoughts, Yuko followed up, as for Shaoji's romantic situation, Naomi and I won't interfere. She stood tall, her posture graceful yet firm, as she continued, neither of us have much experience with relationships, but we trust that you'll handle things properly with them. After all, these were his matters. Even as his family, it wouldn't be right to meddle too much in his private affairs. Yuko respected Minami, and this was her way of expressing that. And hearing her say this, Minami nodded slightly, understood. Yuko had always been the calm and considerate one, never using her seniority to pressure him. Unlike the unpredictable and airheaded Naomi, Yuko was the one he respected most among his siblings. After getting Minami's response, Yuko didn't hesitate any longer. She politely said goodbye to the girls from Kesoka Band, like Oreko and Shinjo Akane before turning and leaving the school gates. Yuko-ne and Naomi-ne are gone, huh? Watching the two disappear from sight, Ijichi Nijika let out a small sigh. Even though they had only spent a short time together, Minami's sisters had been surprisingly easy to like. Yuko was the perfect example of a traditional, elegant woman, gentle, kind, respectful, and never acting superior despite being older. Even Shinjo Akane, who was normally proud and headstrong, found herself holding some respect for Yuko. And as for Naomi? She was a bubbly, outgoing type. It took less than a few minutes for her to get along perfectly with social butterflies like Kita Ikuyo, Ijichi Nijuka, and Nishikagi Chisato. So now that they were gone, Nijuka actually felt a little reluctant to see them leave. But more importantly, she could feel it. This atmosphere. So awkward. Yeah. This was bad. Most likely because of what happened earlier. Yamada Ryo's sudden attack confession had completely thrown everyone into chaos. Now, things felt unnaturally stiff. Nishikagi Chisato was still talking cheerfully, but both Shinjo-kan and Inoue Takina had fallen completely silent. Clearly, they were regretting their impulsive confessions. And as for Gota Hitori? She was the same as always, too timid to make a move but constantly stealing glances at Minami from under her long bangs. Meanwhile, Yamada Ryo. This troublemaker was currently stealing ice cream from Kita Ikuyo's hands. She seriously has no idea that she caused all this, huh? How could she still eat like nothing happened after what she just did? Nijuka rubbed her temples. This was supposed to be Shukahai's cultural festival. They were supposed to be having fun. But now it was just awkward silence everywhere. Nijuka sighed. Whatever. As long as this idiot over here didn't say anything else to make things worse. Then maybe they could just move on and enjoy the festival. Or so she thought. Until, by the way, Minami, what are we supposed to do about all our confessions? Ijichi Nijuka. Mentally screaming. Shedidit. She really did. Nijuka clutched her head in despair. She had known this girl for a long time. She should have expected this. Normal people in this situation would wait for the right time. They'd ask in private when no one else was around. But no. Yamada Ryo chose to say it now. In front of everyone. And worse, this wasn't just stirring the pot. This was throwing Minami Shoji into the flames and watching him burn. And just like that, all eyes turned toward him. Shinjo-kan. Nishikagi Chisato. Inoue Takina. Gota Hitori. All of them were waiting for his answer. And Nijuka, even though she wasn't involved, she felt like she was about to have a heart attack just from watching. She wanted to say something on Minami's behalf. You're really just doing whatever you want, huh? It's fine. Huh? Before Ijichi Nijuka could even finish speaking, Minami Shoji had already cut her off. She turned toward him with a look of surprise. Because she really hadn't expected it. Minami had intentionally interrupted her. Logically, if he just stayed silent, this whole situation would have blown over. But instead, Minami-san. The ever-gentle Nijuka tried to speak up again. But keeping quiet won't solve anything. His voice, steady as always, carried a reassuring calmness. Just hearing it helped Nijuka's uneasy heart settle down. She hesitated for a moment, then held her tongue. And then, Minami continued. Actually, even if Ryo hadn't brought it up, I would have. Because no matter what, this was a situation where 4 different girls had confessed to him. Well, technically, Gota Hitori was too terrified to say anything at all, so there was no way Minami could just laugh it off and pretend it didn't happen. That would be disrespectful to Yamada Ryo, Nishikagi Chisato, Inoue Takina, and Shinjo-kan. But before we go any further, there's one thing I need to clarify first. His words piqued everyone's curiosity. Then how many of you only ended up confessing because Ryo said it first and left you no way out? This time, Minami's tone changed slightly. His usually composed face showed a hint of helpless resignation. Because the truth was, Yamada Ryo was a one-track-minded, air-headed idiot who could blurt out outrageous things with a perfectly straight face. And this time she had outdone herself. With one reckless sentence, she had managed to drag 3 other girls down with her. Huh? Mouthful of Kita Ikuyo's leftover ice cream, Yamada Ryo looked up blankly. Her expression was so pure and innocent that it perfectly embodied the word clueless. And yet her words had already turned 3 girls' faces bright red. The moment Minami asked that question, they felt the sting of what had just happened. Because the truth was, they had totally fallen into Ryo's trap. This woman was like a guided missile, hitting the target with perfect accuracy. Alright, then let's get back to the confessions. Minami didn't shy away from the topic. He turned to Shinjo-kan. Akan, if I had accepted your confession, what would you have done next? Huh? She clearly hadn't expected the question to turn on her so suddenly. Her soft pink lips parted slightly, and she struggled to find an answer. After a long moment, her face turning a deeper shade of red, she finally whispered, I don't know. Because honestly, she hadn't even planned to confess today. She had been waiting for the right moment, when she was 90% sure of success. But then Ryo threw out her confession like a bomb, and before she knew it, she had panicked and followed along. Minami turned to Nishikagi Chisato and Inoue Takina. The golden-haired girl and the black-haired girl immediately avoided his gaze. It was just like that moment in middle school when a boy would confess to a girl, and the entire class would start chanting, say yes. Say yes. This wasn't real confessions, it was just being a slave to the atmosphere. Because earlier Akon had confessed. And then, they had thought, if she confessed, then I have to confess too. Minami's eyes stayed calm as he asked, how many of you were thinking that way? Chisato. Takina. Akon. All three slowly raised their hands. Minami sighed deeply. But it's not like my feelings for you aren't real. Chisato pouted. Of course her feelings for Minami were real. I'm not denying your feelings, Chisato. His voice softened slightly. But just like you take your feelings for me seriously, I have to take your feelings for me seriously too. There was a pause. Then, he continued to me, confessions aren't a joke. They're not something you can just laugh off and forget. And they're definitely not something you should say just because you got caught up in the moment. Because if you confess to someone seriously, then I also have to take it seriously. Chisato closed her mouth. Because in Minami's words she had felt something sincere. She had thrown herself into this sudden love battle, willing to give everything for Minami. And in return he wasn't going to dismiss her feelings just because she had been caught up in the moment. He had to think seriously about it. Loving someone and choosing to be with them was never something that should be taken lightly. Minami might not have been the most proper person in the world, but he respected the people who cared about him. Today all of this had happened just because of one impulsive sentence from Ryo. It had been nothing but a whirlwind of emotions, leading to a chain reaction of rushed confessions. That's actually really rude. Takina, who had been quiet the whole time, finally whispered under her breath. Because the truth was they had only been thinking about themselves. They hadn't considered how Minami would feel about this. That realization hit hard. Even Chisato, who was normally so carefree, fell into deep thought. Akon, too, just silently gazed at Minami with those crimson eyes of hers. They were all reconsidering. This wasn't just about competing with other girls. It was about how do I truly be with Minami. Not because of a moment's impulse, but because we want to share a future together? That was the real question. And even Ryo had finally stopped eating Kita's ice cream. Instead, she had bought a plate of takoyaki and was stuffing her mouth with it. She seriously just keeps eating, huh? Minami shook his head. And as he thought about it, he knew he had to find a way to properly handle their feelings. But the more he thought, the more one particular thought crept into his mind. Wait. Should I just take all of them? Minami stared into the distance. Then, he turned his eyes toward Gota Hitori. She sat there, watching him, her light blue eyes filled with emotion. Hitori. Minami exhaled. He hadn't expected that in the middle of all this chaos she would be the only one who had kept completely quiet. Did she have some hidden wisdom from being socially anxious? With that thought, Minami reached out and patted her head. You've been seriously thinking about it, haven't you, Hitori? Hitori Gota's mouth parted slightly, her wide eyes staring blankly at Minami Shaoji. She couldn't say it. Because she was too scared to stand up and confess, she just couldn't say it. Chapter 178, The Monster of the Human Heart becomes a huge success. Hitori Gota really hadn't expected it. She had done nothing but lie low the entire time, yet somehow, she had ended up as the unexpected winner. But this isn't bad either. Feeling Minami Shaoji's hand gently patting her head, her cheeks flushed bright red, and a soft giggle escaped her lips. He. She made up her mind she would keep her mouth shut. No one needed to know that the only reason she hadn't joined in on the confessions was because she had been too scared to stand up and say anything. And from there, things progressed much more smoothly. With Minami Shaoji and Ijichi Nijuka steering the conversation, the atmosphere gradually shifted in a better direction. Hitori Gota never expected this outcome. She had done nothing but lie low, yet somehow, she had ended up as the unexpected winner. But this isn't bad either. Feeling Minami Shaoji's hand gently patting her head, her cheeks flushed bright red, and a soft giggle escaped her lips. He. She decided to stay silent. No one needed to know that the only reason she hadn't joined the confessions was simply because she had been too scared. From there, things progressed much more smoothly. With Minami Shaoji and Ijichi Nijuka guiding the conversation, the atmosphere gradually shifted in a better direction. To put it simply, all the girls here were around the same age, meaning they had plenty of shared topics to talk about. Even though they were technically rivals in love, that didn't stop them from engaging in casual conversation. For example, Shinjo Akon's vast knowledge surprised Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, while their practical daily life experiences gave Shinjo Akon a fresh perspective. After all, Shinjo Akon was planning to leave the Shinjo family after entering university. As the heiress of a prestigious household, she had never handled things like budgeting or housework, so she was genuinely curious about Chisato and Takina's real-world experiences. Besides, by talking to them, she could also gauge the strength of her opponents. As the saying goes, know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll win every battle. With their own thoughts and motivations, The group continued walking forward together. At the same time, Minami Shaoji couldn't help but admire Icchi Nijuka's ability to keep the mood lively. It was no wonder she was called the Shimokitazawa Angel by fans in his previous life. With her sunny personality and natural social skills, she had a unique talent for bringing people together. Her gentle words and considerate demeanor gave off a glow similar to an angel's radiance. Of course, unlike those fans on Bilibili, Minami Shaoji wasn't about to start calling her mom. But he still respected her a lot. Just then, it's about time, Shinjo-san. Minami Shaoji checked his watch and suddenly spoke up. Time for what? Shinjo-san, who had been deep in discussion with Chisato and Takina about whether to soak laundry detergent before washing or not, blinked in confusion. Then, as if suddenly remembering, she let out a soft ah. It was almost time. Time for the performance of the Monster of the Human Heart. Since it was a tokusatsu stage play, the set pieces and miniature city models had to be carefully arranged beforehand. Not to mention the high-cost LED screens, Minami Shaoji's narration, and Rika Takarada's costume change. Because of all these elements, the Monster of the Human Heart was scheduled as the first major performance of Shuka Festival. Just setting everything up took over 10 minutes. Hearing Shinjo-san's explanation, Icchi Nijuka suddenly realized something. Oh! That means we need to start getting ready too. Since her band, Kasoka Band, was also performing, they needed time to mentally prepare and do final checks. Looks like this is where our little stroll ends. Unlike the others, Chisato Nishikigi didn't seem too disappointed. She grinned and playfully latched onto Minami Shaoji's arm. I really wanted to watch your performance, Minami-kun. But Takina and I are on food supply duty at Raiko today, so we have to go. But the next time. Her bright golden red eyes turned to Shinjo-san and Yamada-ryo, completely overlooking Hitori Goto's barely there presence. The one who'll win Shaoji-kun's heart will definitely be me and Takina. As if declaring war, she confidently raised her fist. For now, we'll let you borrow him, but the next time, he's ours. She laughed cheerfully, then let go of Minami Shaoji's arm and turned to Takina. Come on, let's go. Takina politely bowed to the group before leaving. Thank you for your time. Come on, Takina. You don't need to be so formal with our rivals. But manners. It's fine, let's just go. Their voices mixed together, Takina's confusion blending with Chizato's carefree energy as they left. Those two are really something else. Kita Ikuyo watched them go and let out a small sigh of admiration. She was outgoing, but she could never be as blunt as Chisato, openly using the word rival in front of everyone. Even Shinjo-san found herself nodding slightly in agreement. Most people would hesitate to call others romantic rivals so openly, yet somehow, Chisato made it sound completely natural. If she were a boy, Akan thought, she might have fallen for her too. With Raiko's pair gone, only Shinjo-san, Minami Shaoji, and Kasoka Band remained. Since both groups were heading to the gymnasium, they decided to walk together. Upon arriving at the backstage area, they split up to prepare for their respective performances. I wonder what kind of show Shinjo-san and Minami-san will put on. Already dressed in her Kasoka Band outfit, Icchi Nijuka stood backstage, full of anticipation. Then the curtains rose. At center stage, Shinjo-san stood confidently, overseeing the final setup. A tokusatsu stage play, huh? Finally putting down her food, Yamada-ryo muttered in interest. Tokusatsu? Icchi Nijuka tilted her head, unfamiliar with the term. You know, like Ultraman, Kamen Rider, and Super Sentai. Yamada-ryo, a fan of watching movies alone, gave a simple explanation. Oh. Icchi Nijuka only vaguely understood. After her mother passed away, she had grown up under her older sister's influence, falling in love with rock music. As a result, she had barely any experience with Ultraman or Kamen Rider. They were just names she had heard before. I heard Minami-kun wrote the script himself. Dressed in her band uniform, Hitori Goto spoke hesitantly. Oh? Her words immediately piqued everyone's interest. Even Yamada-ryo stopped eating. Minami's last work, The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields, was legendary. If this tokusatsu script was anything like that, maybe it would be truly special. With that thought, Kasoka Band looked up toward the stage. The huge LED screens Shinjo-san had rendered at great expense were finally fully assembled. It's starting. The city backdrop, the sound system, and the stage lighting were all in place. Standing in full military uniform, her short hair neatly tied, Rika Takarada exuded a sharp, commanding presence. Finally, Shinjo-san's gaze settled on a figure in the corner. There, sitting calmly in a chair, flipping through the script, was Minami Shaoji. Minami-kun. She whispered his name, her eyes softening. This stage was the culmination of all their efforts. Their first step. As the curtain fell, Minami's clear, steady narration filled the auditorium, and so, The monster of the human heart began. The story takes place in modern-day Japan, during the time when the government decided to release nuclear wastewater. Just like his natural talent in social conversation, Minami Shoji's storytelling ability was also exceptional. His clear, steady voice, free of any emotional fluctuations, effortlessly drew the audience into the narrative, setting up the background of the story without making it feel forced or dull. This is amazing. Minami-san. Kita Ikuyo, watching from the audience, couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Typically, the most boring part of any tokusatsu stage play is the narrator explaining the story's background. If the exposition drags on or the narrator lacks skill, it can quickly bore the audience. However, Minami Shoji had completely avoided that pitfall. His narration was so engaging that even someone uninterested in tokusatsu, like Ecchi Nijuka, found herself captivated. She was genuinely curious about how the story would unfold. After all, Minami Shoji was now a direct competitor to Kasokaban's performance in the Shuka Festival. As she watched, the play continued. A mutated sea creature caused by nuclear wastewater pollution, a Japanese government that ignored international maritime laws, and the appearance of the Permian-era kaiju, Thanasis. Then, the main character, Rika Takarada, entered the scene. She delivered a powerful monologue, torn between Thanasis' goal of protecting the ocean and its destructive rampage through Japan. It was incredible. The performance was mesmerizing. Rika Takarada's flawless acting, the intricately designed kaiju suit, the perfectly crafted dialogue, and even the expensive miniature city sets, meticulously built by Shinjo Akan. The BGM, the roars of Thanasis, the panic of the fleeing citizens. Ecchi Nijuka couldn't believe it. How is this just a high school production? This wasn't just a simple school play. The quality was so high that it could probably be performed commercially without any issue. She was so completely immersed that she didn't even realize how quiet the audience had become. At first, some people were skeptical about a tokusatsu play. After all, in Japan, tokusatsu was often seen as a kid's genre. Most high schoolers had outgrown their childhood fascination with superheroes and kaiju battles. But the monster of the human heart shattered their expectations. With its powerful themes, stunning visuals, and sharp social commentary on nuclear wastewater, the audience found themselves completely absorbed. Then came the climax. Thanasis, the guardian of the ocean, lay mortally wounded, its deep crimson blood spreading across the radioactive sea. As the ocean turned red, the audience fell silent. Then the kaiju's eyes suddenly flickered open. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Due to the effects of nuclear contamination, Thanasis had mutated even further. The gene missiles, once capable of defeating it, were now completely useless. Rika Takarada, kneeling on the destroyed ruins of Tokyo, clenched her fists. As the sun set behind her, displayed on the LED screens, she delivered her final, heart-wrenching line, "This is the disaster Japan's government brought upon itself." The story ended. The final scene showed the ruined cityscape, bathed in the warm yet sorrowful glow of the setting sun. The contrast between the breathtaking sunset and the devastation of Tokyo created an atmosphere that was both hauntingly beautiful and deeply tragic. Gulp. Ecchi Nijuka swallowed hard. Then thunderous applause erupted. For a moment, she forgot she was supposed to perform next. Because. Just as expected from Minami. Yamada muttered as she snapped back to reality. Beside her, Kita Ikuyo hesitated before voicing exactly what Ecchi Nijuka was thinking. Minami-san and Shinjo-san's performance was way too good. The pressure on us now is insane. Yeah. This first act had already set the bar impossibly high. How was any performance supposed to follow this? Chapter 179, The Disliked Drunkard. Hiro Kaikuri compared to the feelings and thoughts of Kasoka Band, Shinjo-akan's thoughts were far simpler. That was "we did it, Minami-kun." Returning to celebrate with Takarada Reka and the others, Shinjo-akan suppressed the excitement in her heart and approached Minami Shoji, who had just stepped out of the studio after narrating. "Ah. Yeah. We did it." Minami Shoji didn't seem as ecstatic as Hibiki Yoda or Tsumisho, merely nodding with a small smile, nothing more. But Shinjo-akan understood him well. The young man with black hair was always the type to keep his emotions hidden. The fact that he even smiled, that was already more than enough proof of his feelings. Was he happy about the program's success? Or was he happier that he had finally taken the first step toward his tokusatsu dream? Shinjo-akan turned her gaze slightly, as if searching for the answer on Minami Shoji's face. But soon, she gave up on the thought. Minami Shoji was still the same as ever. Holding a thick script in his hands, even without glasses, his clear and sharp eyes exuded an unmistakable elegance. Suddenly, Shinjo-akan had the urge to hug him. To wrap her arms around him. To hold him tightly. To never let him go. To keep him by her side, forever. But since they had just left the studio, there were students coming and going all around them. So, Shinjo-kan had no choice but to hide her restless hands behind her back, quietly following behind Minami Shaoji. After a moment she suddenly spoke up. Minami-kun, we really did it, didn't we? You dummy, Minami-kun. You're supposed to say, yes, we did it. In a much more confident tone. It was as if she was pouting a little. Or perhaps, Shinjo-kan was merely trying to confirm, was this all real? Everything had gone so smoothly today, it felt almost like a dream. She ran ahead of Minami Shaoji, beaming a radiant smile at him as she spoke. Minami Shaoji lifted his gaze to look at Shinjo-kan. Under the dim indoor lighting, her eyes took on a completely different color. It was a color that the old Shinjo-kan, the one who always masked her true emotions, would have never possessed. Minami Shaoji found himself briefly captivated by those dazzling eyes. Then, he nodded. Yeah, we did it, Shinjo-san. Wrong. Huh? It's a con. As they walked from the studio backstage toward the front entrance of Shuka High, a clear yet helpless voice rang out. Alright. We did it, a con. Meanwhile, Minami Shaoji was heading toward the front gate of Shuka High for another matter. And that was Yo Minami. Over here, over here. Standing at the school gate, Ijichi Siyaka waved excitedly as she called out to the approaching Minami Shaoji. Where's Pa-san? Glancing at the already present Hiro Kakure and Ijichi Siyaka, Minami Shaoji casually asked. Pa-san had mentioned before that she would come to Shuka High to watch Kasokuban's performance. However, standing before Minami Shaoji were only Ijichi Siyaka and a completely drunk Hiro Kakure, who needed Siyaka's support to even stand. There was no sign of anyone else. Oh, you mean Pa? Ijichi Siyaka explained. She said someone had to stay behind at Starry to watch the shop, so she volunteered to stay. Minami Shaoji. And there goes another responsible adult. Minami sighed. Not that we had many to begin with. At his words, Hiro Kakure, still leaning on Siyaka for support, suddenly swayed and pointed a wobbly finger at Siyaka. Hey, Shaoji-kun, are you looking down on your senpai? Siyaka is totally a responsible adult. Minami shot her a deadpan look. I wasn't talking about Siyaka. I was talking about you, Kakuri-san. From every possible angle, Minami Shaoji had to admit if only half of Kakuri's inexplicable self-confidence could be transferred to Hitori Gota. Well then, let's get moving, boss. With that, Minami casually grabbed Siyaka's hand and started walking forward. Ijichi Siyaka. Shaoji-kun. After taking a couple of steps, she spoke up. Something wrong? Yeah, something's definitely wrong. Siyaka rubbed her temples in exasperation. Don't just casually walk off while leaving Kakuri behind. TCH. Hey. Don't look so reluctant about it. Fine. Minami sighed, eventually giving in and helping Siyaka support the nearly unconscious Kakuri as they made their way toward Shuka High's gymnasium. On the way, they encountered one of the teachers in charge of maintaining order at the festival. Seeing Minami practically carrying a drunken Kakuri, the teacher almost threw them all out of the school on the spot. Thankfully, this was where Minami's reputation came in handy. The teacher recognized him, and after some lengthy convincing and reassurances, finally let them pass. Oh. As expected of the nation's top-ranked student. Is this the power of Minami-kun's status at Shuka High? Kakuri slurred her words, clearly impressed. Back when she was in school, she never had any sort of special treatment like this. She had always been a loner, eating lunch by herself, never receiving any recognition. Unlike Minami Shaoji, who could even smooth things over with the school's disciplinary staff. Honestly, I wish my so-called reputation wasn't wasted on carrying around a drunkard in broad daylight. You really need to quit drinking, Kakuri-san. Minami shot her a sidelong glance. He. Kakuri, as expected, didn't take his words seriously. She simply chuckled, then lifted her head. We're already here? The walk from Shuka High's entrance to the gymnasium wasn't far. With their earlier exchange, they had arrived before they knew it. Kasokuban's performance should be coming up soon. Minami checked his watch. Let's go. To be honest, this would be his first time hearing Kasokuban perform in a proper live setting. Up until now, he had only heard them practicing in their studio. Since this was a rare opportunity, there was no way he wanted to miss it. Besides, if he did miss it, he had a feeling Yamato Ryo would nag him about it for ages. That woman rarely spoke much, but when it came to topics she liked, she could go on and on for an entire day without stopping. After helping Kakuri into the gymnasium, Minami had barely taken a few steps forward before a familiar voice called out. Minami-kun? And these two are? Ah. Naoki-san, Michio-san. Minami turned around, and upon recognizing the people who had spoken, he politely nodded. The ones addressing him were none other than Naoki Gota and Michio Gota, whom he had parted ways with earlier in the morning. It made sense that they were still here. They had originally come to see Kesokuban's performance, after all. After exchanging greetings, Minami introduced Eiichi Seiya and Hiro Kaikuri to the Gotas. Since they were older, Seiya made sure to be respectful when speaking to them. But what really surprised Minami was Kaikuri. Despite being drunk and barely coherent moments ago, as soon as she heard they were Hitori Gota's parents, she instantly sobered up a little, smiling and greeting them properly. "We really appreciate you both always looking after our daughter." "Oh no, not at all." Kaikuri chuckled. "If anything, I should be thanking little Hitori for always taking care of me." Minami and Seiya exchanged glances. How could she say, with a straight face, that a high schooler was the one taking care of her? Forget it. There was no point in questioning it. With that, they all continued making their way to the front of the gymnasium. Since they had entered from the back, their seats were too far away. Even if Kesokuban started playing, it would be hard to clearly hear them in the noisy environment. Bringing Kaikuri along, they pushed forward toward the front. It was only then that Naoki Gota spoke up. "By the way, Minami-kun, your Monster of the Human Heart performance was incredible." Even as someone who didn't usually watch tokusatsu, he had been completely drawn in by Minami's play, watching with bated breath. That was practically professional-level quality. "Thank you, but it wasn't just my work, it was the effort of the entire cast and crew." Minami wasn't being modest. He had witnessed firsthand how much effort Rika Takarada, Yuta Hibiki, and Utsumi Sho had put in. Taking all the credit for himself would have been far too arrogant. Speaking of which, where are the performers from Monster of the Human Heart? Hearing Minami's words, Michio Gota curiously glanced behind him, but didn't see Rika and the others. They went off to celebrate. They're probably walking around the festival right now. Since I still had Kesokuban's performance to watch, I didn't join them. Minami explained. Akane had been beyond satisfied with the success of Monster of the Human Heart. To celebrate, she had taken Rika and the others out to enjoy the festival. I see. Naoki and Michio didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, they turned their attention to the stage. After this band finishes, Kesokuban should be up next, right? Yeah. Minami nodded. Judging by the schedule, it should be about time. He had even done a small favor for them in advance. The day before the festival, he had taken Hitori Gota to a music shop to get her guitar adjusted. After all, he still remembered how, in the final episode of Bocce the Rock, Hitori's guitar strings had snapped during a live performance, forcing her to find an alternative solution on the spot. But now that he already knew what was going to happen, there was no way he'd let it repeat. Kesokuban had prepared too much for today. A simple, preventable accident like that had no reason to happen. The only question was, how was Kesokuban holding up right now? As Minami pondered this, he looked past the performing band toward the curtain-covered backstage. There. The four girls of Kesokuban should be getting ready. Ugh. I'm so nervous. Backstage, Kita Ikuyo took deep breaths. Nearly 300 people were waiting for them. This was completely different from their first live performance. Fear. Anxiety. Pressure. If they messed up in front of this huge crowd, what would happen? Countless emotions surged within her. Kita-chan, don't worry. We've practiced this 100 times. Just take a deep breath. Eiichi Nodoka reassured her. Ah, yes, Nodoka-senpai. Kita nodded slightly, trying to calm herself. Good. Nodoka smiled, seeing her relax. Then, she turned to look at Hitori Gota. As the quietest member of the band. How was Bocce holding up? Then, she saw Hitori's current state. Hey. Hee. Ah, Minami is watching. I have to show my coolest side. Gotta do my best, I must do my best. Hey. Hee. With her head lowered, long bangs draping over her delicate, adorable face, she muttered feverishly under her breath. Her eerie presence was reminiscent of a ghostly figure straight out of a horror movie. Eiichi Nodoka instinctively took 2 steps back. Yikes. She wasn't even nervous, yet somehow all the elements of unease were maxed out? It should be fine. Right? At the very least, Bocce was fired up. Eiichi Nodoka rubbed her temples, then turned to Yamada Ryo. Ryo, everything good? Dressed in their Kesokuban uniform, the navy mid-length skirt swaying slightly, Yamada Ryo responded as concisely as ever. But it was clear her gaze wasn't focused on the band currently performing on stage. No. Her cool, languid eyes drifted past the performing group and settled on the audience. There, among the crowd, was a refined young man with dark hair, his gaze calmly lifting toward their backstage position. Minami-san. Eiichi Nodoka spotted Minami Shoji in the audience. Should she really be surprised? Not only had he been a critical part of their lead guitar's growth, but even their bassist. For a band, was this situation good or bad? Ecchi wasn't sure. But one thing she was sure of: they were about to step onto that stage and give it their all. They would play with everything they had, showcasing the skills they had painstakingly honed over countless practice sessions. This performance, it was their way of thanking Minami Shoji for all the tutoring and guidance he had given them. They would not mess this up. With that determination surging through her, Ecchi heard the voice calling from the front of the stage. "Kesoku Band, please get ready." Yes. The four members exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, they stepped onto the stage. Their performance was about to begin. Chapter 180, a song completely different from the simulation. A sea of people. Standing on the stage inside the gymnasium, looking out, there was a dense, endless crowd. A wave of heat. Even though autumn had already set in, the sheer volume of voices crashing together felt like a heat wave surging through the venue. This was a real performance. Completely different from the starry venue first gig, where a typhoon had kept most people away. Just standing on this stage, Hitori Gota could feel the difference in scale between the two. "Do your best, On-chan." That cheerful voice came from Futari Gota. Her father, wearing an excited expression, was holding her up, while her mother stood beside them, smiling warmly. Family always had a way of bringing comfort. Even for someone like Hitori Gota. She wanted to smile back at them, but at that moment Bachi Kaikuri Nizan came to see you. The slurred, drunken voice of Hiro Kaikuri rang out. Who was that? Someone showed up drunk to a school event? Is she dangerous? Wait, who the heck is Bachi? A chorus of whispers spread through the crowd. Hitori immediately averted her gaze in embarrassment. Disaster. She shouldn't have invited her. Huh? Isn't that Minami Senpai from year 2 standing next to her? Wait. It really is him. Huh? Hearing that, Hitori hesitantly looked toward the audience. And there she saw him. Minami Shoji, lifting his head, looking directly at their stage. As if he had noticed her gaze, he gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. The meaning was clear. Just as he had told her before the festival began, "Show me your coolest side." Hitori. She whispered softly. As if answering him, or maybe answering herself. Yamada Ryo said nothing, only glancing at Minami before quietly returning to adjusting her equipment. With that, Kita Ikuyo stepped forward to begin the introduction. "Ah. We are Kesoku Band, an active band outside of school. We hope our performance today will leave you all with great memories." She took a deep breath. "If you're interested in us, please come visit our performance hall later." She bowed. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. And in the midst of that applause, the rhythm of the drumsticks struck. With that signal, the performance began. Minami Shoji lifted his head, listening to the familiar melody, nodding to himself. As expected, they were starting with this song. The first song was called Never Forget. And according to his memory from the simulation, the next song should be If I Could Be a Constellation. This followed the set list from the Bachi the Rock anime as well. However, in the original anime, due to Hitori Gota's guitar string snapping mid-performance, they had only played 2 songs. But this time that wouldn't happen. He had already taken care of her guitar in advance. So the third song, one that hadn't been performed in the anime, should be played here as well. Applauding to warm up the atmosphere, Minami then waited for the second song, If I Could Form a Constellation with You. But the instant the lead guitar solo began, Minami immediately sensed something was off. This isn't If I Could Form a Constellation with You. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. No, this was a completely different song. From just the opening notes, he could tell. But why? If things had followed the simulated events, then the Kesoku Band's setlist should have already been finalized for this festival. Wait, no. A realization hit Minami like a bolt of lightning. Something obvious. His presence was a variable. He never truly believed in the butterfly effect. But his involvement with Kesoku Band, his tutoring, his influence, of course, it would cause deviations between reality and the simulated events. To put it simply, the simulation was nothing more than a kind of glimpse into the future. And with Minami Shoji's presence, the future changing was inevitable. This unfamiliar song no doubt was one of those changes brought about by his involvement. I wonder what kind of song it is. Minami lifted his gaze toward the 4 members of Kesoku Band. Without the foresight of the simulation, this was his first time purely listening to their live performance. It felt surprisingly nice. And at that moment, he noticed something. Hitori Gota, having just finished her solo, was quietly watching him. In her blue eyes, there was an indescribable gleam. A faint light like a firefly on a summer night. Weak, yet enough to draw attention. The song is called Please Tell Me. Hitori's soft voice carried through the air as she whispered the title. Then her fingers lifted once more. BZZT. The guitar roared to life. And with it came the first lyrics. I often find myself thinking about things I don't need to think about. Because even if I think about them, they have no meaning at all. I am not strong enough to face this part of myself, this swirling mess of self-loathing. Her fingers glided rapidly across the strings, then pressed down tight. A sharp, urgent note tore through the air. Hitori's blue eyes locked onto Minami. Her lips pressed together. A look of pain but also determination. She kept playing. The guitar screamed. The guitar roared. As if she were shouting through it. Every lyric woven together like a reflection of her heart. I am an awkward person. I don't know how to express myself. The drum beat pounded like a hammer striking Minami's chest. When you're happy, just laugh out loud. When you're sad, just cry it out. But when you feel empty, what are you supposed to do? Please tell me. Please tell me. Her voice cracked. The sound of her guitar dragged Minami into her world. The world of someone trying to overcome her fears. The world of someone trying just as he had taught her to push past her social anxiety and insecurities. What should I hope for? What exactly is happiness? Is being with you happiness? Please tell me. Please tell me. The tempo quickened. Faster. Faster. Why am I so happy when I'm with you? This feeling of wanting to be by your side. This feeling of giving my all when I'm with you. Please tell me. Please. Tell me. I'm begging you. Tell me. The lyrics poured out like a confession. And all the while Hitori Goto's eyes never left Minami. This was her stage. And in her world there was only him. Her slender fingers never stopped pressing against the guitar strings. The pick swept across them, leaving an afterimage in the air. Sweat dripped. This was the result of her month of practice. BZZT with the fading reverb of the lead and rhythm guitars lingering in the air, the song ended. And for a brief moment the entire venue was dead silent. Then a storm of thunderous applause erupted. The booming guitar, the carefully refined lyrics and melody, they deserved every ounce of this reaction. I never expected she would grow this much in such a short time. Hiro Kaikuri, whose eyes were always lazily half-closed, suddenly widened them. She stared at Hitori in genuine surprise. It wasn't as if she had never heard Hitori perform before. But back then her playing still carried traces of hesitation and nervousness. It was deeply tied to her personality. Some musicians thrived under pressure, bringing out their full potential in high-stakes performances. But others, no matter how skilled they were, struggled to perform when it mattered most. And yet just from this one song, Kaikuri could feel the overwhelming change in Hitori Goto. And if someone was able to push her to this level, she looked at the girl still softly panting on stage. Then her gaze shifted to Minami Shaoji. Minami. That person Hitori kept singing about. That was you, wasn't it? A smirk curled onto Kaikuri's lips. Interesting. This situation was far too interesting. Because from her perspective it wasn't just Hitori Goto who liked Minami. There was someone else as well. Her eyes flicked toward Ryo Yamada, her fingers resting on her bass. One more song left. She wondered what kind of development would come next. Minami Shaoji was still processing what had just happened. The song just now. It carried an unmistakable resemblance to I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness. He had given that song to Kesoka Band before, and now, it seemed like Hitori had spent a long time thinking about it. And wrote this song as a result. Her lyrics, they were practically a direct confession. Minami instinctively looked up. On stage, she still looked as fragile as ever. Now that the song had ended and their eyes met, she quickly lost her courage again. Her beautiful face hid once more behind her long bangs. But that was enough. She took a deep breath. And prepared for the final song. She had already conveyed everything she wanted to say to Minami. Words had never been her strong suit. But through music it was different. Hitori Goto took a deep breath and prepared for the next song. At the same time, her gaze drifted toward Ryo Yamada. If she remembered correctly, the next song was hers. The song is called Only My Sound. Before Hitori could even finish her thought, Ryo's deep, husky voice, so naturally relaxed yet magnetic, resounded through the mic. So it really isn't, if I could be constellations. Huh. In the audience, Minami Shaoji shook his head. That much was obvious. Just from what he had seen so far, things had already diverged completely from the simulation. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Only My Sound. Minami thought to himself. He had never heard of this song before. But just as he was considering it, the bass line began to play. Deep. Resonant. Like a thick wall of sound, yet it blended in so seamlessly with the atmosphere. There was no warning. No cue. Just the heavy, gritty pulse of the bass carrying its weight. Then the drums joined in. Chaotic at first. But as they settled into a rhythm, the lead and rhythm guitars exploded forward, one after the other. And then from Ryo's lips the lyrics spilled out. Not for others, not for fame. No dreams. No expectations. Who the hell cares about any of that? I don't want to hear anything else. Only my sound keeps playing. Only my sound keeps roaring. I don't want to hear anything else. The lyrics, they were completely reckless. Unapologetically free. And that was exactly why they were the perfect fit for Ryo Yamada. Because that's the kind of person she was. Someone who did whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. Completely untamed. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to be. Her ember eyes drifted past the crowd. Beyond the sea of people. And landed on him. I'll be fine on my own. I say those words with fake confidence. If I could walk forward alone, then I wouldn't have fallen for someone, would I? Then I wouldn't long to see them, would I? Her voice distant. Yet so full of depth. Like an echo carrying through the night. And in an instant Minami was pulled back into that very moment. That night. The night Ryo suddenly showed up at his door. I missed you, Minami. Standing there in the dim light with the midnight wind brushing against her, she looked like a goddess of the night. A sight he wouldn't forget. Yeah. She had missed him. So she came to see him. That was all there was to it. Was that really so strange? So why do I feel so lonely? My words, my voice. I only want you to hear them. Only my sound. She pressed down on the bass strings. The pick ripped across them. Only your sound. Nothing else but my sound. Her voice soared, and at the same time she let loose an improvised bass solo. Since when? Since when had her bass playing become this good? Somehow her skill had already caught up. Nothing else but your sound. I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to hear anything else. Her bassline after that final climax began to simmer down. Like it was building up tension again, lurking beneath the surface. Waiting. Just like Ryo herself. She always looked so detached. So indifferent. But beneath that burned something far more intense than anyone could ever imagine. Like fire buried beneath ice. The bassline swelled. Slowly. Building. And just before her next note she parted her lips from the mic. And whispered to herself, Minami. Soft. So soft that no one else could hear it. And in her voice was a kind of warmth that she had never once shown before. Ryo Yamada, the one who never cared. The one who never followed the rules. The one who did whatever the hell she wanted. The only voice she ever wanted to hear was his. Only my sound. Only your sound. Chapter 181, I'll take responsibility. Thunderous applause. Just like Hattori Goto's Please Tell Me, Ryo Yamada's Only My Sound had won over the entire crowd. Amidst the continuous clapping, excited discussions about Kesoka Band began to spread. A lone wolf bassist with a cold, untouchable aura. A passionate, energetic drummer. A main vocalist with a rich voice, doubling as rhythm guitarist. And a lead guitarist who, despite her quiet presence, possessed remarkable technical skill. For a high school festival, a band like Kesoka Band, with members already playing at a level 2 or even level 3 professional skill level, was unreal. To hear this kind of performance here. It was absolutely electrifying. The audience was buzzing. People were hyped. And up on stage, Kesoka Band met each other's gazes and finally, exhaled in relief. Performing in front of 300 to 400 people was a first for them. But thankfully everything had gone smoothly. As the founder of Kesoka Band, Najuka Ijichi stepped forward to thank the audience. Her words were simple. She expressed her gratitude for everyone showing up. Then, she proceeded to introduce each band member in turn. That was amazing. Watching from the audience, Najuka Ijichi whispered. The stage lights illuminated Kesoka Band. They looked like they were glowing. This was the moment she had always dreamed of for her little sister. Seeing Najuka standing on a big stage, shining like this, it was perfect? Well, almost. If only that person wasn't here. Hey. That was incredible, Bocchi. A loud, drunken hiccup interrupted Sayaka's thoughts. And the boozy voice belonged to none other than Kaikuri Hiro. Leaning against Sayaka, grinning ear to ear. Her voice was so damn loud. And with the heavy stench of alcohol coming off her, people in the crowd were starting to stare. Sayaka's face burned in second-hand embarrassment. Alright, that's enough out of you. Without hesitation, she clamped a hand over Kaikuri's mouth. Because honestly, instead of feeling touched by the performance, she seriously wanted to throw Kaikuri out right now. MMMPHHH. MMM. Kaikuri struggled, squirming desperately. Until with all her strength, she managed to break free from Sayaka's grasp. The instant she did, Sayaka's eyes darkened. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Ahem. 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 Feeling the genuine, murderous intent in Sayaka's gaze, Kaikuri took 2 full steps back, finally lowering her voice. But even as she toned down, she continued to mumble, still. You noticed it too, right? Sayaka blinked. Kaikuri's usual carefree tone had shifted to something more thoughtful. The old Kasoka band didn't have it. Kaikuri murmured. But now, they do. And that's exactly why this performance was so damn perfect? Her voice trailed off. Then for the first time in a while Kaikuri's half-lidded eyes slowly opened, revealing deep violet irises which carried a knowing gleam as she turned to look at Minami Shaoji. Sayaka followed Kaikuri's gaze and sure enough there Minami stood, watching the stage intently. Sayaka let out a small huff. Of course, I noticed. I run starry after all it'd be weirder if I didn't notice something this obvious. Her gaze lingered on Minami for a beat longer. Kaikuri's smirk widened. Then you know exactly what I mean, she said. That guy, he's the reason Kasoka Band is different now. They could feel it. Both Ryo Yamada, the bassist of Kasoka Band, and Hitori Gota, the lead guitarist under the influence of Minami Shaoji, this unexpected presence in their lives had undergone a drastic transformation. If one had to put it into words, it's about having a short-term goal, Sayaka Ijichi said. And the emotions invested into chasing after something. Previously, the ones in charge of songwriting and composing for Kasoka Band had been Ryo Yamada and Hitori Gota. They had a long-term dream of making their official debut. But that goal had always felt distant, vague, something too far away to truly grasp. As a result, while they could write good songs they had never been able to create something that could truly move people. Because songs that reach people's hearts, songs that deeply resonate, are those where the artist has poured their whole soul into them. And Minami Shaoji's arrival had filled the missing piece in their emotions. Please tell me and only my sound these two songs weren't just music. They were confessions. Of their attachment to someone. Of their desire to reach out for something beyond themselves. That, in itself, was what gave people the strength to move forward. Sayaka looked over at Minami, who was still clapping. And she couldn't help but say Minami's a strange guy. Ryo Yamada, a girl who had no friends besides Najika. Someone who never cared about others' opinions, living freely, selfishly, without restraint. Hitori Gota even worse. From the very first meeting, it was obvious that she was crippled by self-doubt. For a band, that kind of lack of confidence was lethal. Skill was important. But if you couldn't even believe in yourself, how could your music move anyone else? But now Hitori had changed. Just like Ryo. There was still a trace of insecurity in Hitori. But compared to before it was so much fainter. But at the same time, he's changed too, hasn't he? Kaikuri turned her gaze toward Minami. He stood there, lost in thought. Kaikuri had already heard the rumors. About who Minami Shaoji had been when he first entered Shuka High. A boy who could socialize with others just fine. Who could make friends if he wanted to. But he had always chosen solitude instead. Preferring his own company. Living in his own quiet world. But after meeting the girls of Kasoka Band, even if it wasn't his intention, even he had changed. He had become willing to open up. To reach out to others. To connect. It's a two-way street. Kaikuri murmured. And it's leading them both towards something better. If that was the case, then as adults, there was nothing more to say. Sayaka sighed. All we need to do is watch over them from the sidelines. Where this all leads. That's for them to decide. Neither of them could choose for Minami, Hitori, or Ryo. That was their own path to walk. With that thought, Sayaka and Kaikuri turned their attention back to the stage. By now, the other three members of Kasoka Band had finished speaking. And finally it was time for the lead guitarist to take the mic. Sayaka and Kaikuri exchanged glances. They were curious. After everything that had changed, what would Hitori Gota say on stage? Come on, Gota-san. It's your turn to say something. Ikuyo Kita cheerfully handed the mic to Hitori. Only then did Hitori finally snap out of her post-performance daze. She blinked. Huh? Say something? Of course. Everyone else said a few words, so you have to, too. You got this, Gota-san. Kita flashed a smile, doing a little fist pump to encourage her. Wait. The moment the cold microphone settled in her grip, Hitori's mind went blank. Her gaze darted toward the audience. And suddenly hundreds of expectant eyes turned toward her. Waiting for her to speak. This kind of attention. This was a nightmare. If a socially anxious person doesn't have a pre-prepared speech, then they literally can't say anything interesting. Panic. Total panic. Her mind raced. What if she ruined everything after such a perfect performance? She had to say something funny. Something entertaining. But what? Think. If she couldn't come up with something. Then. She just had to think about what others would do. Yes. What would Ryo-san do in this situation? She dug through her memory. Until finally a scene popped into her mind. That moment when Ryo stood before Akon Shinjo, Chisato Nishikigi, and Takina Inoue, and without hesitation, she had declared, I like you, Minami. And somehow for some reason as if her mouth was moving on its own Hitori spoke those exact same words. TT2 year, class 2. Minami-senpai. I like you. Silence. Hitori's heart stopped. Wait. What? What did I just say? Her expression, hidden beneath her long pink bangs, completely froze. And below the stage the once lively, noisy gym suddenly fell into dead silence. For just a single second. And then the crowd erupted. The entire gymnasium exploded into cheers. A love confession? On the main stage of the school festival? In front of hundreds of people? Who was this girl? This guitarist was insane. What kind of mad woman had the guts to confess on stage like this? Even the most popular, fearless girls in school wouldn't dare to pull something this crazy, but here was Hitori Gota, standing up there and dropping a full-blown confession on Minami Shaoji, of all people, the top student of their year, the legendary study god of Shuka High. This was historic. The entire festival atmosphere suddenly ignited. Even on stage, Kita and Najika gawked at Hitori. Shocked. Bewildered. Completely at a loss for words. Holy crap. Bachi-chan. I had no idea you were such a predator. Kita whispered. And no. Hitori's pink hair trembled. Tears of despair welled in her eyes. She wanted to crawl into a hole and die. A love confession in front of the whole school? So cool. Ryo Yamada gave a thumbs up. Uo. That was the final straw. The last push that broke Hitori Gota completely. The overwhelming shame and anxiety that had been building up all came crashing down at once. And in the next moment, with a mournful wail, she collapsed onto the stage floor. Bachi-chan? Keikita. Call someone. Amazing, Bachi. Stop saying that, Ryo. Help us instead. The scene immediately descended into chaos. As for Minami Shaoji, the target of this whole confession disaster, he simply rubbed his temples, sighing before shifting his gaze toward Gota's parents. There they were. Both Naoki Gota and Michio Gota. Eyes shining. Staring straight at him. Minami had mentally prepared himself to catch Gota if she suddenly staged in panic. But clearly fate had other plans. Instead, she had skipped all the expected social panic responses and straight up collapsed instead. She awoke to the sight of the setting sun. Hitori Gota's eyes fluttered open. The light outside the window had already turned a deep orange. Dazed, she turned her head slightly and saw Minami Shaoji, sitting at her bedside. He was reading. Of course he was. Minami always had a book in his hands. Even if she hadn't known his name, even if she had only observed him from afar, she still would have known that this was a person who loved to read. Just watching him quietly somehow calmed her down. But then memories of what had happened slammed back into her mind. Oh my god. I confessed to Nami. In front of the entire school. Not just a confession. But a stupid, loud, dramatic one. What have I done? Her toes curled inside her black socks, her entire body squirmed awkwardly under the sheets. Uncomfortable. Embarrassed. Utterly mortified. Even just being in the same room with him right now was too much. She had no idea what to say. She had no idea how to fix this. What do I do? What do I do? Panicking, she hid half her face under the blanket, leaving only her wide, anxious eyes peeking out. And then Minami spoke. Awake. His voice was calm. With a quiet snap, he closed his book before standing up. Feeling all right, Hitori? And at that moment she snapped. With a sudden burst of energy, she threw the blankets off, scrambled onto her knees, and shouted, I'm sorry, Nami. I'll take responsibility. Silence. Minami simply tilted his head, studying her. Hitori's entire body froze as she realized, wait. What the hell did I just say? And no. Wait. I mean. She flailed her hands wildly, voice cracking, completely losing control of her words. That's not. Nami, Minami laughed. Not a mocking laugh. Not a mean laugh. Just a quiet, amused chuckle. And then, he spoke. It's fine. Go back to sleep, Hitori. Hitori's voice faded into a small squeak. Slowly she lowered herself back down into the sheets. Bit by bit. First her chin disappeared under the covers. Then her mouth. Then her nose. Until only her nervous, peeking eyes remained. Like a tiny animal hiding in its burrow. Minami watched, amused. And then he spoke again. Honestly. The fact that you were able to say that in that situation, I'm actually kind of proud of you. Huh? Hitori blinked. Completely lost. Proud. Why would he be proud? Didn't she just make a fool of herself in front of everyone? Didn't she just cause trouble for him? Why would that be a good thing? Chapter 182, Second Chance to Simulate in Person. I'm relieved because you've grown. Minami Shaoji, confirming that Hitori Gota was fine, stood up and poured her a glass of water. At that moment, on that stage, openly confessing to someone, was that something you could have even imagined doing before? It was true. Even Hitori had to admit it. Yes, maybe her brain had short-circuited in that moment. But the fact that she had stood on that stage, without hiding inside her ripe mango box, and still had the courage to speak. That alone was proof of her progress. However, by the way, there's already a rumor spreading all over school that we're dating. Minami suddenly turned to her, blinking playfully. So? Want to give it a try for real? Hitori's whole body jolted. Dating Minami. Trying it out. Everything was happening too fast, she couldn't process it. Was this divine mercy? Could she really date Nami? A part of her desperately wanted to nod and say yes right this second. But another part, frozen in shock and doubt, couldn't get the words out. Just kidding. Seeing her reaction, Minami chuckled and shook his head, dropping the subject before she got too flustered. It seemed like, despite how much bolder she'd become, Hitori was still Hitori. Realizing she'd just missed an opportunity, Hitori clutched her bright red face and buried herself under the covers, refusing to come out. After a little more flustered writhing, Hitori finally sat up, still avoiding eye contact with Minami. She had no choice, it was already 6:30 p.m. If she stayed here any longer, night would fall. By now, most of the visitors had left the school. The students, exhausted from a long day, were packing up and heading home. This was the make-or-break moment. Some successful booths had already sold out and started cleaning up. Meanwhile, the less successful stalls still had to stick around tomorrow, trying to clear their inventory. But none of that had anything to do with Minami. Thanks to his help, his class's chocolate banana stand had already sold out. And tomorrow Kasoka Band had no practice. Laiko Reko wasn't expecting him as a guest chef. Shinjo-kan had her own plans. In other words, everything's wrapped up today. Which means I can finally take it easy tomorrow. As he waved goodbye to Hitori, who was leaving with her parents, Naoki and Michio Gota, Minami let out a small sigh. Yes. After this chaotic, utterly unpredictable cultural festival, tomorrow, he would finally be free. A rare moment, huh? No tutoring for Kasoka Band. No kitchen duties for Laiko Reko. No late nights spent grinding through script revisions. Tomorrow. He was truly free. Just thinking about it. Minami Shaoji took a deep breath of fresh air, preparing to head home and enjoy his completely obligation-free day tomorrow. But just as he was about to take his first step, "Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" A calm, cold, and unwavering voice called out from behind him. Minami instinctively turned his head. At some point, a girl in Anshuka High School uniform, wearing a white lab coat over it, had appeared behind him. She had waist-length, fluffy hair. Her bangs curled slightly at the ends. Her sharp, narrow eyes gave her a serious look when she lifted them. Her small frame seemed somewhat mismatched with the imposing presence of her chest, which could rival Mount Fuji. And her golden eyes, framed by glasses and the white lab coat, gave her an air of intelligence and composure. From her attire alone, it was clear this girl was a textbook science-type girl. Minami scanned her quickly before furrowing his brows, speaking with some uncertainty. "You're Futaba Ryo from Class 4, right?" "Yes." Minami had a vague impression of her. Her name was Futaba Ryo. A student from Shuka High School's second year, Class 4. And the reason Minami remembered her was simple. About a month ago, he had seen her accepting an award on behalf of their school at the national physics competition. Since that was a school-wide event, Minami naturally remembered her name. But that was the extent of it. Winning a physics competition had nothing to do with him. And since they weren't classmates, he had just stored her name in the back of his mind and forgotten about it. So, why was Futaba Ryo, someone he'd never spoken to before, suddenly approaching him? Minami couldn't understand. She didn't seem like the type to randomly strike up conversations either. Just as Minami was about to ask further, news simulatable target detected, Futaba Ryo. The sudden system notification in his ear caught Minami off guard. She qualifies for simulation too? He hadn't expected that. But first Minami set the system notification aside and asked, "What do you need, Futaba-san?" Despite being the one who initiated the conversation, Futaba Ryo didn't immediately respond. Instead, she just stared at Minami through her glasses with those piercing golden eyes. After a brief silence, "Tomorrow. Could you come to the science prep room?" It should have been a question. But the way Futaba said it felt like a command. Minami frowned slightly. She wasn't even giving a reason, she just expected him to show up. "I have some questions I'd like to ask you." "Fine." Classic science girl behavior. Minami agreed. Not that he was particularly eager to spend his precious free day doing this. But if it was just answering some questions, it was no big deal. After quickly agreeing on a time, Minami turned and headed toward the train station. Yet, all the way home, he found himself dwelling on the name Futaba Rio. After all, the system had flagged her as a new simulation target. And following past patterns, she had to be the heroine of some anime. More importantly, Futaba Rio. That name does sound familiar. It felt like he'd heard it before in his past life. But not clearly. As the train rocked gently, Minami sat by the window, deep in thought. His sharp, handsome features, slightly furrowed brows, and pensive gaze on the passing scenery. It was enough to capture the attention of a few high school girls from another school who had just boarded. Who was he? Some kind of idol? He's so handsome. They whispered excitedly, watching him from a distance. But before they could gather the courage to ask for his contact info, Minami got off the train and disappeared into the night, leaving them with regret. Meanwhile, Minami had finally figured it out. As he stepped into his rented apartment, he knocked on his forehead lightly and muttered, "I remember now." After racking his brain, he finally recalled where Futaba Rio was from. It was from an anime he had watched in his past life. Rascal does not dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. However, unlike the heroine candidates he'd encountered before, Futaba Rio wasn't a main heroine. She was just an important supporting character. That's why Minami's impression of her wasn't strong. After all, some people only remember the protagonist and forget the supporting cast. Minami was one of those people. Because, to be honest, compared to the cold, analytical science girl archetype like Futaba Rio, his personal preference back then leaned more toward the main heroine, Sakura Jimimai. And besides, I could have sworn Futaba Rio already liked someone else. Minami raised an eyebrow, looking at Futaba's name on a simulation list. Yes. In the original story, high school Futaba Rio had a crush on Kunimai, the best friend of the protagonist, Azuzagawa Sakata. And Kunimai already had a girlfriend, Koga Tomoe. A tangled mess, really. To be honest. When Minami had watched the anime, he never thought Futaba's feelings for Kunimai were actual love. At most, it seemed like a fleeting admiration from a science girl toward an energetic, sociable classmate. Because in the original, the only reason she supposedly fell for him was because he once gave her a red bin bun. Seriously? If this was a novel, he would have let it slide. But in real life? Would a girl really fall for a guy just because of a single bin bun? Minami had his doubts. To him, Futaba's feelings weren't romantic. More like curiosity or admiration for someone so bright and open, the exact opposite of herself. But still, even if that's the case, she might still like Kunimai, right? Minami yawned, staring at Futaba's name on a simulator. No need to simulate. Yes. There was no need. If Futaba Rio was really into Kunimai, then simulating wouldn't change anything. It would just waste his resources and effort. Minami wasn't interested in pointless struggles. But before closing the system, he did have one last complaint. How the hell does this simulator keep adding girls who already like someone else? He poked at the blue simulation interface and grumbled. The system was getting weirder and weirder. First, it let him simulate Gota Futari. And now, it was offering him Futaba Rio, a girl who supposedly already had feelings for someone else. You seriously think I'm some kind of playboy? Minami propped his chin on his palm, sighing. Or are you calling me a NTR hero? TL note, bullhead mech, Futaba Rio probably already liked someone else. And yet, the system still added her to the simulation list. Was this some kind of joke? Bullhead, huh? You like cuckoldry, huh? Well, I refuse. Minami Shaoji shook his head and looked at his simulation list. Then, he reached out his finger. Do you want to remove Futaba Rio and Gota Futari from the simulation list? So I can actually remove people from the list, huh? Seeing the system prompt, Minami felt energized. Honestly, his simulation list was a complete mess. He had been meaning to clean it up for a while. And now that he saw the option, Minami didn't hesitate. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen. You have removed Shaoji Yuko, Shaoji Naomi, Gota Futari, and Futaba Rio from the simulation list. Nice. Satisfied, Minami pulled back his hand and looked at the now much cleaner simulation list. In just an instant, a whole chunk of names disappeared. But honestly, those names were full of dangerous implications: German orthopedic syndrome, sibling relationships, Hikaru Genji plan, raising someone to be a lover, and bullhead warrior, cuckoldry. It was safer to delete them altogether. Now then. Minami's finger remained on the glowing system screen. His gaze shifted toward his remaining affection points. After all the chaos at today's school festival, his current total was 1,510 points. That's way too fast. Minami was stunned. It had only been a week since his last direct simulation. Even yesterday, he only had around 400 points. Yet in just one day, He had gained over 1,100 points? Sure, the school festival played a role. But this fast? This is insane. Muttering to himself, Minami stared at the huge number on his screen. With 1,510 points in his account, there was no doubt he could now perform another direct simulation. So, what should I do next? Minami fell into deep thought. Chapter 183, Gota Hitori, the incomplete harem ending. So, what should I do next? Minami Shaoji stared at the remaining heartthrob points, deep in thought. 1,510 heartthrob points. That was undoubtedly a massive amount. Even if he used 1,200 points for a direct simulation, he'd still have 310 points left, enough for another normal simulation. The question before him was simple: to simulate. Or not to simulate? To be honest, Minami personally leaned toward not simulating. Direct simulations didn't hold much practical significance for him. Spending 1,200 points just to experience 12 hours of simulated married life with a target. There wasn't really anything enticing about it. As a self-disciplined, morally upright young man with strong self-control, resisting such temptations was a walk in the park. However, looking at it another way, heartthrob points come from the simulation targets themselves. Minami glanced at the 1,510 points and furrowed his brows. Since these points were generated because of them, wasn't it only natural to use them for them? Which meant, just considering that alone, it makes sense to do a direct simulation. Minami nodded to himself. This wasn't about temptation. It was about logic and efficient resource allocation. As a self-disciplined, morally upright young man with strong self-control, this was merely a responsible decision, not indulgence in desire. Back to the topic. Now that he had decided to run another direct simulation, the next step was choosing the target. Minami pulled up the simulation list and scanned the names. Simulation targets: Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, Nishiki Chisato, Shinjo Akan. Ryo was out of the question. Minami quickly skipped over Yamada Ryo's name. He had already simulated her once before. He had already seen what kind of married life she would have. With Minami as her husband and Shaoji Yuna as their daughter, Ryo was undoubtedly happy. Knowing that was enough. No need for a second run. That left three options: Gota Hitori, Nishiki Chisato, and Shinjo Akan. Minami's eyes lingered on their names before settling on Gota Hitori. Yeah. It had to be Hitori. Minami exhaled softly. He had already wanted to pick Hitori last time. She was the first simulation target he had ever chosen. In a way, she was the one he understood the most. Just that connection alone made her a logical choice. Not to mention, Gota Hitori had consistently ranked first in the heartthrob point contributions. That made the decision even clearer. Last time, Ryo forced her way in, so I had to switch targets. Minami muttered to himself. But today was different. Ryo wasn't an option this time. So naturally, his choice was Hitori. Minami tapped on her name. A soft blue system window appeared before him. Would you like to spend 1,200 heartthrob points for a direct simulation? Yes or no, I wonder. What a married life with Hitori would be like. Minami felt a flicker of curiosity. That timid, self-conscious girl. Who would one day stand on huge stages like Dokkan and Tokyo Dome? Who would become the queen of rock? What would she be like after marriage? With that thought, Minami didn't hesitate and clicked, yes. Current heartthrob points remaining, 310, direct simulation attempts remaining, 0, the future of the simulation target has not changed. Would you like to load the life simulation? Yes or no, huh? The future hasn't changed? Minami blinked. Unlike Ryo's simulation, where her father's fate had drastically changed the future, Hitori's remained exactly the same. But then wait a second. Just as Minami was about to tap yes, he hesitated. If Hitori's future was unchanged, did that mean Ijechi Nijuka and Kita Ikuyo might fall for me too? Minami suddenly realized something off. He hadn't forgotten. Back in Hitori's happy ending simulation, something unexpected happened because he tutored the entire band and later fell sick from overwork. Both Ikuyo and Nijuka developed feelings for him. Which meant that if the real-world events followed the same path, there was a high probability that Nijuka and Kita would also start liking him. This is... Minami frowned. Which also meant he really might get sick from overworking himself with tutoring. Yeah, right. Minami didn't buy it. Ever since getting the simulator, he had kept up with daily morning runs and exercise routines. His stamina and energy levels were higher than ever. Some mere tutoring. Sure, he'd felt a bit tired lately, but not nearly enough to collapse from exhaustion. Shaking his head, Minami dismissed the thought. Whether it happens or not, that's something for the future. The most I can do is watch my health. No point worrying about it. He clicked yes. The simulation moved forward. Please select the simulation time period. Available time period, a certain day when Shoji Miyuki was in 4th grade. Having done this before, Minami had a clear plan. Last time, he had chosen Yuna's high school years. So this time he'd check out his daughter's elementary school days. Lying back on his bed, Minami closed his eyes. Direct simulation starting. Through the excuse of learning guitar, you knocked on the doors of Starry Live House. But little did you know. On the day you knocked on Starry's doors, you also unknowingly knocked on their hearts. You progressed rapidly in learning the guitar, and in doing so, you ignited a competitive fire in the girls. They refused to lose to you in the one field they excelled at. However, due to their intense focus on music, their academic performance began to drop. Although they didn't mind, their plummeting grades put them at risk of repeating a year. Having grown close to them, you couldn't just stand by and do nothing, you extended a helping hand. Your careful tutoring pulled their grades back to average, and in the process, they began to care about your well-being too, but in the end, the inevitable still happened. From the exhaustion of tutoring, you collapsed. And in that moment, it was the girls of Kesoku Band who stayed by your side, though you were not an official band member. In their hearts, you had already become as important as one. They watched over you, nursed you back to health, and somewhere along the way, they truly accepted you, the only man in their world. You cherished them. And they cherished you in return. The bonds between you deepened. To help their band find success, you got into the University of Tokyo. Through your intelligence and connections, you helped pull Kesoku Band out of a period of stagnation. At this moment, in their eyes, you are both a beacon in the fog and a guiding star in the night. As Kesoku Band continued to grow, an unexpected event occurred. Daiichi Nijica confessed to you. In truth, everyone was well aware that, to some extent, each of them harbored feelings for you, the one who had tirelessly supported the band. However, when faced with Nijica's confession and Yamada Ryo's heartfelt admission on the rooftop, you ultimately refused them, because out of everyone, the one you couldn't bear to leave behind the most was still the timid, self-doubting, pink-haired girl. You and Gota Hitori fell in love, but Nijica, Ryo, and Kita Ikuyo neither sank into despair nor chose to give up. Instead, they simply tucked away all their sincere emotions, treasuring them deep within their hearts. Shoji Minami pressed his fingers to his temple, sighing at the words on the screen. Even though Gota's simulation ended in a happy ending, judging by the description in the simulator, this hardly qualified as a proper harem route. Still, since he had already seen the outcome, dwelling on it further was pointless. Minami could only continue watching as the simulation unfolded. Even after achieving stardom performing at venues like Dokkan and the Tokyo Dome, they remained single, rejecting countless admirers in the industry. Their feelings for you never faded. If anything, they only grew stronger. At the same time, your married life with Gota Hitori was blissful. A mix of emotions continued intertwining until today. Ryo Mama. Ryo Mama. How should I write this part of the song? A young girl in a white dress, holding a sheet of music in her hands, ran over to a mature woman with short blue hair and a beauty mark near her eye, looking up at her curiously. Her name was Shoji Miyuki, age 9. She had inherited her father Minami's sharp intellect and dark hair, as well as her mother Hitori's delicate and refined features. Even as a third grader, her fair complexion and expressive eyes were enough to make her adorable. With such a cute little girl seeking her guidance, anyone else would have surely melted on the spot and eagerly offered their help. However, the blue-haired woman simply set down her glass of sake and lazily extended a fair, slender hand, her tone indifferent. Miyuki, consultation fee 2,200 yen. Yamada Ryo, age 31, was demanding money from a 9-year-old child. Miyuki let out a long, exaggerated sound of protest. Her innocent face was filled with pure confusion. Why was her Ryo mama charging her, an elementary schooler, for advice? Did she have no sense of adult dignity? Ryo mama, if Nijica mama hears about this, she'll say you're just a lazy freeloader exploiting a child. Miyuki puffed up her cheeks in defiance. Let Nijica say whatever she wants. I'm simply teaching you about the harsh realities of society in advance. Ryo remained entirely unfazed. 2,200 yen. Why? You usually only charge 2,000 yen. Miyuki pouted, visibly upset. Normally, Ryo only asked for 2,000 yen, so why was she raising the price today? She couldn't accept this injustice. The reason is simple. Crossing her legs, Ryo leaned back into the couch, her snug-fitting jeans perfectly accentuating the elegant shape of her legs. Under Miyuki's gaze, she nonchalantly raised her glass, her tone as unbothered as ever. Today is Valentine's Day. Since your dad didn't give me a Valentine's gift, I'm charging you an extra 10% interest. Miyuki blinked in disbelief. Dad giving you a Valentine's gift would be way more problematic, don't you think? Despite being just 9 years old, Miyuki was more mature than most kids her age. Dad is married to Hitori mama, you know. That's exactly why I said you're too young to understand. Ryo casually took another sip of her sake, stretching lazily before delivering the final blow. That's why married men are the best. Miyuki let out a gasp of pure shock, about to say something more. But before she could, a new voice cut in. Excuse me, what did you just say about married men? A tall, blonde woman with a high ponytail strode into the room, fresh from hanging the laundry. Ecchi Nodoka immediately narrowed her eyes in disapproval. What kind of nonsense are you teaching a 9-year-old, Ryo? Ryo let out a satisfied hum, smugly puffing out her chest. This is the exclusive education system of the Yamada family. I have never heard of such an education system in my life. Seriously, did this woman even think before she spoke? Chapter 184, Stay Up Late Tonight. Hitori, seriously, did this woman even know what she was saying? Ecchi Nodoka shot Yamada Ryo a glare. But in the end, it was just a glare. Even at 31, Nodoka still found herself powerless against her longtime best friend. Ryo, however, was completely unfazed by Nodoka's piercing stare. She didn't even flinch. If anything, she sounded completely justified as she countered, Tell me, Nodoka, don't you want to receive a Valentine's Day gift from that guy? Nodoka's voice caught in her throat. Not want a Valentine's gift from Minami? That was impossible. She liked Minami, loved Minami. Without him, there was no way she could have ever achieved her dream of making Kesokuban successful. If Minami were to actually give her a Valentine's Day present, she couldn't even begin to imagine how happy that would make her. Her toes fidgeted inside her yellow boat socks. We've known that guy for so many years now, haven't we? Ryo's voice carried a righteous conviction. And he still hasn't given us a single Valentine's gift. Don't you think he's the problem here? Nodoka opened her mouth slightly, but no words came out. From an emotional standpoint, she really wanted to agree with Ryo. But from a logical standpoint, stop talking nonsense. She shook her head, refusing to let Ryo derail her any further. After all, this woman was completely lawless, a free spirit in every sense of the word. Deciding to drop the topic entirely, Nodoka bent down, picked up the laundry basket she had left on the floor, and adjusted her grip in a way that made her look refined. If Hitori hears you talking like this, you're gonna Gonna what? A curious voice suddenly came from nearby. Still sporting the same long hair she had in high school, Shoji Hitori emerged from the side room. She clearly hadn't heard the conversation between Nodoka and Ryo. Her crystal-clear blue eyes blinked in curiosity. Was there something you wanted to say to me? Nodoka stiffened. She hadn't expected Hitori to show up so soon. Hitori, weren't you out shopping for Valentine's gifts with Minami? Oh. That. Hitori's voice was soft and delicate as she answered. Nami is always more decisive than me. By the time I got there, he'd already bought everything. She tilted her head. Why? What's wrong, Nodoka-chan? Even though Hitori was now a mother, she still spoke with that habitual timidness that had always been a part of her. It wasn't as pronounced as before, but it was something she'd never fully outgrown. And nothing. I was just talking to Ryo about some other things, that's all. Don't worry about it. Nodoka waved her hand dismissively while frantically shooting a glare at Ryo. Even little Miyuki, who was just 9, had the common sense to keep her mouth shut about what had just happened. But actually, we were discussing something really important just now. Ryo spoke up. Something really important? Hitori took a step closer, looking intrigued. Yes. Hitori, don't you think it's unfair that you're the only one getting a Valentine's gift from Minami? Nodoka's expression turned into one of pure shock. This damn woman, this blue-haired menace, even Miyuki, a 9-year-old, had enough sense to know what could and couldn't be said. Yet Ryo, this absolute lunatic. Nodoka quickly turned her head away, too nervous to look at Hitori's reaction. Unlike Nodoka, who was frantically avoiding eye contact, Hitori simply looked surprised, like she hadn't expected Ryo to say something like that. She hesitated for a moment before quietly muttering, well. It is kinda unfair. It's not kinda, it is. Ryo leaned in, her amber eyes staring at Hitori with dead seriousness. We've all known Minami for so long. Her expression didn't waver at all as she made her ridiculous demand. So, Hitori, I command you to give me Minami's gift. At that moment, Hitori and Miyuki were practically identical. The way they both whined in protest was completely the same. But Ryo didn't care. She extended her hand, palm up, her golden eyes staring at Hitori. Where is it? The gift Minami gave you? Ryo-san. Here? Yamada. Ryo's expression was one of deep concentration. Ryo-san. Don't touch there. That's my bra clasp. Or maybe here. My underwear. Or maybe just as Ryo's hands continued their questionable exploration all over Shoji Hitori, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. What exactly are you two doing? Huh? At that moment, everyone in the room froze. The only one who didn't was little Miyuki, who immediately cheered upon recognizing the newcomer, Papa. Kita Mama. Standing in the doorway was Minami, and right beside him, having just arrived by chance, was Kita Ikuyo. Both of them had extremely perplexed expressions as they took in the scene before them. Hitori clothes slightly disheveled, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ryo, her face completely serious, hands still buried in a place far too suggestive for comfort. A place that, frankly, drew far more attention than even the cherry blossoms in spring. You do realize she's someone else's wife, right, Ryo? Minami reached out and smacked Ryo on the head. This woman. No matter what timeline, she's always like this. So, what is she just giving up on me now and going after Hitori instead? Ow, Minami. Expression completely blank, Ryo finally pulled her hand away from Hitori and rubbed the sore spot on her head. Oh? So you do feel pain? Minami glanced at her with clear disapproval. Alright, now would someone please explain what's going on? To say that he hadn't expected this scene after coming home from a 1-hour direct simulation would be a massive understatement. Everyone sat down. With a deep sigh, Nodoka reluctantly explained the situation, and by the time she was done, her face had turned completely red from second-hand embarrassment. Because this was just too stupid. A whole argument over wanting Minami's Valentine's Day gift. And getting caught by Minami himself? Could there be any scenario more socially humiliating than this? Sure enough. Silence. Everyone fell into an awkward quiet after hearing the explanation. The only one who seemed completely unbothered was Ryo. She even had the nerve to ask, "What's wrong?" Everyone. Absolutely everyone at that moment came to the same realization: this woman is terrifying. But whatever. Breaking the silence, Minami let out a defeated sigh and stood up. Hitori, I got it out already. Ah. Okay, you can. Take it out. That thing. Hitori nodded, her voice shy and hesitant. That thing? Hearing those words, Ryo, Nodoka, and Kita perked up in curiosity. Under their eager gazes, Minami reached into a paper bag beside him and pulled out 3 different-sized, neatly wrapped gifts. He then handed them to Ryo, Nodoka, and Kita. This is... Nodoka blinked in confusion. Judging by the packaging, these were clearly Valentine's Day gifts. But... They had no right to accept a Valentine's gift from Minami, did they? Even if they had been best friends since high school. Even if little Miyuki called them all her mama. That still didn't give them the standing to receive something this special. Their relationship with Minami wasn't that kind of relationship. And with Hitori standing right there. If she misunderstood this with mixed feelings of happiness, excitement, and anxiety, Nodoka hesitantly glanced toward Hitori. Kita did the same. Neither of them had expected something like this today. Their minds were practically short-circuiting. It was actually Hitori's idea. Noticing their confused expressions, Minami casually explained. During his direct simulation, he had gone out with Hitori to pick Valentine's gifts. But halfway through their trip, his timid wife had suddenly made a request. Not just for herself, she wanted him to buy gifts for Ryo, Nodoka, and Kita as well. At the time, Minami had struggled to understand why. But when he looked at his wife and saw her gentle smile, I just wanted everyone to have a happy Valentine's Day together. Hitori grinned shyly, her tone light-hearted. Otherwise, a Valentine's Day without gifts just feels too lonely, doesn't it? Hitori. Hearing those words, Nodoka and Kita felt something stir in their hearts. She was always thinking about others. She was always attuned to people's feelings, noticing things they didn't even realize themselves. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's exactly why Minami had chosen her. Carefully holding the gift boxes in their hands, Nodoka and Kita whispered their thanks. And Ryo. She had already started tearing open her package. When she saw that it contained the Bluetooth headphones she had been wanting for ages, she let out a satisfied "oh." The way she cheered made everyone laugh and shake their heads. She really was always like this. But maybe that was why Kasokaban never felt stifling. Maybe that was why their group always felt so alive. Laughter filled the air. And the warm, comforting atmosphere of happiness and friendship settled over them all. 7:30 p.m., that night. Alright, see you tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Minami and Hitori stood by the door, waving goodbye as Ryo, Nodoka, and Kita left. With the house finally quiet, the couple let out a content sigh. Glancing at the time, they realized it was still early. As Hitori began tidying up, she turned to her husband and softly asked, "Nami, do you want some tea?" She knew his habits well. Every night, before washing up for bed, Minami always had a cup of tea to warm his stomach. No rush. Minami blinked, watching his wife move around the room. Then, suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Just sit with me for a bit, Hitori." Hitori's face flushed pink at the unexpected intimacy. Timid as always, she didn't dare resist. Minami lifted a hand to caress her cheek. Her long pink hair draped softly over her shoulders, no longer covering her face like it did in high school. Her features were delicate, her lips rosy, her skin pale and smooth. And her figure, well, that had always been unfairly stunning. Nami. Hitori's voice was barely a whisper. Miyuki's still awake. She wasn't rejecting him. Just reminding him to be quiet. Minami chuckled, leaning close to her ear. She was up early this morning composing with Ryo. She already fell asleep. Pulling her gently toward the sofa, he whispered, "Hitori, let's stay up a little later tonight." Understanding exactly what he meant, Hitori squeezed his hand back, nodded softly, and whispered, "Okay." Outside, the Tokyo night stretched endlessly. A car horn sounded in the distance, breaking the stillness of the city. Above them, the Milky Way spilled across the sky. Who knows whose heart it will finally fall into? Chapter 185, The Hidden Happy Ending. In the direct simulation, after everything had settled, Shoji Minami gently stroked Shoji Hitori's soft hair, his eyes tracing the smooth, fair skin of her back, as flawless as a snow-covered mountain. He was satisfied. Truly satisfied. With a wife so gentle and kind, with a daughter so incredibly gifted, Minami felt nothing but contentment. And yet, for some reason, deep in his heart, he couldn't shake the feeling that beneath his wife's serene and elegant expression, something was hidden. Something she wasn't saying. Perhaps because she didn't want to burden him. Taking a deep breath, Minami buried his face in her hair, inhaling her familiar scent as his hand glided across the smooth curve of her back. He spoke softly, "Hitori, is something on your mind?" Ah. Caught off guard, Hitori's already pale complexion instantly turned rosy. "And no, it's nothing, Nami." Her voice dragged out into a muffled sound because in the next second, Minami captured her lips. Her ocean blue eyes widened in shock. "Talk." As he pulled away, he gave a simple command. "MMM." Hitori lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting in hesitation. Her voice trailed off again. Because Minami kissed her again. And again. "MMM." Her entire face turned red as she escaped from his arms. This was too much. Even for her, this was too much. Her blue eyes, shimmering with tears of embarrassment, flickered as she finally pushed away her hesitation and spoke. "I'm actually thinking about Ryo-san, Nodoka-chan, and Kita-chan." "Thinking about them?" Minami looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Even as she spoke, her voice remained soft and beautiful. "Ryo, Nodoka-chan, and Kita-chan. They're already 31 years old. You know that too, right, Nami?" "Yeah. I know." Minami nodded. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. "They're still single." As she spoke, a small sigh escaped from Hitori's lips. She wasn't stupid. She knew why they were still single. It wasn't because there were no men chasing after them. In fact, they had plenty of excellent suitors. And yet they rejected every single one of them. And the reason why? Hitori lifted her head slightly, her gaze landing on her husband. Even after all these years, Minami hadn't changed. His handsome, refined features remained untouched by time. His eyes bright, clear, and sincere looked just as they did the first time she met him over a decade ago. It was almost as if time had left no trace on him. If anything, the years had only deepened his natural charm, adding a maturity that made him even more attractive than before. "So I've been wondering," she murmured, resting against his chest. "Is it really okay for me to be the only one who gets to be happy?" Her voice was soft, but there was a weight behind it. Kesoka Band has always been one. Her life now was undeniably happy. But whenever she saw Ryo, Nodoka, and Kita, a strange feeling would creep into her heart. A kind of guilt. A kind of sadness that was hard to describe. Was it really okay for her to be the only one who found happiness? Even though they had never said anything. Even though they had congratulated her wholeheartedly. Even though they still lived as a tight-knit family of sorts. The reality remained unchanged. They were still single. "To be honest, Minami, I wouldn't mind sharing you with them." Hitori lifted her head, looking straight into his eyes. Her blue gaze was gentle, yet filled with conviction. And as he looked at her, Minami finally understood. Ever since his direct simulation had ended, he had always wondered why was Hitori's happy ending only 92 points? Even though she had achieved everything her dream. A beautiful family. A perfect marriage. It should have been flawless. But it wasn't. Because even if Nodoka, Ryo, and Kita claimed they didn't mind, Hitori did. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept a reality where she was the only one to find happiness. Because she truly loved them and always had. "We four are one," Hitori whispered. "That's why I asked you to buy them gifts today." "I see." Minami exhaled. Hitori nodded. "Nami. You saw their faces today, didn't you? Their smiles, those genuine, Radiant smiles like the ones they had 14 years ago, when Kasoka Band had just begun. When I saw their smiles today, I realized. Hitori whispered, pressing closer to him. I've always wanted them to be happy too, Nami. She had kept this feeling inside for so many years. But now, she finally said it aloud. I think Ryo-san, Najuka-chan, and Kita-chan feel the same way. Minami fell silent. So, even in this simulation, even in a happy ending, Hitori still couldn't let go of her feelings. Maybe the true perfect ending was a future where no one was left behind. His hand drifted to her hair, stroking it gently. But if that was true, then what about the real world? If Hitori's feelings in the simulation were this strong, then what about the real Hitori? Was she hiding the same emotions? Had she always been thinking about this? This was a real choice. One he would eventually have to make. And in reality there would be no redoing it. But before Minami could think too much about it, his phone suddenly buzzed on the nightstand. A line message. He glanced at the screen. Who is it, Nami? Hitori peeked over curiously. Ah, it's from Siaka-san. He chuckled as he stood up to get dressed. She wants me to go drinking with her. At this hour? Guess I should head over. Siaka was a grown woman, sure, but drinking alone this late at night? Probably not the safest thing. And out of all the men she knew, Minami was the only one she could trust. He might as well go. Just to make sure she got home safe. After all, the Aijichi, Kita, and Yamada families all lived on the same street as the Shaoji family. Back in the early years, when Kasoka Band was at the peak of its popularity, they had saved up quite a fortune. So, after some discussion, they simply decided to buy houses on the same street and live close to each other. Sure, it cost some money, but compared to the massive wealth they had accumulated over the years as one of the nation's biggest rock bands, this amount was barely a drop in the bucket. Be careful on the way, Nami. Watching as Minami put on his jacket piece by piece, Hitori saw him off with gentle eyes. Yeah, I will. With that simple reply, Minami headed downstairs. Following the familiar memories from his direct simulation, he walked toward the izakaya where Siaka and the others often drank. Leaving the residential area, he continued down the main road for a bit, before heading down a gentle slope. Before long, he saw it as small izakaya, its white paper lanterns glowing softly, deep navy curtains hanging at the entrance, and a warm orange light illuminating the inside. Lifting the Norin curtain, Minami stepped inside. And with just one glance he immediately spotted Hiro Kakuri loudly demanding more drinks from the staff. Beside her, Aijichi Siaka was elegantly eating a yakitori skewer, taking small bites at a leisurely pace. Kakuri. She hadn't changed at all. Though she looked a bit more mature, her rowdy personality remained exactly the same. Siaka, on the other hand, wore a black knitted sweater, her golden blonde hair still as radiant as ever. To their far right, Pa-san sat with her usual graceful and relaxed demeanor, sipping her drink in silence. Seeing Minami arrive, the three women visibly perked up. Especially Kakuri, she immediately stretched out a hand. Ah, Shaoji-kun. You're here. Come, sit next to me. She spoke loudly, her voice carrying over the chatter of the izakaya, a bottle of sake clutched tightly in her hand. Minami sighed, rubbing his forehead. Someone, please control this 40-something-year-old woman who still acted like an overgrown child. But, in the end, Minami gave up and took a seat. Right beside Siaka. Eh? Why aren't you sitting next to me, Shaoji-kun? How rude. Kakuri grumbled in protest, pouting like a child. You're over 40 now. At least try to act your age. Minami sighed, accepting a yakitori skewer from Siaka with a small nod of thanks. Your time really flies too fast. Kakuri let out a dramatic groan, clutching her sake bottle like a lifeline. Her deep purple eyes misted over slightly as she muttered, the Shaoji-kun who used to follow me around like a lost puppy, calling me Kakuri-nisan, is actually married now. Okay, first of all, that's completely wrong. Minami deadpanned, taking a bite of his skewer. I never followed you around like a lost puppy. Second, I've been married for 9 years. Not just got married. Kakuri slammed a fist on the table. Damn it. Why am I still single? Oi, bartender. Another bottle of sake. Minami exhaled in mild exasperation. Kakuri, just like Siaka and Pa-san, had remained single all these years. The difference was, for Siaka and Pa-san, it was because they simply weren't interested in relationships. But for Kakuri, she never found anyone who met her standards, and honestly, she had been so focused on her music career that she had zero time for dating. And before she knew it, she had dragged things out to this age. That's enough. Before the bartender could pass the fresh sake bottle to Kakuri, Minami reached out and blocked it with his hand. His expression firm. You forgot what the doctor told you? Kakuri had been drinking since her rockstar days. Even now, she still couldn't quit. Among all the people Minami knew, her health was probably the worst. Late-night concerts. Alcohol every single day. Rinse and repeat. At this rate, she wasn't going to last long. Even in real life, Minami had seriously considered forcing her to quit drinking. If this continued, her body would break down sooner or later. Sure, there were medical treatments that could undo the damage, but that didn't mean she should keep destroying herself like this. Alcohol was fine in moderation. But her drinking habits were far from moderate. Kakuri whined, clearly unhappy. I think Minami has a point. Sayaka, who had only had 2 sips of her drink, spoke up. She placed her glass down with a quiet clink. You should really quit drinking, Kakuri. Even Sayaka-senpai is against me? Kakuri dramatically gasped, clutching her chest in mock despair. No way, alcohol is the only thing that comforts me. Maybe that's exactly why you should quit. Sayaka responded flatly, taking another bite of her skewer. As the 2 women bickered, Pa-san quietly covered her mouth, giggling softly. Much like Kasoka Band, the adult group of Starry's Live House had never changed. Even after all these years, their friendship remained just as strong as ever. Saying he was here to drink with them was a bit of an overstatement. In reality, Minami barely touched his drink, instead focusing on his grilled skewers while engaging in casual conversation with the women. Over the years, Eiichi Sayaka had long since passed down Starry Live House to Eiichi Nijuka, entrusting her younger sister with its future. Pa-san, on the other hand, was constantly hounded by her parents about marriage. But she herself didn't seem in any hurry, always smiling cheerfully, unbothered by their concerns. As for Hiro Kakuri, well, just as always. Still absorbed in her rock music career, she had long since established herself as one of the biggest names in the industry. No longer confined to small live houses, she frequently played alongside major acts, even headlining her own concerts. However, her health had taken a hit recently. Likely due to years of excessive drinking in her youth, her doctor had strongly advised her to cut back. Minami's presence here tonight wasn't so much about drinking, rather, he was more like a friend to women. Listening to their troubles and complaints. Though tonight's atmosphere felt different from usual. Something was off. Minami glanced at Sayaka, sensing that she had something else on her mind. And his instincts proved right. Downing the last of her sake, Sayaka, slightly flushed from the alcohol, finally spoke up. Minami, the truth is, there's something important I need to discuss with you. She set down her cup, fixed her gaze on him, and carefully enunciated each word. It's about my little sister's future. Chapter 186, Love falls like a sudden storm, yet never ceases. It's about my sister's future, her happiness. The moment Eiichi Sayaka said those words, the lively atmosphere around the table shifted. Hiro Kakuri, who had been making a ruckus just moments ago, suddenly went silent. Pa-san, who always had her eyes closed in an easygoing smile, opened them slightly, her gaze shifting towards Sayaka. It was clear that both of them already knew the real reason Sayaka had called Shoji Minami here tonight. Minami straightened up slightly, adjusting his posture. I'm listening. Sayaka, ever the direct type, leaned forward, resting her hands on the table. No need to play mind games with you, huh? I don't like beating around the bush anyway, so I'll get straight to the point. She fixed her crimson eyes on him. What do you think of my sister? It wasn't a difficult question to answer. After spending over a decade by Eiichi Nijuka's side, Minami barely even had to think before replying. She's incredibly understanding. Her bright personality, her energy, her warmth, those were obvious. But if he had to describe what truly set her apart, it would be her empathy. Nijuka had always been someone who considered everyone's feelings, supported them, and gave them space to grow. And that, more than anything else, had been the very foundation that kept Kasoka Band together through the years. She's an amazing person. Always has been, from our school days to now. That was his honest opinion. But you don't need to butter her up with compliments. Sayaka cut him off, shaking her head. I'm not asking for the general opinion anyone could give. She wanted more than that. She needed to hear something else. What do you think of my sister? If she were to become your wife? The entire table went still. Minami's expression hardened slightly. I already have a wife. Which is why I said if. It's just a hypothetical. Sayaka dismissed his concern with a wave of her hand, urging him to continue. A hypothetical, huh? Minami wasn't dense. He already understood exactly what she was implying. But he still answered honestly. If Nijuka were my wife. He paused for a moment, picturing it in his mind. Then she'd make a wonderful one. She's thoughtful, capable, and incredibly kind. Right? Sayaka looked pleased. No matter how you look at it, my sister is wife material. She set down her glass, exhaling deeply before meeting his gaze again. Then tell me this, Minami, do you realize she's still single? Her voice lowered slightly, her tone serious. She's 31 already. She didn't need to say anything else. Minami already knew where this conversation was headed. And it's not just Nodoka. Sayaka's eyes sharpened. You're aware that Ryo and Kita are also still single, aren't you? At their age, that means something. Time wasn't infinite. Sayaka was already in her 40s, and she felt the weight of that truth every day. She could see how quickly the years passed. She saw it in her sister, in her friends, in herself. And yet, Nodoka, Ryo, and Kita, they were still waiting. Sayaka knew exactly who they were waiting for. Her voice remained calm, but something heavy lingered beneath the surface. Minami, you know what turning 30 means for a woman. Her words were simple, but they carried an undeniable truth. A truth Minami couldn't ignore. They've been waiting for you all this time. You know that, don't you? He let out a slow breath. Yeah. I do. There was no point in denying it. Lying to himself wouldn't change anything. But even if that's the case, does it really not bother you? Minami asked, watching Sayaka closely. She was Nodoka's older sister. If things really took the turn she was suggesting, if he were to accept all of them, would she really be okay with that? Wouldn't she resent him for it? Wouldn't she see it as something shameful? Wouldn't she oppose it? But Sayaka's response came without hesitation. So what if it bothers me? So what if I have an opinion? She let out a dry chuckle, shaking her head. What can I do about it? Even if I had a problem with it, do you think I could actually stop Nodoka from loving you? The answer was obvious. No. She couldn't. And she wouldn't. You need to understand something, Minami. Pa-san, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up. We're not in our 20s anymore. She took a slow sip of her drink. We're in our 40s. The way we see things now is completely different from when we were younger. At their age, they had already seen how fragile happiness could be. They had seen how easily it could slip away. They had learned that wasting time on regrets was the worst mistake you could make. And Sayaka had came to a simple conclusion: what matters most is that Nodoka finds happiness. Nothing else was more important. That was all she wanted. And if Minami was the only one who could give her that, then so be it. Minami, do you really think things can stay the way they are? Sayaka's voice was calm, but her question struck deep. Could he really just leave things as they were? Could he really just pretend not to know? This question wasn't just about this simulation. It wasn't just a matter of what happened in this simulated future. It was a question that applied to reality as well. Because in real life, to Ryo, Nodoka, Kita, and even Chisato, Takina, Hitori, they were all still waiting. And deep down, he knew it. Sayaka's words made him confront something he had been avoiding. Something that had been building up for years. Minami fell silent, lost in thought. For once, he had no answer. And Sayaka didn't push him for one. She knew this wasn't something that could be decided on the spot. If you really choose to make all of them happy, she finally said, then you have to be ready for the responsibility that comes with it. Because if he took that path, it wouldn't just be love. It would be a lifelong commitment. It wasn't the kind of decision one could make lightly. Even after thinking it through, there were still a lot of things to consider. Minami and the others finished their drinks and snacks, settling the bill before heading out. He made sure Kakure and Pa-san got home safely before finally walking Sayaka back to her place. Sayaka let out a deep breath, her voice steady despite the slight tipsiness in her tone. I probably said a lot of weird things after drinking. Sorry about that, Minami. She was as straightforward as ever. Though she hadn't gotten an answer from him tonight, she had placed the question before him. What happened next was entirely up to him. Sayaka turned toward the door, about to head inside. Sayaka, I think I've found my answer. Minami's voice rang out behind her, calm and unwavering. Sayaka turned back, a flicker of curiosity in her red eyes. Oh? And when she met his gaze, dark, steady, and clear like polished black pearls, she smiled. She didn't need to ask what his answer was. She could already see it. There was nothing more to say. She simply gave him a casual thumbs up before stepping into her house. Minami nodded slightly in return. He had already made up his mind. Because, from the very start, this was never a complicated question. Minami walked down the quiet street toward home. There was no need to overthink it. The question Sayaka had asked him was simple. And once he stripped away all the unnecessary thoughts, he realized the answer had been in his heart all along. He had always wanted all of them to be happy. And if even Sayaka and Hitori supported him, then what was there to hesitate about? Back home, after washing up, Minami slid under the covers. Hitori was still awake. In the darkness, she spoke softly. You're back? Yeah. A brief silence fell between them. Then Hitori. I've given serious thought to what you said earlier. A beat. Then, as if realizing what he meant, Hitori murmured, "Ah. That." Minami exhaled slowly. "Just like how you don't want to see them unhappy. I feel the same way. After all, they've already waited for over 10 years. The most precious years of their lives. Ryo, Najuka, and Kita had spent their youth waiting. If he continued hesitating now, how many more decades could they afford to wait?" Even though he couldn't see her face in the dark, Minami could feel it. The quiet relief in Hitori's breath, as if she had finally let go of a weight she had been carrying all this time. She had been struggling with this for years. The thought that she was the only one who had found happiness while the others remained alone. It had been gnawing at her heart. And now, at last, she could let that guilt go. Her voice dropped to a whisper, hesitating slightly. "Nami." "Yeah? Should we get a bigger house in the future?" Minami blinked. "Huh?" Hitori fidgeted slightly. "Well. With 5 adults living together. Our house is kind of small, isn't it?" A brief silence, then Minami chuckled. She really is Hitori. They hadn't even taken the first step yet, and she was already thinking that far ahead. "But yeah," he murmured in agreement. "If we're all going to live together, this house really is a bit small." But that was something to think about later. For now, his personal simulation still had about half an hour left. And with the choice he had made tonight, would the ending change like it had with Ryo's simulation? That was something Minami would soon find out. He closed his eyes. Because the simulated future has changed, the outcome has been altered. Recalculating simulation score, Minami opened his eyes. So, it really did change. The system had recalculated the entire timeline just because of the choice he made tonight. Which meant his decision truly affected the future. This time, I chose the all-around happy ending. I wonder how things turned out. His eyes scanned the new simulation report. You were never one to hesitate, you clearly understood your wife's wishes, as well as Sayaka's desire to see Najuko happy. You had always known the truth, ensuring only Hitori's happiness was never enough. That was merely your own selfish way of avoiding the real problem. They waited for you for over 10 years, were you really going to make them wait any longer? You stepped toward Najuka's door first, once, many years ago, she had confessed to you. You had turned her down, but now, as she had done back then, you stood before her door and knocked. It was February 15th. Just another ordinary morning to the rest of the world, but to the 5 of you, this was the day everything changed. Minami let out a breath. The timeline really shifted. In Hitori's original happy ending, Najuka, Ryo, and Kita had very little presence in the final scenes. But in this new all-around happy ending, the simulation clearly showed him taking action. Going to Najuka. Choosing to face the feelings that had been waiting for him all these years. The real question was, what was the final result? His gaze fell on the new score. Final score, 97 out of 100. You have achieved the all-around happy ending, 97 points. Even higher than before. System evaluation, decisions are difficult. But love, when shared, only grows stronger. The bonds you formed over decades were never meant to be divided. Choosing only one among them would have been painful both for them and for you, and yet, none of them ever blamed you. Because their love for you had always been unwavering, not even 10 years could diminish their feelings. Instead, like fine wine, their love only deepened over time. I don't like you. They never once uttered such a lie, because even if they did, they knew they would never be able to fool themselves, but life does not grant infinite decades. They could wait 1 decade. Maybe 2. But not a 3rd. Not a 4th, they wished for your happiness. And now, at last you wished for theirs as well, and so, on that morning, that perfectly ordinary morning, you finally made your choice, a love that never faded, even after more than 10 years. Like a sudden downpour, yet never once ceasing. Chapter 187, 5 people doing this and that together, 97 points, huh? Looking at the terrifying score in front of him, Minami stroked his chin. It wasn't that the score was too high. Rather, he felt. This seems a bit low, doesn't it? Minami muttered to himself. He was confident, very confident. When it came to whether he could make everyone happy, he never doubted himself, not even for a second. But even with everyone happy, it still didn't reach that perfect 100-point ending. That made Minami a little curious. The conditions to reach 97 points were already so demanding. His wife, Shoji Hitori, had to approve, Ijichi Seiko had to encourage him, and on top of that, all 4 women had to truly love him, and everyone had to find happiness. So then, what about that elusive 100-point ending? How impossibly strict would the conditions need to be to reach a perfect conclusion? Minami thought about it for a moment. After some consideration, he simply chuckled and shook his head. Why am I even thinking about this? A perfect 100-point ending is impossible. That's right, it was impossible. Just like how there was no such thing as perfection in this world, life would always have its tiny regrets. Even if the overall melody was beautiful and joyful, there would always be small imperfections. Not to mention, things like aging, illness, and death. Unavoidable laws of nature would inevitably bring sorrow to love. So just by thinking about it for a moment, Minami already knew a perfect 100-point ending simply didn't exist. If it did, how pure would their love have to be? Like something out of a fairy tale? Minami didn't even want to think about it anymore. Yeah. Pushing aside thoughts of an impossible perfect ending, Minami took a sip of water and glanced at the clock. Immersed in his direct simulation, half an hour had passed in real time. Minami sat back at his round table, reviewing his gains. Even though I didn't get any material rewards this time, the mental rewards are huge. Not just in the form of that tender time spent in bed with Hitori, but more importantly, the realization that had settled in his heart. The path of everyone's happiness. Minami tapped his fingers on the table. After hearing both Sika's and Hitori's perspectives, he had no choice but to seriously consider how he should actually treat these women in real life. Minami opened up his simulation targets list. Gota Hitori and Yamada Ryo's feelings toward him hadn't changed. They still had terrifying levels of affection for him. Terms like love, dependence, and only you and no one else filled their descriptions. Since he had already seen them before, Minami only skimmed through their profiles before moving on. Next up, Nishikigi Chisato and Shinjo Akan. Minami opened Chizato's profile. Simulation target, Nishikigi Chisato. Status, love's direction, devotion's path, none but you. Looks like after yesterday's school festival, her affection for him had grown even more. 2 new descriptions had even been added. It seemed that giving her that gift had truly touched her heart. Now, moving on to Minami clicked on Shinjo Akan's profile. Simulation target, Shinjo Akan. Status, love like the stars, never ending, you alone. Minami let out a thoughtful hum. Not just Chisato, but Akan's feelings had also grown significantly after the festival. But of course, the school festival had allowed her to take her first step into the tokusatsu industry, her dream. So it was only natural that her love for him had deepened. Minami closed the list and fell back onto his bed. The bright fluorescent light above him shone like a scorching sun. But he didn't care. Because right now Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, Nishikigi Chisato, and Shinjo Akan, they were all just like the girls from his latest direct simulation. Each and every one of them loved him with an intensity beyond words. And Minami had no doubt if things continued as they were, they would wait for him. Just like in the simulation, they would wait for him for over 10 years. Gota Hitori was a given. Her willingness to share their home with the other 3 spoke volumes. Yamada Ryo. She was even more extreme. She had failed in every simulation but never gave up. She was always there, waiting. Nishikigi Chisato, her bright and cheerful personality made it seem like she could easily move on. But ever since Minami had saved her life with the universal recovery pill, there had been no one else in her eyes. And Shinjo Akan? She seemed like the least likely to wait for him. But Minami had been the first person to truly see her, to unmask her hidden self. And now, he was the only one who had stepped into her tokusatsu dream. So naturally she, too, wanted to take the second step with him. Then the third. Would he really make them wait another 10 years? Just like in the simulation? Until he finally knocked on their doors? Just imagining it, Minami felt like he'd be the biggest idiot alive. Sure, the whole harem thing was something no decent person would do. But Minami never claimed to be a decent person in the first place. He never pretended to be a kind-hearted saint. And more importantly, if he was going to go to them eventually, then why waste 10 years of their lives? That would be beyond stupid. And more than that, making them wait for over 10 years. Wouldn't that be torture for them? Minami rubbed his temples. It was still early. And with all these thoughts in his head, he wasn't sleepy at all. After some consideration, he reached for his phone and opened Line. Scrolling through his contacts, he found an odd-looking clay doll icon. Yamada Ryo's profile picture always stood out. He tapped on it and sent a message. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Ryo, you awake? Lone wolf bass freak, Minami, what is it? Straight to the point, as always. That's so like her. Minami thought for a moment, then started typing. Meanwhile, why is he texting me at this hour? Yawning, Yamada Ryo lazily hugged her black and white pillow, curling up on her soft sofa. Her smooth, pale legs wrapped around the pillow as she stared at her phone screen. She was a little confused. Usually, she was the one who initiated contact with Minami. Him texting her first like this was rare. If it were anyone else texting her this late, she would probably glance at it once, get annoyed with typing, and just toss her phone aside. Even if people got mad at her for reading without replying, she wouldn't care. But it's Minami. Ryo rested her smooth, white chin on her pillow, gazing at her phone. For some reason, when it came to him, she had infinite patience. But still Minami was mine from the start. A graceful yet lazy voice murmured those words. So, waiting here for him and being a little more patient with him was only natural. Ryo perked up slightly, glancing at her phone screen. She soon saw a message arrive. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I wanted to ask your opinion on something. Ryo tilted her head. Lone wolf bass freak, what is it? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, if one day. Would you accept the idea of other girls being by my side? Ryo's expression didn't change in the slightest. For most people, that question would have been an earth-shattering revelation. But for Ryo, lone wolf bass freak, you're messaging me this late at night. Just for something this minor? Lone wolf bass freak. So who caught your eye? That gold and white-haired one? The pink and purple-haired one? Well, if you're making a move, the first one should be Hitori, right? She looks the easiest to push around. I can even help you bag her. Without hesitation, Ryo sent the message. Then she yawned again, lazily stretching. Meanwhile, on the receiving end of the message as expected of Ryo. Seeing her response, Minami couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This wasn't the first time he had been surprised by her. But every single time, Ryo's replies always managed to catch him off guard. It was as if the concept of playing by the rules simply didn't exist in her mind. But then again, that's exactly why I chose to talk to her about this. Minami straightened up in his seat. There were some things he could say to Ryo and only to Ryo. Because she was the one who had always been running alongside him in this race yet had never once given up. Minami typed out another message. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy? You really don't care? Lone wolf bass freak, why would I care? Lone wolf bass freak, as long as you can make me happy, that's all that matters. How many girls you like, how many you want to be with, that has nothing to do with me. Just thinking about it feels like a hassle. Ryo stretched again, yawning adorably. She hated thinking about complicated things. For her, as long as her life was enjoyable and comfortable, that was all she needed. Everything else she wouldn't bother worrying about, nor did she want to. And more importantly, lone wolf bass freak, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I've seen this happen countless times before. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, seen it countless times before? Lone wolf bass freak, maybe in a dream? But I can't quite remember. I just have this vague feeling that in every love story with you, I lost over and over again. To all kinds of different women, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Minami's feelings were summed up perfectly by that single ellipsis. As expected of the undisputed queen of getting sidelined in love. Ryo had already sensed it. In all those countless simulations where she had lost, again and again, where she had always been left waiting. Lone wolf bass freak, if you want to do it, just do it. I'll help you. I'm tired. Going to sleep. With that final message, Ryo stood up from the couch and collapsed onto her soft bed. The girl drifted into sleep. She never saw the last message sent to her phone from the contact labeled the one I like. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, good night, Ryo. Minami waited a while after sending that message. But there was no reply. Guess Ryo had already fallen asleep. Shaking his head at her carefree attitude, Minami set his phone down and glanced out the window. From his room, he could see Tokyo's neon-lit skyline. He wondered, would the memories from this altered simulation reach Gota Hitori? If Ryo could vaguely sense something, then theoretically whatever. Minami pulled the covers over himself. Thinking about it wouldn't change anything. Instead of getting lost in thoughts about that, he should be wondering why Futaba Ryo wanted to meet with him tomorrow. That girl whom he had temporarily removed from his simulation list. What did she want? With that question lingering in his mind, Minami closed his eyes. Outside of Meguro Ward, inside the Gota household, a certain pink-haired girl awoke from her sleep, her face burning red. The shifted memories in her mind completely threw her off. And the things she and Minami had done together, just recalling them made her nose feel hot. She almost had a nosebleed. Especially since the memories felt so real. As if it had actually happened, as if she had truly experienced it. Minami-kun's hands are so big. Kinda soft. No, wait. Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Hitori violently shook her head. That wasn't the issue here. The real issue was that dream. No, those vivid memories in her mind. Everyone was with me too? Recalling what had happened in her memories, Hitori's face turned completely red. Unlike before, this time, those memories included the other members of Kesoku Band. She and Minami and the others. Living together. 5 people doing this and that together? Chapter 188, What exactly does Futaba Ryo want? Living together with everyone. 5 people. Doing this and that together. Just the mere thought of it made Gota Hitori's pale face flush bright red beneath her oversized, well-worn button-up shirt that she used as pajamas. This kind of thing was just too. With a thud, she collapsed face first onto her bed. The loud noise naturally alarmed the two people sleeping in the master bedroom downstairs, Gota Naoki and Gota Michio. Hearing the commotion, they rushed up the stairs, their expressions filled with concern. Then Hitori. Hitori. What happened? Why is there so much blood? Ah. With Minami doing this and that. Lying dazed on the bed, blood trickling from her nose, Hitori muttered absent-mindedly, lost in her own world. Quick. Get some ice. And a purification talisman, just in case. That night, the Gota household descended into chaos, filled with frantic footsteps and hushed, panicked whispers. 10 minutes later, having been properly taken care of and her nosebleed stopped, Gota Hitori lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her parents had finally gone back to sleep, leaving her with only her thoughts. She took a deep breath, trying to collect herself, and once again went over the memories that had just surfaced in her mind. Just like last time, they felt too real. The same overwhelming sense of presence, the same deep-rooted sensations. It was as if she had actually lived through it. But this time, there was something different. This time, she hadn't just been with Minami alone. She had lived together with the entire Kesoka band, sharing a home with them and Minami until they all grew old. A situation completely detached from common sense. And yet everyone was so happy. Recalling the smiles of Ijichi Nijuka, Kita Ikuyo, and Yamada Ryo from her memories, smiles she had never seen before, Gota Hitori couldn't help but murmur to herself as she lay in bed, a tissue stuffed into her nose to stop the bleeding. The last time she experienced this strange memory shift, she had indeed found happiness. But at the same time, Nijuka, Ryo, and Kita had lost the chance to pursue their own happiness. They never once complained. In fact, they had sincerely given her their blessings. However, happiness. That was happiness. To chase after happiness, wasn't that something everyone had the right to do? For her and Minami, they had given that up. Instead, they had waited. And in that waiting, time had carried them all the way to 31 years old. A woman. How many times can she turn 31? Curled up under her blankets, Gota Hitori muttered the question to herself. 10 years, that wasn't a short span of time. Measured against an ordinary person's lifespan, that was nearly 1/8 of their entire life. And if she flipped the scenario around, if Minami had chosen to be with Nijuka-chan instead, if she had lost in this long-running romance, would she have done the same? Would she have waited for him for more than a decade, just like Nijuka, Ryo, and Ikuyo had? Yeah. I probably would have. Closing her eyes, Gota Hitori whispered the word softly. She understood herself well. With a personality like hers, so deeply insecure, so hopelessly devoted, if she truly loved someone, then that love would be for a lifetime. Marrying anyone other than Minami. She couldn't even fathom it. Not happiness. Not even a possibility. That kind of future was simply too terrifying to even consider. After all, Minami was the person she knew best. The one she loved most. Not just for 10 years. If she had to wait 20 years, 30 years, she probably wouldn't even hesitate. And so, bringing the question back to her current self, if she were in the position of her from the fragmented memories, would she make the same choice? I think I would. Gota Hitori spoke softly, as if confirming it to herself. The her in those memories wasn't any different from the real her. If that day ever truly came, then she would probably make the exact same choice. To find happiness together with everyone. Rather than taking it for herself alone. Because just imagining Nijuka, Ryo, and Ikuyo waiting for more than 10 years, it felt unbearably cruel. And Minami, in that memory, was the same no matter what. That person always puts us first. Placing a hand gently over her chest, Gota Hitori's pale cheeks flushed a soft pink. Minami. She wanted to see him. Right now. Not in a dream. Not in some fragmented, fleeting memory. The real him. As she thought about that, a pure, beautiful smile naturally bloomed across her face. To an outsider, however, he. We should really call that exorcist we know, shouldn't we? Yeah, I'll handle it. Sharing a deeply concerned look, the Gota couple stood outside their daughter's room, watching her giggle to herself like a possessed woman. Their minds were made up. This had to be the work of some evil spirit. Nothing else could explain such a terrifying laugh in the middle of the night. As usual, Shoji Minami woke up early. Following his daily routine, he started his morning jog. By now, this was as much a habit as breathing. With constant training, his already decent physique had only improved further. And thanks to the simulator enhancing his progress every time he worked out, his speed, endurance, and overall performance had steadily reached new heights. After finishing his run and returning home, He wiped his sweat and grabbed a drink. Just as he was about to take a sip, a familiar system notification rang in his ears. At first, he assumed it was just another standard update about his fitness stats. However, your physical stats have slightly increased. Your athletic ability has improved. Current stat, 8. You have gained the skill athletics level 3. Pausing mid-drink, Minami raised an eyebrow and pulled up his status window. Romance Simulator, bound user, Shaoji Minami, appearance, 9 athletics, 8, common academics, 8 skills, learning level 4 narcissism level 4 cooking, happiness, level 4 writing, romance, level 4 music level 3 deception level 3 athletics level 3, new, medical level 2 self-discipline level 1 awareness level 1 initiative level 1 sincerity level 1 acting level 1 it actually increased? Ignoring the usual simulator commentary, Minami focused on his stats. His athletics had risen from 7 to 8. And at the same time, a new athletics level 3 inches skill had appeared under his talents. This change caught him off guard. Previously, he had assumed that reaching 8 in athletics was already pushing the limits of an average professional. Anything beyond that level 9 or 10 was the territory of world-class athletes. Something far beyond what he ever expected to reach. From what he understood, most regular people would hit a natural ceiling in their abilities. But with the simulator, he no longer had any limits. No bottlenecks. If he kept going, he could break past the peak of human potential. The simulator really is overpowered, huh? Shaking his head, Minami sighed. The fact that it had taken him 2 full months of training just to gain 2 points in athletics probably meant he was pathetically slow by the simulator's standards. From its perspective, his progress was probably embarrassingly inefficient. Still, the unexpected growth was a nice bonus. Feeling good about his gains, Minami whipped up a quick breakfast before throwing on his Shuko High autumn uniform and heading out. The mornings were getting colder. Summer had long since ended, and Tokyo had fully transitioned into deep autumn, nearly winter. Minami had layered an extra shirt beneath his uniform for warmth. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but admire the boldness of certain female students still opting to wear skirts despite the chill. Japanese girls really were something else. They claimed that exposing their legs in cold weather made them softer and smoother over time. And while Minami wasn't about to fact-check that claim, he had to admit, it was impressive. Not that any of this really mattered to him. His focus was on one thing: making his way toward Shukuhai for another day of the cultural festival. The number of visitors had noticeably decreased compared to yesterday. That was only natural. Those who had already satisfied their curiosity about the Shuka festival the previous day wouldn't bother coming again. On top of that, many of the more popular stalls had already sold out of their products and prizes. With fewer attractions to visit, fewer people would show up. It was inevitable. Minami didn't rush straight to the science prep room to meet Ryo Futaba. First, he headed back to his own classroom. Unlike yesterday, when it had been packed with students and guests, Class 2B felt much more relaxed today. A lot of students were chatting and laughing, sharing stories about what they had found interesting at the festival, where the fun spots were, which booths were worth visiting, and which classes they planned to check out today. For second years, this was their last chance to fully enjoy the Shuka festival before the intense pressure of their final year began. As third years, they'd barely have time to relax. So, naturally, they were making the most of it while they could. Compared to them, Minami's choice was much simpler. He set down his shoulder bag, pulled out a light novel, and started reading. I'll relax for a bit first, then head over to meet Futaba, he thought. And that's exactly what he did, or at least, that was the plan. But before he could even turn to the next page, the hushed voices of gossiping classmates reached his ears. Hey, did you hear? Makawa from the next class just confessed to someone. Huh? No way. That timid Makawa actually confessed. Gasps of surprise echoed through the room. Minami remained silent. To be honest, high school romance gossip wasn't something he particularly cared for. However, the next thing they said made him pause. So Makawa confessed too? I heard my friend Hayasukawa from class 4 also confessed. And apparently, it was really weird. Weird? How so? Well, I heard that when Hayasukawa confessed, he grabbed the girl's leg, looked really serious, and shouted something like, "You are my Kamiko. I won't let you go. I won't miss my chance." Or something dramatic like that. Minami lowered his book, glancing toward the group talking. Something about that Kamiko line sounded very familiar. And then it hit him. Before the Shuka festival, he had written a short story called The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. Using his writing, romance, level 4 skill, he had penned a melodramatic love story. But since he had been so busy leading up to the festival, he had completely forgotten about it. Now, however, he remembered that the Shuka High Literature Club had included it in their latest school magazine and distributed copies to students. And considering that his writing was backed by a max-level romance skill if a bunch of hormonal high schoolers read it. Minami cleared his throat. You know what, now that you mention it. One of the students continued, when Mikaba confessed, he also said something weird. He kept shouting stuff like, I love you. I don't want you to become the girl hidden in the azalea fields. It was super dramatic. Like, when did that guy get so bold? And where did he even learn to say stuff like that? Now that I think about it. Another student added, isn't there just way too many confessions happening lately? It feels like every class has at least one. And they're all saying weird stuff, like Kamiko, my lonely soul. Or romantic till death. Where is this even coming from? There was genuine confusion in the voices around him. Could this be the cultural festival's magic? The magic of the festival? Making people confess. But they're all getting rejected, aren't they? I heard some of them were absolutely devastated afterward, like full-on crying. Yeah, whatever. The sheer number of confessions happening is insane, though. Doesn't this totally feel like one of those festival romance cliches you see in anime? Excitement filled the classroom. As for Minami, his face remained completely expressionless. No. This wasn't festival magic. It was simply the inevitable outcome. I mean, yeah, I did write that kind of story. Minami cleared his throat again. Sure, he might have some responsibility for it. But if these guys didn't already have feelings for the girls they were confessing to, they wouldn't have been affected by it. So, in conclusion, not my problem. Minami nodded to himself. The fact that so many heartbroken guys were popping up wasn't his fault. He casually flipped to the next page of his book. Then, he glanced at the clock. Guess it's about time to head to the science prep room. Standing up, Minami grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly does Futaba want to talk about. Chapter 189, How to Become More Popular. Since Futaba Rio had been temporarily removed from the simulation list, Minami could no longer see her affection level or current status. Which meant he had no clue why she was looking for him. As far as he was concerned, she was the stereotypical science girl, and in daily life, they had zero overlap. Plus, given Futaba Rio's personality in the anime, she didn't seem like the type to care about others too much. So what exactly did she want? Minami ran through a bunch of possible reasons in his head, dismissing them one by one. Surely, it couldn't be because he was just too amazing and had completely won over this anime character. Actually, that's totally possible. Minami raised an eyebrow. After all, in his eyes, no high school girl could possibly resist his charm. He was that confident. Thinking about that, Minami reached out and pushed open the door to the science prep room. Ah. You're here. First came a flat, emotionless ah. Then, a completely indifferent greeting from Futaba Rio. Her golden eyes hidden behind the frames of her glasses lifted toward him. And then she asked, completely matter-of-factly, do you want some coffee? Coffee? Minami's gaze drifted toward her hands. He saw her scooping a powder-like substance from a glass container labeled coffee powder and pouring it into a beaker. Then, she added water. Below the beaker was a wire gauze resting over a lit alcohol burner, the kind used for chemistry experiments. She stirred the dark brown liquid with a glass rod in slow, circular motions. To any outsider, it probably looked like she was conducting a science experiment rather than brewing coffee. But clearly, Futaba Rio had zero awareness of how strange this seemed. She simply looked up again, her voice calm and steady. What's wrong? Do you want some coffee? Minami's eyes drifted toward the labeled container, the one that clearly said potassium permanganate. Then, just as calmly, he politely refused. No thanks, I'm good. Is that so? Hearing his response, Futaba Rio nodded expressionlessly. She didn't insist. She simply finished stirring, used wooden tongs to lift the heated beaker, and set it aside to cool. Once it had cooled down enough, she reached for another container, and that's when Minami finally spoke up. You good? Because what she just grabbed was a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Without hesitation, Futaba Rio scooped out some white powder from inside and casually dumped it into her coffee. Ah. It should be fine, she replied. As she watched the white particles dissolve, she took a small sip. This should be sugar. Minami stared at her. Are all science girls like this? No need to be polite, Minami-kun, she said, still calm and expressionless after taking a sip. Make yourself at home. All right. Hearing that, Minami immediately dragged over a long bench and sat down. Then, with zero hesitation, he reached out, grabbed some of the snacks she had prepared, and started ripping open the packaging. He casually tossed some into his mouth as he scanned the room, checking out the surroundings. Futaba Rio glanced at him. She didn't say a word. She had told him not to be too polite, but wasn't this just a little too much? Futaba Rio, with her ever-serious personality, let out a small sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as she was still deep in thought, Minami, on the other hand, spoke up nonchalantly. By the way, Futaba-san, is it just you in this science prep room? Because I'm the only member of the school's science club. Futaba Ryo answered flatly, without the slightest hint of concern. This was a small privilege granted to her by Shuka High, considering she had won awards in national physics competitions. Is that so? Hearing her explanation, Minami didn't press further. Instead, after scanning the room once more, he casually placed his hand on the desk. Well, now that I understand the situation with the science club, let's get back to the main topic. Futaba-san, what exactly did you call me here for? With the conversation redirected, Futaba Ryo also stopped stirring her coffee. Her golden eyes lifted, fixing on Minami. A brief silence followed. Then, she muttered something softly. What did you say? Minami looked at her in confusion. Her lips had clearly moved. He could hear something faint, but the volume was so low that he couldn't make out what she was saying. Hearing his question, Futaba Ryo's originally calm demeanor visibly wavered. A soft blush rapidly spread across her fair face. But in the end, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain her usual indifferent tone, and raised her voice just a bit. I wanted to ask you, Minami-san, how I could become as popular with the opposite sex as you are. There was an undeniable quiver in her voice. After all, for someone as serious, introverted, and socially awkward as Futaba Ryo, just saying those words felt incredibly embarrassing. However, compared to her own embarrassment, Minami was more surprised. This time, he had heard her loud and clear. But the nationally awarded physics prodigy of Shuka High was asking him a question straight out of a teenage romance guide? That alone felt completely surreal. And more importantly, Futaba-san, how exactly do you know that I'm popular? Minami raised an eyebrow. After all, his popularity wasn't exactly public knowledge. At most, people might have seen him being confessed to by Gota Hitori on stage at the Shuka festival. But for the majority of the school, he was still that reserved, academically gifted student who barely interacted with others. So then, how exactly did Futaba Ryo know? Hearing his curiosity, Futaba Ryo responded decisively this time. Yesterday morning, when I was leaving my house, I saw you walking with a very beautiful, pink-haired girl. Cough. Minami nearly choked on his own saliva. Since he hadn't officially confirmed his relationship with Gota Hitori, to avoid misunderstandings, he hurriedly explained, I was only helping her carry her performance equipment. Is that so? Futaba Ryo showed no particular reaction to his explanation, simply nodding blankly before continuing. Then, at school, I saw you walking around the festival with Shinjo-kun, the second-ranked student in our year. That was also because I was helping her move some equipment. When we were done, we just grabbed breakfast together. Is that so? Again, Futaba Ryo didn't question his words, and instead continued, in the maid and butler cafe, I was sitting right at the next table. You were having lunch with several cute girls, and then they all confessed to you. At this point, Minami fell completely silent. There was no need to argue anymore. Because this time, she was absolutely right. But he couldn't help but glance at Futaba Ryo. So, basically, this girl had done nothing all day but watch him? Futaba-san, do you happen to have a thing for stalking people? Minami asked bluntly. Because honestly, the first time could have been coincidence, the second time might have been bad luck, but a third time? There was no way that was just random chance. And sure enough, as if to confirm his suspicions, the previously calm Futaba Ryo suddenly shifted her gaze away, looking visibly guilty. She had, indeed, intentionally followed him. Because she was curious. Really, really curious. Until yesterday, she had always assumed that Minami was just like her, someone who was bad at socializing. Someone who kept to themselves. Someone who focused only on academics. At Shuka High, she and Minami were practically seen as the same type of person. And because of that, she had held on to a false belief that Minami was, in essence, her kindred spirit. Which was why, when she saw him effortlessly interacting with multiple girls, she couldn't comprehend it. Someone she thought was just like her. Had so many friends. She couldn't help but watch him more closely. And the more she observed, the more shocked she became. Minami knew so many girls. Some from their school, some from other schools. And every single one of them was incredibly attractive. Minami-san is known as a quiet loner in school. I always thought we were the same. At this point, Futaba Ryo fell into silence. And as the listener, Minami had finally pieced it all together. So, because you thought I was just like you, but then saw that I was so well liked, you figured that you could do it too. And that's why you approached me. Minami paused, then asked, am I right? Yeah. Futaba Ryo didn't deny it. Meanwhile, Minami rubbed his temples. Futabario's personality really was exactly like in Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. A lonely, socially withdrawn girl who wanted to connect with others. But because of her science geek tendencies and her habit of isolating herself in the science room, she had almost no friends. Even in class, she barely spoke to anyone. But that didn't mean she didn't want to. She wanted to be needed. And that was the real reason she had asked how to be more popular. Now that he understood everything, Minami exhaled lightly. "But you seriously think you can be like me?" he asked. "Of course." This time, Futabario nodded confidently. Since Minami could be so popular, then she should be able to wrong. Huh? Her eyes widened in shock. "You can't be like me. At least, not right now." Minami leaned forward, meeting her gaze. "Social skills aren't something you master overnight. Just because I can do it, doesn't mean you can." Futabario frowned. "Minami. You're acting like you could make anyone like you if you wanted to." "Exactly." Minami nodded without hesitation, his confidence unshaken. Which left Futabario utterly baffled.